Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
But speaking of it, the so-called dependents are those who dedicate their body and mind to their master. Kissing and such don't seem to be a big deal. As he was thinking about all this, he suddenly looked up and saw Lin Luo's face getting closer. This, I'm not ready yet, her pupils dilated. My body is so hot, the power of the protection is flowing after a while. Yukinashita Yukino's breathing became heavier. She bit her lips slightly and looked at Lin Luo in confusion. Granting divine protection, do you need to extend it? Is this better? Lin Luo smiled as a matter of course. He wasn't lying after all. The granting of protection is similar to replenishing magic to some extent. You said that, but you didn't seem to be resisting just now. At this time, Erica was smiling with a playful look on her face. Liliana agreed, that's right, the king is very charming. Yukinashita Yukino's body completely froze, done. What on earth had she just done? I was actually. And there were other people watching nearby this. This is really. She was already extremely crazy in her heart. But he still forced himself to calm down. Pretending to be calm and said, it's a good deal for you. You guys, oh. Lin Luo raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, shouldn't you change your address now? Yukinashita Yukino was stunned for a moment. Then asked tentatively, King. Although I prefer you to call me Master. This is not bad either. Yukinashita Yukino's eyelids twitched. But she breathed a sigh of relief, okay. Master or something, it's so shameful in comparison. Although Wang is a little bit immature, is much better. Lin Luo snapped his fingers, and a teleportation magic circle appeared. Yukinashita Yukino subconsciously said, what is this? Another world teleportation magic circle. It just so happens that there are people there. I can introduce them to you, what? Yukinashita Yukino was stunned, another world. Is this such a big deal? I have just become a demon and am about to go to another world. Yukinashita Yukino just felt that her day was too magical. The experience that just happened was more exciting than anything she had ever experienced in her entire life. If you think about it this way, becoming a demon or something doesn't seem like a bad thing. And could it be that my master could even travel across worlds? Ignoring Yukinashita Yukino's wild thoughts, Lin Luo immediately cast his magic, a flash of light. The room was empty, rebel against the world. Governor's mansion. Lin Luo's figure just appeared. A group of beautiful girls have already surrounded them. King, are they all your followers? Yukinashita Yukino's voice sounded a little dull. There are so many people and they are all beautiful girls. What's the problem? Lin Luo smiled and said. Don't worry, everyone gets along well. No, that's not the question. Yukinashita Yukino complained, why do I feel like this is your harem? The king all times ends. Everyone looked at Yukinashita Yukino, and their expressions became a little subtle. Is this new guy sharp? To some extent, this is absolutely true. Haha, they are indeed my wings. Lin Luo smiled and said, okay, let me introduce to you all. This is Yukinashita Yukino, my new follower. Chapter 155, Rebellion World Collection Card. Governor's Palace, Cornelia Mansion. After Yukinashita Yukino got to know everyone, she took the basic knowledge magic book and began to be taught some practical magic skills by everyone. At this time, Cornelia had already appeared in front of Lin Luo with a few people. These people are all beautiful girls, it's them. Lin Luo sat on the sofa, his eyes flickering slightly. Nina Einstein, Dorothea Ernst, Ania Alstrom. Nanette Ania Gorem, Monica Kulusevsky. Among these people except Nena. She is the creator of the goddess of love. The others were all former members of the Knights of the Round Table. Master Thi are all pure, and each has their own areas of expertise, Cornelia said. After a series of tests, we believe they are qualified to become your followers. The moment the words fell, the four original Knights of the Round Table knelt on one knee and said in unison, Lord Lin Luo, please allow us to become your followers. Only Nina was at a loss and quickly knelt down to imitate her. I'm sorry, Master Lin Luo. I also want to become your dependent. Compared to the others, she was trembling slightly. But there was a hint of admiration and love in her eyes. Don't be nervous. Lin Luo showed a warm smile and placed her hand on Nina's head. So warm, this is the aura of Lord Lin Luo. Nina's skin was covered in pink, and her body was shaking more and more violently. But it wasn't fear, it was excitement and something else. Really, Lord Lin Luo is so kind and gentle. No wonder it can end wars and create peace for the world. Yourself, is it really possible to have the opportunity to serve such a great person? Thinking of this, the flesh on her thighs began to tremble uncontrollably. Well, her eyes widened and her face turned red. It's over. Nina, I actually lost my composure in front of Lord Lin Luo. Will I be hated? Lin Luo looked at Nina and his eyelids twitched. Although I knew that Nina was somewhat morbid in the original work, I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Did you do anything yourself? The favorability seems to be maxed out. Even Cornelia and the others unconsciously looked at Nina. Their eyes slightly lowered. With the demon's keen sense of smell, they certainly knew what was happening. But it has to be so outrageous, just a pat on the head. Kasumigayaka Utaha. Erica and the others looked at each other. This woman also has the potential to be a sleeping dragon, and should not be underestimated. Don't worry, you will become my dependent. Lin Luo narrowed her gaze, rubbed her hairs, and looked at the others just this one glance. Anya and the other three were already getting nervous. They knew very well that the four of them were different from Nina. Before this, they were enemies. Although I have surrendered sincerely now, can I get the approval of this adult? As time passed, the atmosphere gradually became tense. Seeing this scene, Cornelia subconsciously clenched her fists. She has some personal connections with these people. Of course, she was not the least bit negligent in choosing followers for her master. These people are all pure soldiers. Even the previous battles were just following orders. Now, he had already grasped the power of the Britannian Empire. So the surrender of these people was naturally very smooth. After all, her identity as a princess represents legitimacy. Not to mention, only a few people can become Knights of the Round Table, and one is chosen from among hundreds of thousands of people. If you can become a demon, you will definitely be able to help your master in this world. Moreover, each of them is a beautiful girl. So after some tests, she dared to recommend them. But doing this is already the limit. Whether or not she can gain recognition from her master has nothing to do with her as a dependent. As if sensing the tense atmosphere, Yukinashita Yukino put away her magic book and moved closer to Kasumigayaka Shiyu. Ms. Shiyu, what's going on now? The honor of becoming the master's dependent is not easily obtained. Kasumigayaka Utaha said calmly. They are waiting for their master's attitude. Yukinashita Yukino is it like this? But my process seems to be completely different. At this time, Lin Luo finally smiled, although I don't know much. But since it was recommended by Cornelia, I choose to trust her call upon hearing this. Anya and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Dorothea said solemnly, from now on I will be your sword. Even if it means deaths. I will not refuse even if death is the cost, ×3. At this moment they regained their king to serve. Even this one is a great figure who unified the world. A legendary demon and a king who killed gods, not to mention. They can also gain a long lifespan and unprecedented power. All this made them all submit from the bottom of their hearts. No need to do that. My wings can't be brought to your lips without death. Lin Luo walked forward a few steps and patted each of them on the head. All of a sudden, Anya and the other three were very surprised. Can they get the same treatment as Nina? This is the first time for them to be treated so gently. Unconsciously, they revealed cat-like expressions. Seeing this, Lin Luo's mouth corners curled up slightly. And his eyes were extremely deep. Master, your ability to manipulate people's hearts is getting stronger and stronger. Erika couldn't help but grumble in such a short time. He's already been tamed. Yukinashita Yukino asked blankly, is that so? That's right. Kasumigayaka Utaha explained. The master saw through these 5 people at a glance. So he chose 2 completely different methods. Look, it works very well. Upon hearing this, Yukinashita Yukino fell into silence. Thinking about it this way, I seem to be the same. Chapter 156, This Woman Is the Book Ready Now? Although you have already made your decision, I still want to confirm it one last time. Lin Luo looked at the 5 people and said solemnly, after becoming my dependents, you will serve me forever and become my property. Is that okay? Yes, master, everyone spoke in unison. And even the names they addressed had changed. Yes, these relatives are very qualified. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Lin Luo's eyes. He took out 5 demon chess pieces and said, then let's begin. Upon hearing this, the 5 people quickly began to act. Colorful colors began to emerge, but Nina didn't stop. Although her movements were clean and neat, they were obviously getting cooler even. She straightened herself up, then. Everyone was shocked, is it so thorough? Euphemia blushed and poked her sister, whispering, didn't you make it clear to her that she only needed outerwear? Cornelia blinked blankly, she said it. Don't you see that the other people are all normal? Why are you so outstanding? Sure enough, this woman is not simple. Kasumigayaka Utaha's eyes became sharp, radar activated. It's confirmed she is a bad woman like Lee, on the other side. Looking at Nina, Asia, and others were also stunned. What's the situation? Did they remember it wrong? Or is this woman just opening the book? After hesitating for a moment, Asiya and others gritted their teeth and took action again. Others just do it, and he and Nina were clearly a couple. They must not lose. By the end, only 5 beautiful landscapes remained. But if you look closely, you will find that their skin gradually turns pink. The same is true for the culprit Nina, after all. This is the first time for them to have experienced such a thing. Lin Luo played with the devil chess piece and looked at Nina with admiration. This is really a pleasant surprise. The more catfish among the family, the better. After a moment, Lin Luo said, then I'll start. Yes, master. Hearing this, Lin Luo placed the demon chess pieces into the designated positions one by one, without any hesitation. Booms, 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 booms. In an instant, the sounds of heartbeats rose and fell. Nina and the others felt that the moment the chess piece entered their bodies underwent earth-shaking changes. My heart beat faster and faster and my blood kept boiling. Especially the itching in the back and tailbone area has become more and more intense. Is this what it feels like to grow wings? Well, it seems like the tail is about to come out. With a series of muffled groans, pairs of black wings broke out of the body. 5 heart-shaped tails of varying lengths with pointed tips just swam above the ground. Is this what it feels like to be a demon? How amazing. The power flowing through my body, is it magic? Great, I'm the same race as my master. I feel like I've become a lot stronger. Feeling the changes in themselves, Nina and the others all had joyful smiles on their faces. At this moment, they all became extraordinary, completed the leap of life, and entered the door of extraordinary power. Lin Luo smiled and said, how does it feel to be a demon? Very good, the master's power is great. Nina and the others spoke one after another, their eyes changing slightly. This is just the beginning. Lin Luo took a few steps forward and said, the reincarnation ceremony has ended. Next is the bestowal of protection. As soon as she opened her mouth, Nina came in front of her and said respectfully, Master, I am ready. Hearing this, Lin Luo smiled slightly without hesitation. Woo! Nina's eyes started to turn red and her pupils gradually grew larger. This is the power of the master quickly. Nina pursed her lips and made way. Lin Luo began to continue bestowing blessings. Come to think of it, my Kakujuku's power needs replenishing. Seeing this scene, Kasumigayaka Utaha's eyes rolled. Zenobia said, don't be so annoying. You haven't been using the power of the divine protection at all lately. Are you sure, Zenobia? Zenobia suddenly realized. It seems that this is indeed the case. Besides, my divine protection needs to be replenished. And now is the perfect opportunity. Listening to the conversation between the two, Yukinashita Yukino's eyelids twitched. Good guy. Such a lame excuse. What exactly is the meaning of the dependence I joined, MS? Yukinashita, Irina suddenly came over and said, the atmosphere between us is very good. You will get used to it soon, although you're a newbie. In order not to fall too far behind, why don't you come and listen to Zenovia's class? Yukinashita Yukino's eyes lit up. Is it about learning magic? It's about the master. What does this mean? Has Lin Luo's matter reached the point where it needs to be explained in class? And at this time, all protections have been granted. Nina came forward, again straightened her body and said, Master, please let me fulfill my duties as a servant. Master, so do we. Anya and the others spoke quickly. After they finished speaking, their faces were already blushing. But there is no way Nina is too curly. They were once the knights of the Round Table. And there was no way they could be outshined by a little girl who was still in school. Lin Luo's mouth curled up. Well done, Nina. What? Kasumigayaka Utaha and Zenoviaho were eager to try. Were immediately dumbfounded. Is this situation developing a little too fast? Even if the two of them were the dragon and the phoenix, it was still completely beyond their expectations. Haven't reacted yet. There was already a flash of light from a magic circle ahead. By the time they came to their senses, Lin Luo and the others had completely disappeared. Damn these thieving cats, ×2. How did things develop to this point? Cornelia slapped her forehead and shook her head in distress. She guessed the beginning. The result and process were all unexpected. Chapter 157, How about the Extraordinary Service Department? By the way, what did the king do with them? Yukinashita Yukino blinked and blushed, speaking of which. Their clothes. Ah la la, you really don't understand anything. Erika teased with a smile, you are not a child anymore. Since you have already guessed it, why bother asking? Yukinashita Yukino's body stiffened. She did have her doubts, and now it's absolutely confirmed, but this is too bold. And six people. As I was thinking this, I heard the loud voices of Nina and others coming from upstairs. She lost her balance and nearly fell to the ground. Irina patted her shoulder and comforted her, don't worry. You'll get used to it soon. Habit very frequent. Is it necessary to be so outrageous? Yukinashita Yukino complained weakly. Isgama Yomi came up and said, Ms. Yukino, right. I suggest you learn the magic of blocking your hearing first. It will be useful tonight. 13 Yukinashita Yukino looked at the sky. It's only noon now. And what the hell is this magic of blocking hearing? Is it really that serious? The next day, Yukinashita Yukino walked out with dark circles under her eyes. She was wrong, really wrong. Everything Miss Huang Quan said is true, even now. The sound continues. Hey. Kasumigayaka Utaha greeted with a smile, Ms. Yukino, how did you sleep? It's not bad. Yukinashita Yukino forced a smile and immediately bowed. Ms. Shiyu, please teach me the magic to block my hearing. This magic, even if it means death, you must learn it. Otherwise, God knows if she will break down. Time begins to pass. Lin Luo started to get busy again. Because of the addition of new relatives. Except for a few people who stayed in charge. The rest of the relatives also returned to their homes. And Lin Luo, mainly to once again have more of a first-line life. Study the subspecies forbidden handseed sleep. And instruct followers in their cultivation this day. Sabu High School. Wang, why do you want me to establish a club? Yukinashita Yukino said helplessly. She had taken a few days off to study magic. But now she had to come back to school. Who told you not to transfer schools? There's nothing I can do about it. If I transfer schools rashly, my family will ask all sorts of questions. Especially that woman. So you can only make your own contribution. Lin Luo shrugged his shoulders and said, establishing a club is equivalent to our branch in this city. Also in the name of the supernatural. I can find some people who are suitable to be my followers. Yukinashita Yukino complained helplessly, come to think of it. You just want to expand your harem. As expected of you, you hit the nail on the head. I'm not complimenting you, King, sighing. Yukinashita said in a complicated tone. Wang. Have you decided on the name of the club? Originally, I wanted to call it the Harem Clubs, but it wasn't approved by Tatsuki Academy. Lin Luo touched his chin and said, so Irina named it the Extraordinary Culinary Service Club. Which is not bad. For your school, just remove the cooking. The Extraordinary Ministry. Yukinashita Yukino's body stiffened, good guy. As the king, am I not even going to act anymore? But if you think about it carefully, it is really appropriate. What is there a problem? Yukinashita Yukino sighed and said, can such a name with no clear meaning really be passed? Don't worry, I have great confidence in your school. Lin Luo smiled and said, if that doesn't work, you can call the service department. Yukinashita Yukino. Where does this inexplicable confidence of yours come from? Is there any misunderstanding about our school? Noon. Teacher's office, the Extraordinary Service Department. What a strange name. Hearing this, Yukinashita Yukino's eyes lit up. She said expectantly, sure enough. The teacher thinks so too then. I think removing the word extraordinary would make the meaning more concise. Hiratsuka Shizuka leaned on the desk and said with a glance. Or why don't you change it, heh. Yukinashita Yukino's eyelids twitched. Surprisingly, Wang guessed it right. Is there something wrong with this world? Or is there something wrong with my values? She forced a smile and said, forget it. Let's just call it the Supernatural Service Department. Okay, but what exactly does your club do? It's similar to the Psychic Club. It can help students solve some supernatural problems. But it's only for female students. Yukinashita, your words are very dangerous. Hiratsuka Shizuka looked at her in surprise, but still approved the application and said, but forget it. After allure a female classmate Yukinashita. Yukinashita Yukino. 550 haha, I have already been part of this danger, it's dusk. Department of Paranormal Research. Is this the Gorgon Stone? The kitten from Tasheng looked at the badge in Lin Luo's hand and muttered. Doesn't it look like anything special? Maybe we're not strong enough, Rias said seriously. Legend has it that once the disobedient goddess Athena obtains the Gorgon Stone, she will truly become one and a complete goddess. Ah la la, doesn't this mean this thing is dangerous? Although she was laughing, Hajime Akino's expression was quite serious, now that the things are here. Isn't it possible that Athena will come at any time? You're right. Lin Luo put away the Gorgon Stone and said with a smile. Because she is already here, as he spoke. His figure flashed and he appeared in the open space outside the old school building, since we're here. Shouldn't I show myself upon hearing this? Rias and the others were stunned at first. Then they immediately came to their senses. They looked towards the open space outside Lin Luo, already feeling as if they were facing a formidable enemy. As expected of a Godslayer demon. You've already noticed me just after I arrived. A silver bell-like sound rang out, and a black storm descended from the sky. Chapter 158, Athena Become My Property Rumble. A black storm raged across the clearing, as if symbolizing pure darkness and death next moment. The storm dissipated, revealing a petite figure. That's because she is only half the height of Lin Luo, and looks like a girl played by a child. But the other person's temperament is extremely eye-catching. A pair of eyes seem to contain thousands of stars and countless wisdoms. Her long silver hair is as eye-catching as moonlight. She is the goddess of disobedience, Athena. Rias and the others looked surprised. I never expected that the goddess in the legend would actually be a young girl. Nice to meet you, the most special god slayer. Athena looked at Lin Luo and smiled. My things are in your hands. I wonder if you can return them to me. It's no use giving it back to you, it's useless to me anyway. Lin Luo played with the Gorgon stone and said, but I don't know what good it will do me. That's an answer I never expected. Athena was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, I don't know, what do you want from me? I want everything from you, all of it belongs to me. Rias Heimjima Aquino Tasheng Kitten. Good heavens, has the attention been drawn to Athena? He is really so bold and shameless. Haha, that's a bold answer, God Slayer. Athena's eyes narrowed, filled with endless madness and joy. Do you want to seize my authority? Then let's give it a try as the goddess of war. I would be truly delighted if I could challenge a powerful enemy. Did you misunderstand something? Lin Luo said helplessly, I have no interest in your power. It's just the literal meaning, what? Athena was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Her eyes becoming more dangerous, I see. So that's what you're thinking. God Slayer, don't you think this is too offensive? No, I'm just facing my desires. Lin Luo said seriously, you have been my prey for a long time. I'm going to get you no matter what. This guy really didn't lie. Feeling that undisguised gaze, Athena was also in a trance. This was the first time in her countless years that someone had expressed love to her in public. Yes, this is my sincerity. Athena had just come to her senses when she saw the ancient emblem flying towards her. She subconsciously took it in her hand. And her pupils shrank deeply. Got it. I've been searching for something for 1,000 years. And now I have it, she was incredulous then. The change has begun, boom. The black tornado completely enveloped Athena and eventually soared into the sky. Click, click, the entire sky seemed to be churning. Rolling dark clouds instantly enveloped the entire city, with countless thunders rolling in it, as if divine punishment had come. I don't know how long it took, the black storm dissipated. A tall Athena dressed in ancient Greek-style clothes appeared in front of Lin Luo again. Compared to her previous girlish image, now she exudes a thrilling aura of maturity. With her exquisite appearance, she seemed to be the most perfect creation of God. Without the slightest flaw, the divine power emanating from her body increased by more than 10 times. Like smoke and sea, I do accept your sincerity. Athena looked at Lin Luo deeply, and suddenly laughed happily, but do you really have the confidence to be able to bear the love of me? The queen of the god realms. How can you know if you don't try this kind of thing? Lin Luo smiled gently. Okay, then I'll give you this chance. A terrifying cursed power beyond words rose from Athena's body. God-killing demons, prove your magnanimity and show your strength. It seems that you are not qualified to take me into your possession. A fight. Lin Luo nodded and said, but this is not the place to fight. How about we go somewhere else? Hearing this, Athena frowned but still said, although I don't want to change places, you have already shown your sincerity. What if I obey you once? Thank you very much. Lin Luo snapped his fingers, and the light of the magic circle enveloped the entire venue. Even Rias and the others were among them. It's good for them to watch a fight of this level. Suburbs, the magic circle flashed there. Lin Luo and Athena's figures have floated up. The cursed energy between the two of them was like a hurricane, crashing against each other and causing the earth to continuously collapse and shatter. Now we can begin. The demon wings behind Lin Luo spread out, emitting a startlingly evil aura. After this battle, you will belong to me. God-killing demon, how dare you say that? Athena's eyes were filled with madness and fighting spirit, and one hand was slightly raised. Black energy surged from her body like a tide, then gathered in the palm of her hand and transformed into a black sickle. Laugh, the void shattered. The entire space seemed to be cut apart. Athena's figure flashed and the black sickle came out. Just by watching, Rias and the others felt as if they were seeing the legendary god of death. And this is indeed the case. Athena is the legendary ruler of death and darkness. Under her power, this is the true death scythe. Transform into bull rain facing the knife. Lin Luo raised his right hand and clenched it tightly. Boom. The air in the entire world exploded, as if it was crushed by this invisible force. The next moment, Lin Luo's figure seemed to transform into a giant star, shooting out with a punch. Chapter 159, Athena, my turn has come. Woohoo. Throughout the sky, countless hurricanes spread out and emptied into all directions. But whether it is Athena or Lin Luo, they were heading in completely opposite directions and were getting closer and closer to each other. The next moment, Lin Luo's fist and Athena's sickle have collided with each other. Boom, it's like the sun and the moon colliding. The whole world has begun to shake. The vast ground began to sink, and the soil and sand began to disappear continuously, as if they were wiped out by a force. The earth-shattering explosion shot straight into the sky. Countless air currents carrying smoke and dust turned into a huge mushroom cloud. Like a burning star next, the mighty shock wave seemed to turn into a wave that destroyed everything. Rolling in all directions, see it, Rias took a step forward, her body seemingly ablaze with golden flames this moment. She used the power of Keigo and seemed to transform into an invisible wall, protecting herself. Taho Kaneko and Hajime Akino behind her. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions occurred one after another. Hajime Akino and Tashen Kaneko were terrified by what they saw. If Rias Buchu didn't have the power of protection, they would probably all be in danger for no reason. The looks they gave Lin Luo became slightly more complicated. Swish swish 930, and this time, two figures flew out at the same time. Athena soars in the sky riding a black tornado. Lin Luo flapped his demon wings and landed steadily on the ground. At least on the surface. In this collision, both sides were evenly matched. No party has gained any advantage. Godslayer, you actually made me feel pain. Athena looked at her own trembling hand holding the black sickle and said in sudden realization, "So that's how it is, you possess the power to kill snakes." More or less, Lin Luo shrugged his shoulders. One of the powers of Mekhl that he had seized was the power against dragons. Athena's essence is a winged serpent, which can also be classified as a dragon, so to some extent. He will restrain himself to a certain extent, however. Even if you restrain yourself, you are no match for me who has regained my divine power. Athena spoke proudly, and her extremely ancient and vicissitudes of life words slowly echoed between heaven and earth. Singing the praises of death, guiding death. Dancing with death. O messenger of death from the underworld, hum. The extremely deep darkness has covered the entire sky, as if the world has fallen into true eternal night. Behind Athena, 9 black snakes of unknown height and size appeared out of thin air. Their bodies swayed as if there was a hurricane in the space. Mountains collapsed, and an endless natural disaster occurred. It seems that their appearance is to bring equal death to the world. As expected of Athena, looking at the 9 black snakes, Lin Luo finally felt a hint of danger for the first time in a long time. Should we say she is worthy of being the queen who controls war? Death and darkness after regaining her strength. She became unimaginably powerful. But that suits me just fine. The corners of Lin Luo's mouth curled up, and the curse power in his body surged, transformed into a wild boar. There seemed to be a crack in the sky. A huge wheel fell from the sky and crushed the earth. Lin Luo stepped on the divine beast and was already controlling it, launching a charge as powerful as a landslide. The entire earth was shaken by an earthquake, and everything around was shaking next moment. The two sides clashed again, rumble. The moment the two collided, it seemed as if the sky was truly falling and the earth was splitting apart. Visible streams of air seemed to sense the fear and fled into the distance. In the endless smoke of gunpowder, 9 black snakes surrounded the wild boar, their bloody mouths seeming to swallow it whole. Face all this, the wild boars rushed around. venting their strength madly, and flew away like black snakes as a divine beast. The stronger the master is, the greater its power will be. At the same time, the confrontation between their masters has intensified. Booms, booms, booms. Lin Luo and Athena refuse to give in to each other. Their speed is beyond the range that can be captured by the naked eye. In just a moment, they would fight several times. Wherever it passed, there were earth-shaking explosions. The aftermath of the destruction completely destroyed everything around it. This is also the battlefield that Lin Luo deliberately chose. If it was at Juweng College, not to mention Juweng Town, I'm afraid dozens of surrounding cities would have been razed to the ground. Boom, there was another collision. And both sides were sent flying backwards again. Okay, I recognize you. Athena looked furious and said with a fierce fighting spirit. So what? The words fell. 9 huge black snakes have begun to gather together, transforming into a giant black python that reaches from sky to earth. It roared towards the sky, and the black mist symbolizing death was pouring down like a river from the sky and gushing out of its mouth. This moment, the world seemed to have fallen into darkness. The strong power of death seemed to be able to kill even invisible things like air. Everything has been swallowed by darkness, not so good. Lin Luo smiled lightly, and a red light flashed all over his body. He was already wearing a set of crimson armor. Although I am fully committed to developing the subspecies Forbidden Hand. However, Lin Luo, who had already fully mastered this divine destroyer, could easily perform the orthodox forbidden technique. Transfer doubled. In an instant, red light flashed on the wild boar's body. The originally earth-shaking power increased by dozens of times in an instant. Boom, the earth collapsed, and the wild boar soared into the sky, carrying unparalleled powers, shattering the darkness in an instant. He continued to move forward and crashed heavily into the towering black python. Rumble, the earth is shaking and the mountains are shaking. Countless air waves rose high like raging waves. Rias and the others looked up. All I saw was the wild boar and the black python's power exploding wildly, as if a planet was about to explode, and finally turned into a huge light, rushing straight into the sky in all directions. Countless mountains and rivers were razed to the ground. Clatter, 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 but soon, a majestic white horse broke through the air, as if tearing through the darkness. Athena, it's my turn next. Chapter 160, Athena, I am your wife now. Transform into a white horse. A handsome and noble white horse came across the sky. Its figure gradually disappeared, replaced by an extremely bright light. As if the sun was falling, Rias and the others only felt a burning heat between heaven and earth. And the earth on all sides began to melt visibly. You can actually get the approval of the god extermination tool. It's really beyond the standard, Athena sighed, looking at the power descending from the sky. But she was not afraid. An unprecedented aura of death and darkness burst out from her body, instantly enveloping the sky and the earth. Then, a strong bow appeared in her hand and she pulled the bowstring. Just for a moment. The overwhelming power of darkness and death has gathered like a tide and transformed into a pitch-black arrow. Collapse. The bowstring was pulled and the arrow flew into the sky. It seemed as if both time and space had come to a brief standstill. The next moment, the black arrow has landed on the sun. Rumble. The earth-shaking roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The mighty airwaves were as deep as the sea, tearing everything around them apart with ease. For a moment, the entire sky was flashing with black and white, as if the entire sky had turned into 2 worlds. I don't know how long it took after a collision. Both vanished into thin air. As expected, even Bai can't do anything to you. Lin Luo's body flashed red, and the crimson armor disappeared. But now it's time to get serious. What did you say? You haven't used your full strength yet, that's right. After Aleph, I want you to be defeated sincerely. I naturally have to make you use all your tricks. You're really brave enough to say that. Athena drew her bow again, and unprecedented forces of darkness and death gathered again. Even the cursed power in her body continued to flow into it, turning into a pitch-black arrow again. In that case, let me give it my all, then come on. Lin Luo raised one hand slightly, and an inexplicable aura emanated from his body. It is good, a sharp light flashed in Athena's eyes. And with a loud bang, a black arrow that pierced the sky and the earth flew straight towards Lin Luo. This arrow seemed to penetrate time and space, so facing this sword, Lin Luo felt neither sad nor happy, and just swung his hand down naturally. From now on, you belong to me, the sound waves echoed. The world seemed to have fallen into an eerie silence. But soon in everyone's sight, overwhelming golden thunder appeared out of thin air. And Athena, as if pulled by an invisible force, it gathered above Lin Luo's head finally. A vast and majestic golden lightning, as if it was the legendary world-destroying thunder, just came down boom under everyone's gaze. The pitch-black arrow was like rotten wood and was easily crushed into pieces. The lightning seemed unstoppable, ready to destroy everything as it enveloped Athena. I will die. Athena's pupils dilated and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. In front of the lightning, the power she possessed was simply vulnerable. Don't worry, you won't die. It's just that your future life will belong to me. Boom. Another flash of lightning appeared. The two lightning bolts collided and turned into an earth-shattering explosion, as if the ultimate fireworks were blooming in the sky. Watching all this, Athena was stunned for a long time before she gave a bitter smile. I really have lost. Well, let's talk about the bet. Lin Luo flashed and appeared in front of Athena. Don't worry, I'm willing to accept defeat. Athena raised her head and looked straight into Lin Luo's eyes. Lin Luo, what's going on with this woman? But it seems familiar. Before Lin Luo could speak, Athena's pretty face was getting closer and closer. Okay. Athena, are you so decisive? A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Luo's eyes. And then he began to respond the other side, Rias. Aquino. And Taho Kaniko's eyes were already wide open. This. They were completely dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Replenishing mana or something, they are not strangers. But if the target is Athena, that's another matter. Whether it is a natural god or a disobedient god, Athena is the true goddess of purity now. It's like this just after a battle, it's really too bold. I don't know how long it took. Athena and Lin Luo separated. Her eyes flashed with confusion, and her skin had turned pink. Lin Luo also raised the corners of his mouth. As expected of Athena, it feels completely different. Very good and special, how about it? My first kiss is a bargain for you. Athena's eyes were charming again. She smiled softly and said, I will be your wife, to be precise, it's one of my wives. Why isn't having me enough? Of course, I'm a demon who wants to start a harem. To be so faithful to his own desires. He truly is a deeply sinful man. Athena shook her head and sighed. But there's nothing I can do about it. It's my fault that I lost. This is just the beginning. Lin Luo smiled slightly, took out the devil chess piece and waved it in front of her. Athena blinked, then suddenly realized and said, You want to transform me into your follower. Why can't you? It's not that I can't, but with my power. Becoming a demon will change things. I know this, so I'll just treat it as my habit. Lin Luo smiled and said, You won't refuse my small request. Will you? That's certainly no problem. But I don't want to perform the ceremony in the wilderness. I couldn't agree more with that. Lin Luo snapped his fingers. There was a flash of light. Everyone's figures have disappeared. Chapter 161, I'll give you some compensation. Rias Villa. How do I perform the ritual to reincarnate a demon? Athena looked at Lin Luo. How should I cooperate? You do not know. Lin Luo held the chess piece and said, You obviously know the devil chess piece. After all, this is a newly developed technology. I'm just familiar with it. But I don't know the specific process. I see. Lin Luo suddenly understood and said, It's very simple. I will put the demon chess piece into your body and transform you into a demon. Which means you will be my follower, that's it. Athena nodded thoughtfully and said, And then? Take off your shirt first. Athena was stunned for a moment, and her pretty face turned red instantly. Now she was a little doubtful. Was it too hasty to agree to Lin Luo's request? Which bastard created this reincarnation ritual? It feels a bit devious. She raised and lowered her hands, looking very conflicted. Seeing this, Lin Luo showed a playful smile. This is the character of the god of purity, the other side. Rias and the others also had a strange look on their faces. The shy woman in front of me. Did he really do something so bold as just now, call? After taking a deep breath, Athena began to move. But it took nearly a minute to take off his coat. She held the clothes in her arms and said shyly, "This should be okay, right?" Lin Luo nodded and said, "Just move the clothes in your arms down a little." "It is good." Athena moved her arms stiffly. Then saw Rias and the other two standing beside her. Oops. My mind was full of shy questions just now. And I forgot there was 3 other people. Before she knew it, she had become red and warm, times 3. Noticing Athena's gaze, the 3 of them were stunned. "Good guy, what a contrast you are. Before, I didn't see you trying to avoid us or." The thought processes of these disobedient gods are different from those of ordinary people. "I'm about to start," Lin Luo said while holding the devil chess piece. "Okay." Athena was strong and calm. "Let's get started." As soon as the words fell, the demonic chess piece has entered her body. As the goddess of wisdom, after everything happened, she calmed down the body. Is changing. The itch on the back is the devil's tail and wings, right? It's really an excellent technology. After a moment, the light of the reincarnation magic circle disappeared. So no bad influence, right? Lin Luo looked at Athena and asked, "After this is the first time to convert the god of disobedience. So it is better to be cautious, very special." Athena clenched her fists and finally smiled. "Now I should be both a demon and a disobedient god. In addition to cursed power, I also possess magical power. But overall, there haven't been any bad changes." At this moment, Rias came forward and said, "Athena, your clothes." What? Athena's pretty face turned red, and she instantly lost her goddess of wisdom mode and hurriedly put on her coat. "I have to say, I'm a little jealous." Rias came up to Lin Luo and said first it was Gabriel, then Sister Fian, now even Athena. Her mood was very complicated. "Although I am a talented person, if you continue to cultivate the magic of destruction, your future will be limitless. But the ones that appear now are more foul than the last. At least for now, I can't compare to him at all, do not mind." Lin Luo took it into his arms and said, "If you are really jealous, I can give you some compensation." Hearing this, Ria's face heated up and she said angrily, "I don't know if this is a reward for yourself." But after a moment, Rias leaned close to Lin Luo's ear and whispered softly. Lin Luo looked at him in surprise. When did Rias say such words in front of her followers? He glanced at Athena thoughtfully. "Really? There will be progress only when there is competition." Then without further ado, Lin Luo smiled, and a flash of light appeared under their feet. The next moment, both parties disappeared at the same time. "Oh, this?" Athena was a little confused and subconsciously said, "It's just to go upstairs. Is it necessary to use teleportation magic? Ah la la." It seems that Athena, the goddess of wisdom, doesn't know everything. Hajime Aquino smiled broadly, with an anti-smile on her face. "But you should understand soon." After saying that, he ran upstairs stealthily. "Did you understand what she said?" Athena looked at the kitten in Tasheng in confusion. The Tasheng kitten froze. She had also been through a lot, so she guessed it all. "That perverted demon. His head is full of pornographic garbage." She subconsciously looked upstairs and muttered, "Lady Rias is the same, now she is playing along with him." "You seem to know." Athena came closer and asked curiously, "What's going on?" "Well, Aquino-san is right, you'll know it soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the kitten from Tasheng had already fled away. Athena. "What is this and what very messy?" Athena's strange sound came, which made her slightly stunned. Soon his skin was covered with pink. although she has never experienced it. It doesn't mean she doesn't understand anything. This damn devil just became his wife and she's like this. And many more. Come to think of it, Rias is also one of her wives. If that's the case, then I'm the latecomer. Thinking of this, Rias sat down on the sofa unconsciously. With the hearing of God, this distance is practically at hand. Gradually, I felt like my heart was about to jump out. My body is so hot, her breathing became heavier. Her eyes were a little dazed, and her hands were folded on her thighs, unconsciously. She raised her finger and gently touched her mouth, only to feel her skin getting hot. The feeling before seemed really good. Unconsciously, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Chapter 162. You're already trying to increase the intensity right after you arrive. Apartment. Lin Luo just walked in. Kasumigayaka Utaha pounced over instantly like a cat that smelled something. I've been working as a lot of cattle and horses recently. There must be adequate rewards. But soon she saw Athena following Lin Luo. Her body couldn't help but stiffen slightly. Good guy. Is this a new follower? Where did you get it from? Stare times N. At the same time, several eyes fell on Athena. Everyone couldn't help but murmur, isn't this guy too foul? They were all rare beauties, but looking at Athena, they felt a little insecure because Athena is perfect. The feeling it gives people is the same as Gabriel. Thinking of this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Master, you are not going to take some legendary figure as your follower again. Are you noticing the gazes of the girls? Athena smiled, but glanced at Lin Luo out of the corner of her eye. These should all be his relatives. Thinking about each other's wishes, it's truly a harem. At this time, Kasumigayaka Utaha had come to her senses. No matter what, all my actions have started. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if we did nothing? She took a few quick steps, looked up at Lin Luo, and said with an inexplicable look in her eyes, Master, the power of the protection needs to be replenished. It is good. Lin Luo never refuses reasonable requests from his family members. After a while, Kasumigayaka Utaha's breathing became heavier and her eyes were blurred. Lin Luo let go of Kasumigayaka Utaha and was about to say something when he saw Genova coming over. It was like a kitten looking at itself pitifully. King, my magic power is not enough. Zenobia spoke solemnly while at the same time. The sounds of chairs being moved could be heard one after another. Now that Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick are taking action, the others can no longer stay. This. Athena widened her beautiful eyes, her face filled with astonishment. Although he had been baptized by Rias before, however, such a direct increase in intensity was still a bit too much for her to bear. Gabriel came forward and looked in Lin Luo's direction with a blushing face. It's nothing. You just have to get used to it. Does this kind of thing happen often? Athena's eyelids twitched. Oh my God, whose wife have I become? Although Lin Luo was frank about his desires, she had been prepared for this, but it seemed to be getting more and more outrageous. Athena subconsciously asked, are these all his followers? No, only part of it, Athena. Well, I still underestimated him, seeing the silent Athena. Gabriel kindly explained, actually, there aren't many left in Fayuki City. Listen. Athena felt a pain in her temple. Good guy. My husband is really powerful. The harem has even reached another world. After he finished speaking, Gabriel asked curiously, who are you? You seem to have the aura of a disobedient god. My name is Athena. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Even Irina, who had just finished replenishing her magic, came back to her senses and looked at Athena. The expressions of the women all became complicated. Athena, that queen of the divine realm known as the purest goddess. Are people like this actually taken in as followers by their masters? Lin Luo smiled and said, just like Athena said, everyone should get along well with each other in the future. After finishing speaking, Lin Luo turned and looked at Athena. Athena was stunned. It seems like I've just seen this look. Come to think of it, you haven't received my protection yet. Have you? Lin Luo lowered his head and said with a smile, don't refuse. even if your strength doesn't require it with my protection. I will be there in an instant if you are in danger." After saying this without waiting for Athena to refuse, Lin Luo began to fulfill his duties to his followers. Well, Athena's eyes widened instantly, and pink crept onto her cheeks. But she did not refuse, she just slowly closed her eyes. I seem to be getting more and more used to this taste. Seeing this scene, Kasumigyaka Utaha's eyes became sharp. She muttered quietly, "This thieving cat should not be underestimated." Erika agreed, indeed, it's hard to imagine it was Athena. Gabriel was also surprised. "Are you so bold just after joining the family? Even I am still very shy about being given the protection. If I continue like this, will I be completely outshined by the others?" On the other side, Asia's expression became nervous. "If this continues, I won't be overtaken again." Thinking of this, poked Zenova and said pitifully, "Teacher Zenova, you have to help me." "Don't worry, leave it to me." Hearing this, Genova immediately came back to his senses and patted his chest, saying, "I have a foolproof plan. I'll leave everything to you." Asia clenched her fists, her face full of determination. At this time, Lin Luo let go of Athena and gave her a pat on the head. "Ah. The hair is very good like silk." Well, Athena's pretty face flushed, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. "This feeling is very special. This is the first time in my life that I have been treated like this. Very comfortable. There is an urge to be touched continuously." "Athena, come with me." Lin Luo's voice brought her back to her senses. "What's matter as the goddess of wisdom? You should possess a lot of precious knowledge, right?" "That's right, what's the matter? Tell them out, I can be of use." It is good. Hearing this, Athena did not hesitate and followed Lin Luo upstairs. This on this on this. Seeing this scene, Asia became a little anxious. What's going on? Is someone going to get there first again? Don't worry. The master also said that it's just for the sake of gaining some knowledge. Ilya consoled him, and that's Athena after all. So it should, probably. As she spoke, she lost her confidence. Chapter 163, The Goddess of Wisdom. She has so much knowledge. Apartment Lin Luo's room, Origin 1001, Origin 1003. Origin 1006. Lin Luo listened to Athena's explanation, looked at the origin points he was constantly acquiring, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He is worthy of being the god of wisdom. Just some knowledge, you casually say, will earn you a lot of origin points. While listening, Lin Luo was not idle either, and began to add points without hesitation. With the rewards of rebelling against the world, and with Athena as a living treasure trove, his strength can be further improved. All of a sudden, the origin point that was constantly rising disappeared like the tide. Lin Luo occupation, Origin Magician. Magic, Origin of Thunder Magic LV90. Origins 312 o'clock. Looking at the text message, Lin Luo's eyes flickered. Now, it is extremely difficult to upgrade each level of Origin magic, but every improvement is a huge improvement in his strength. Now even he doesn't know how strong he is. I'm afraid that if I face Athena again, I won't need to use the original magic to win. Strained. My beloved, why do I feel like you've become so much stronger in an instant? Athena blinked, a hint of doubt in her eyes. These are not important, there is other knowledge, right? Lin Luo smiled and said, go on, I'm very interested. I don't remember you being such an unromantic man. Athena said with a half smile. Or is it that your thirst for knowledge is greater than me? The goddess myself, Lin Luo's eyes flickered. And he said playfully, so what do you want? I am your wife, okay, Lin Luo, is this Athena so brave? To be honest, it was a little beyond his expectations. He stood up suddenly and walked directly in front of Athena. So, you let me do my duty, what? Athena jumped up like a frightened rabbit. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were full of shyness and nervousness. How to say, although she wanted to tease Lin Luo. She was the god of purity and had never experienced such a thing. All the time, not even a touch of the man's hand. That's why I'm so panicked. Haha, it seems like you're just the toughest talker. Lin Luo looked at Athena and said with a smile, "Okay. Let's continue explaining the knowledge. Also, don't pretend to know everything in the future." "What did you say?" Athena gritted her teeth. "Damn it, it's okay if I can't win because of my strength. When it comes to knowledge, how can she?" As the goddess of wisdom looked down upon, "This kind of thing can be done by a mere mortal. So how can it be difficult for me?" Athena, thinking of this. Athena didn't know where she got the courage from, but she bumped into Lin Luo directly. Lin Luo was caught off guard and fell down as well. What's the situation, so brave? Or was he provoked by his own words? However, it seems that this development is not bad. But after a moment, Lin Luo discovered that Athena was completely at a loss and did not take any further action. "It seems that you need my help." Lin Luo suddenly stood up and put his arm around Athena's waist. Should I continue explaining the knowledge to you?" "Okay, let's continue." "Well, by the way, Athena, do you know anything about the God Slayer?" "I don't know. How I could know what the natural gods created." Oolong Fengchu's small classroom. Zenobia, who was enthusiastically lecturing Asia, moved his ears but fell into silence opposite. Asia's body froze and she almost burst into tears. Why are we falling behind again? You are from Athens, can't you wait for this day?" "Asia, don't worry, this should just be an accident." Ilya patted Asia's shoulder and comforted her. "There's still a chance." "No. That's right, I won't give up." Asia clenched her fists. Outside corners, Liliana calmly put away the notebook. "This king of mine has really done a lot of harm to others." Asia is also quite pitiful. But who could have known that Athena was so brave? Thinking of this, Erica's words at that time appeared in her mind. "If you don't hurry up, you will be overtaken by many newcomers." Yes. Asia has been preparing for this for so long. It's time for me to take action. Unconsciously, she was actually feeling a little bit of anticipation. The contents of countless novels emerged, making her body become hot. The other side, Gabriel tossed and turned. "Master, you are truly great." Even that Athena. Thinking of this, her heart beat faster. She wanted to block her hearing, but she couldn't help but listen carefully. Except for Athena's voice. The voices of Genova and the others were also clear to the ears. "Are all of you in the family working hard? Is she going to keep standing still like this?" "Stand up." Early mornings. Although Lin Luo had listened to Athena's extraordinary knowledge all night, he was still in high spirits. To acquire knowledge is to acquire strength. How could he be tired? Origin 1002, Origin 1005. Origin 1006. Looking at the text message, Lin Luo felt a little regretful pity. "I was too tired to go to Athena last night, and the root points I obtained were still limited. But that doesn't matter, after all, Athena was already his. It's not that you can acquire knowledge whenever you want." Calling up the virtual panel, Lin Luo began to add points. However, even after consuming all the root points, there is still a big gap before reaching the next level. At this moment, Lin Luo's eyes flashed. Is there a new world? After sensing it, a smile appeared on Lin Luo's lips. "I don't know what kind of world it is. I'm really looking forward to it." Chapter 164, I Want a Reliable Husband in the Hot Spring. Mitsuri Kenroji walked into the hot spring and felt only warmth. "Damn it, you actually said I can't find a husband." She pulled her cheek and talked to herself angrily, but soon, the sadness in Mitsuri Kenroji's eyes disappeared. "If you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be unreasonable. I have been stronger than men since I was a child. And she has this rare hair color. No matter how you think about it, it's not popular with men. By the Nevin, if I go on a blind date, I probably won't be able to get marriage right. But I really want to have a boy in this world who truly accepts me." As I was thinking this, a flyer indeed fell lightly down. Subconsciously, Mitsuri Kenroji took it in her hand. Demon summoning, she blinked curiously, and a hint of confusion flashed in Mitsuri Kenroji's eyes. Talk about it, this seems to be a Western myth, right? But can wishes come true? Leaning against the edge of the hot spring, Mitsuri Kenroji looked at the flyer in her hand. A little dazed for a moment. Is it really possible that this could be true? Shook his head, Mitsuri Kenroji smiled helplessly. I am really confused. How could such things as myths and legends be true? But give it a try, it doesn't seem to matter right anyway. There is no one around except me, so I won't be laughed at. She held the flyer and whispered, "Grant my wish, Mr. Devil." As soon as she finished speaking, she started laughing. I am so naive, even a child wouldn't be fooled by such a prank. But this made me feel much better. But soon her smile froze on her face. Hum. A magic circle spun above the flyer. With a splash, a figure fell into the hot spring. Lin Luo looked at Ganlu Temple Mitsuri and said helplessly, "Such a summoning location is really thoughtful." As he said this, Lin Luo's eyes did not blink anyway. It's delivered to your dorso, you might as well take a look. Then screams rang out next to the hot spring. Kenroji Mitsuri, dressed in a bathrobe, sat upright. Her face as red as an apple, bifk. Her brain seemed to have lost the ability to think. It's over being looked at. I feel dirty, Contractorius summoned me here. And you're going to say nothing. Lin Luo sat casually, his eyes flashing slightly. From the first moment he saw Mitsuri Kenroji, Lin Luo already knew which world he had come to. The pillar destroys the world. It was very popular in the previous life, moreover. The future love pillar in front of him seems to have not yet joined the Demon Slayer Corps. It seems that the plot has not yet begun. But for him, this world also has things he needs. Although considering his strength, this world is very low level, however. Even if various breathing methods are of no help in improving strength, they can still be used to gain some benefits and obtain some root points. The most important is, although Muzin is a scumbag, he is still very attractive because he is not afraid of the immortality after the sun. At least in his world, this level of immortality is considered high. Although I can't use it myself, it would be nice to let my family members use it. Are you really a demon? Taking a deep breath, Kenroji Mitsuri said anxiously. Isn't this some clever trick? Of course not. Lin Luo smiled and his jet-black wings extended out. I am a real devil, it's over, it really is a demon. What on earth am I doing? How could I summon the devil? Mitsuri Kenroji's body trembled slightly, and the sadness in her heart had become a river with a plop. She performed a shixiazuo with an unprecedented standard posture. Mr. Devil, I was ignorant, could you please go back? I thought it was just a prank, that won't do. I've come from far away, Lin Luo stroked his chin, a hint of amusement flashing in his ruby-red eyes, and we are serious about the contract. We never joke around. Upon hearing this, Mitsuri Kenroji's body stiffened and her pupils contracted violently. Really, demons and the like are not that easy to fool. But what to do? Run away? I'm afraid there's no way to escape. Am I going to die at the hands of the devil today? No, I haven't gotten married yet. How can I die here? Lin Luo looked at Mitsuri Ganlu Temple with some complexity. Was this person so timid before he became a pillar? Ms. Kenroji Mitsuri, could you please calm down? How do you know my name? Mitsuri Kenroji was stunned. Not only your name, I also know a lot about you. Such as whether you have brothers and sisters. Mitsuri Kenroji trembled even more violently. Threat. This is really a threat. Don't be afraid, I really have no ill will towards you. And if I wanted to do something, wouldn't I have done it long ago? That makes sense. Mitsuri Ganlu Temple blinked and looked at Lin Luo cautiously. Looking closely, he's quite handsome and doesn't look like a bad guy. Maybe I summoned a good devil. Now that you've calmed down, let's talk business. What's the matter? Mitsuri Kenroji was a little confused. Of course it's a wish. Lin Luo sighed helplessly. The content on the flyer is not a simple text. You should have understood it before you can summon me. Right, this woman in front of me. Why do you seem not very smart? Oh, a wish. Mitsuri Kenroji came back to her senses and began to think seriously. If I had a wish, I did have one. Thinking of this, her expression became a little gloomy. But isn't it a bit too embarrassing to talk about this kind of thing? but I'm really afraid that I won't be able to get married. She adjusted her breathing, then looked at Lin Luo seriously and said firmly, Mr. Devil, I want a strong and reliable husband. Get rid of it, Mr. Devil, this is what I have been asking for my whole life. Chapter 165, Devil Ganlu Temple Honey Glass Ginseng. Husband Lin Luo twitched the corners of his mouth. To be honest, off all the wishes that have come true, this one is the most simple and unpretentious, but just what I want. Lin Luo's eyes flickered as she asked. What do you think of Memi, husband? What? Mitsuri Kanroji was completely stunned, becoming Mr. Devil's wife. Yes, Lin Luo nodded and said, although I have many wives, I will definitely treat you equally. After all, I like beautiful girls. Pretty girl, are you talking about me? My appearance was actually praised by Mr. Devil. A blush crept up on Mitsuri Kanroji's face, and her heart began to beat uncontrollably. Am I liked by others? But let me make it clear in advance that to become my wife, you have to become a demon. It is natural for a woman to follow her husband after getting married. Kanroji Mitsuri thought so. She was really moved. After all, Mr. Devil was the first person in his life who was willing to accept him. But, Kanroji Mitsuri said with some concern, but I am very strong. It's not like an ordinary girl's. And my hair color is also very strange, isn't it? Very good. Lin Luo said sincerely, in my opinion. These are all plus points, really. This is absolutely true. Hearing this, Kanroji Mitsuri took a deep breath and smiled and said, let me become a devil. I want to marry you, Mr. Devil. It was unexpectedly smooth. Lin Luo looked a little surprised, but think about this era. It's okay, no problem, just a reminder. After you become a demon, you will not only be my wife, but also my dependent. At that time, both body and soul will be mine. That's it. Kanroji Mitsuri blinked and said, that's fine too. If I could share life and death with my future husband and stay together forever. If you think about it carefully, it's really romantic. Just keep an eye on those guys. I, Mitsuri Kanroji, married the most wonderful husband. She took a deep breath and said firmly, so. How do I become a demon? Take off your coat first. Mitsuri Kanroji was stunned for a moment and looked down subconsciously. I'm wearing a yukata. She fell into silence for a moment. If I take it off, will Mr. Devil think I am a shameless woman? After all, we just met, so it would be embarrassing. Seeing Ganlu Temple Mitsuri's tangled look, Lin Luo pointed at himself and said with a smile, don't worry. It's just this spot that's exposed. Upon hearing this, Mitsuri Kanroji breathed a sigh of relief. Really, Mr. Devil is a good marriage candidate, then. Then I'll start. Having said this, Mitsuri Kanroji began to act. She crossed her arms in front of her body, hiding some of her mystery and revealing her white and smooth neck. Are these okay? She spoke tremblingly. Even though he is my future husband. But it was our first meeting after all. Such an action is too bold for her. Lin Luo measured it and said it's still a little short. Move it down a little more, call. Mitsuri Kanroji's face flush-edge took a deep breath and moved her arms. Seeing this, Lin Luo also acted quickly and directly pressed the devil chess piece to the designated position. Mitsuri Kanroji's body trembled and she couldn't help but groan. It seems like some power is coming in. Her body was rapidly heating up and she could clearly hear her heart beating. The back, the coccyx, it's so itchy. Thinking of this, I could no longer bear it. The white skin squirmed, and two devil wings emerged from the cocoon. Then a tail swayed and dived into the hot spring hiss. Mitsuri Kanroji's delicate body trembled, and her expression became dazed. What is this feeling? It's so strange watching the magic circle dissipate. Lin Luo said. The reincarnation ceremony went very smoothly. From now on, you are my demon family. After hearing Lin Luo's words, Mitsuri Ganlu Temple came back to her senses and quickly retracted her tail and wings. Feel your own power, Za. Mitsuri Kanroji nodded and clenched her fists slightly. This is the daemon's body. My own strength seems to have become much stronger. It is countless times stronger than before. Hee, I don't care whether my master likes me or not. It turns out that demons are very strong. She was thinking happily, but suddenly she felt a little cold and her face immediately turned red. He quickly put on his yukata. Here, this is knowledge that all my followers know. Thank you, Master. Kanroji Mitsuri nodded. Then said a little embarrassedly, but I don't know many words. It doesn't matter, it has the same magic on it as the flyer. You only need to read the content to understand its meaning. Mitsuri Kanroji's eyes lit up, as expected of the master. He truly possesses magical powers. She began to flip through the book in her hand. But the more she read, the more frightened she became. The legendary demon, the god-killing king of the earth. Angels guessed, these are all the identities of the master. Unconsciously, it's getting darker and darker. Stretching lazily, Ganlu Temple Mitsuri whispered, Master, can you come with me to meet my parents? She is really looking forward to it, after all. I have such a good husband. So of course I have to let my parents know, of course can. Hearing this, Lin Luo nodded. He never refuses the reasonable requests of his family members. Master, my father and mother agree that I can marry you. I'm so happy. Mitsuri Ganlu Temple held Lin Luo's arm and jumped up and down with great joy. To this, Lin Luo also responded with a smile. In this day and age, it is so easy to kidnap someone's daughter. He didn't even need to use any extraordinary means. As long as we can auction off a few gold bricks, everything will be solved. And next, in this era, strolling around is a good experience. Chapter 166, Butterfly Canny. Master, this dumpling is delicious. If it tastes good, eat more, I'll give you enough. Lin Luo bought a dozen dumplings at the stall and handed them all to Mitsuri Kanroji. Mitsuri Kanroji is also a foodie. Almost every time I go to a place, I try all kinds of delicious food. Lin Luo held Ganlu Temple Mitsuri's hand and walked on the busy street. The current time is still 4 years before the plot begins. Lin Luo thought to himself. He looked around, his eyes flickering. But there seemed to be an unusually large number of ghosts in this place. These two humans have a very special taste. Eat them. I want to eat them in the dark. Several ghosts have already set their sights on Lin Luo and the other person. Owner, after becoming a demon, Ganlu Temple Liulai, who had extremely keen perception, also felt the crisis and subconsciously hugged Lin Luo tightly. Feeling the surge, Lin Luo smiled and said, It's okay. Just eat yours. After he finished speaking, several lightning bolts flashed across the air from his fingers. Silent, the surroundings are quiet. Those ghosts didn't even leave any ashes. Under the cursed power of the God Slayer, this level of immortality is simply a joke. Okay. After walking for a long time, Lin Luo paused and his expression froze slightly. In the distance, it seemed as if a battle was taking place. Moreover, the strength of both sides far exceeds that of these ordinary ghosts. Lin Luo's eyes flashed, and Buddha penetrated the endless distance. After a moment, a look of understanding appeared on his face, and he said to himself, This is really a coincidence. What's wrong, Master? Mitsuri Kanroji puffed out her cheeks and asked subconsciously. Someone is in danger, come with me to take a look. As he spoke, Lin Luo had already put his arm around Ganlu Temple Mitsuri's waist and disappeared on the spot. Boom, boom, boom in an empty wilderness. The sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere. The air around was very cold, and frost was visible on the ground. Kachokani's figure moved around, waving the sun blade in her hand, chopping the ice into pieces. But her body was becoming more and more numb, and her blood seemed to have become extremely cold. But she can't stop. Once you stop, you will die. Her opponent was a man with red eyes like rainbows and quite a handsome appearance. On his left and right eyes, the words upper rank and Riku were engraved respectively. Oh, how beautiful it is. Dauma looked at Butterfly Canny, his eyes flashing with obsession. Give up resistance and become a part of me. Beautiful women like you are the best. Canny Kacho said nothing, but just practiced her breathing techniques and resisted with difficulty. There was a hint of despair in her eyes. The gap between the two sides is so huge that even if they want to die simultaneously, they can't do it. Who would have thought that what was originally just an ordinary mission would actually lead to encountering an upper-rank monster? If this continues, defeat is probably just a matter of time. But at least we have to hold on until daytime. Shinobu is still nearby, and we must not implicate her. But at this moment, a gentle voice sounded. "Ma'am, you look like you could use some help." Whose voice is that? Is there anyone else coming? Kacho Kani adjusted her breathing and turned her head slightly. Out of the corner of my eyes, I saw a man and a woman walking slowly towards me. "Leave quickly, it's dangerous here." She immediately shouted anxiously. "It would be fine if I died here. But I absolutely cannot let any innocent people become food for this evil ghost." With his mind in turmoil, a flaw had already appeared. And a block of ice was already within reach. Oops. Butterfly Canny's pupils shrank deeply, click. As soon as this thought came to mind, the ice shattered out of thin air. And Kano Kacho only felt that she had entered a warm place. She subconsciously raised her head and saw the handsome face. "So fast, when did you come?" A look of confusion flashed across her eyes. As a pillar, she didn't even notice how Lin Luo moved. "Interesting human. It seems you are also a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps." Dalma waved his folding fan and said with interest. "But unfortunately, I have no interest in men at all. I hold the same view on this point. I am also only interested in beautiful girls." Butterfly Canny. The conversation between these two people is really unbearable to listen to. Shaking her head, Kano Kacho said, "Sir, you are not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps and have no obligation to fight him. You'd better leave here. I'm not in the habit of avoiding ants. Is that what you call an upper-rank person? This tone is really too much." Kacho Kani was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, "I'm serious. And you can't hurt the ghost without your own Nichiren sword. Don't worry, it's easy to get rid of him." Lin Luo smiled and said, "But how do you plan to repay me for saving your life?" "Repay?" Butterfly Chain was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, "You can repay me in any way you want. But you have to leave here right away, keep dragging it on. It's not a reward, but they all died here." "As long as you agree," Lin Luo smiled slightly, and had already let go of the Butterfly Canny, and walked towards Dalma 3-8. "Is it done?" Dalma looked at Lin Luo with a half-smile. "Shouldn't you thank me for letting you finish saying all those cool things?" His tone gradually turned colder, and frost appeared on the folding fan in his hand. "How dare you call a mere human an ant? How dare you say that?" There was a dangerous glint in his eyes. Although the speed of the human in front of him did surprise him, that was all under his blood magic. Speed has no meaning. "To thank you, I will let you die happily." Lin Luo looked at Dalma with an expression of neither sadness nor joy. "Haha, I can't boast enough, just swish." A flash of lightning passed by, directly submerging Dalma's figure. Chapter 167, Is This Considered a Proposal? Boom. The horrific explosion was accompanied by smoke. Dalma's figure has completely disappeared, replaced by a huge deep pit. The surroundings suddenly became silent. Both Mitsuri Kanraju, who hadn't reacted, and Kanikacha, who was next to her, had dazed expressions on their faces. Their pupils dilated. Their eyeballs seemed to be popping out. "Is this the power of the master?" Mitsuri Kanroji murmured to herself in a low voice. "Talk about it." This was the first time she saw Lin Luo take action. After coming to her senses, Butterfly Canny trembled and said, "What was that just now?" "The power I gained from killing gods." "What?" Canny Kacho's brain suddenly crashed. "The meaning is very clear, but why can't I understand it?" After a long while, said in a complicated tone, "Actually, you are a ghost taurite, release lightning. This power can only be blood vampire magic. It is simply impossible for humans to do this. This reaction is not right." 15 Lin Luo was a little surprised, according to common sense, since he had already judged himself to be a ghost. This reaction was too dull. Even if they don't shout for war, they should be on guard. Sir, you're very confused. Butterfly Canny smiled gently and said even if he is a ghost, he is still my savior. Besides, ghosts are also transformed from humans. Perhaps they can understand each other and coexist peacefully with humans. Lin Luo's okay, is this the character? Really a little too gentle and kind. Shaking his head, Lin Luo said, what a pity I'm not a ghost. Butterfly Canny was a little confused and said subconsciously, but your power is obviously not something a human can possess. Yes, because I am not a human either. Lin Luo took a look and said with a smile, because I am a devil. Uncanny Kacho's head is full of question marks. Then she reacted, this is a white lie. Want to disguise your ghost identity as a demon. After all, I am the Demon Slayer Core. This gentleman is a very nice person. Yes, it's a demon. She thought about it and finally nodded. This kind of answer should be enough. Lin Luo was silent and said helplessly, if you were more sincere in your words, maybe I would believe you. I'm sorry. Kacho Canny looked apologetic. As expected, I am not good at lying. Actually, I really am a demon. I know you don't have to. Kacho Canny answered subconsciously. But her words stopped abruptly before she could finish them. Just because a pair of black wings had spread out from behind Lin Luo. Now you should believe it, this. Canny Kacho's head shrank and she froze in place. Really, it's a demon. There was a glint of disbelief in her eyes. But soon everything returned to calm. Lin Luo smiled and said, it seems you are getting used to it very quickly. After all, there are ghosts and demons in this world. So it's not too unacceptable. Butterfly Canny said in distress, but I seem to have made a promise to Mr. Devil just now. But how exactly to repay a demon really stumps me. Don't worry, it's very simple. Lin Luo smiled and said, I'm very interested in you. Become mine. Butterfly Canny's eyes widened and her ears turned red. Is this considered a proposal? Yes, Kanroji Mitsuri came up and said with a smile. As long as you become the master's dependent. You are the master's wife. Is this person also Mr. Devil's wife? You look very happy. Butterfly Canny's eyes flickered, logically speaking. There is no way to repay the life-saving grace. Not to mention that I had already promised Mr. Devil from the beginning. Besides, Mr. Devil looks very handsome and is a very nice person, but... She hesitated for a moment, then said, although I should agree to your request, as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, I hope to always fulfill my duties. Don't worry, you can do whatever you want. And no matter what, I'll be on your side, Lin Luo said. Even if you want to destroy this world. There is no problem at all. Butterfly Canny's eyelids twitched. Okay. She felt unparalleled sincerity. But this sincerity is too scary, and this Mr. Devil seems to be very serious. Does the legendary demon really have the power to destroy the world? Mr. Devil, there's no need to do something so dangerous for me. Butterfly Canny said slowly, but what exactly does this lady mean by dependence? Lin Luo explained, it means you will be reincarnated as a demon and serve me for the rest of your life. Humans become demons, is this kind of thing possible? As if she had thought of something. A trace of worry flashed in Butterfly Canny's 303 eyes. And she tentatively said, by then, we won't be like those ghosts and Ned. You don't need to worry about that at all. Lin Luo smiled gently, don't compare us with those low-level creatures. After becoming a demon, aside from gaining demon wings and feathers, and gaining greater power, nothing will change about you. And even if we kill Musen, it won't be that difficult. After hearing Lin Luo's words, Butterfly Canny stood there in a daze. Is there such a good thing? There are no negative effects, and you can even gain greater power. She really needs strength in this world. Although I believe that it is possible for ghosts and humans to coexist peacefully. But once she makes up her mind, she will not show mercy when killing ghosts. And the Dalma she met today made her realize how insignificant she was. I need strength to protect Shinobu and Kano, even End this chain of tragedies and let all the ghosts be liberated. Looking at the other party, Lin Luo asked, "So now, what is your answer hearing this?" Butterfly Canny took a deep breath and said firmly, "Then Master, let me fulfill my promise." Chapter 168, Becoming a Dependent Naturally Blessed. After agreeing, Kacho Canny's eyes didn't waver in the slightest. Not to mention Lin Luo's life-saving grace. It is the power that can kill Musen. I believe that no one in the Demon Slayer Corps can refuse this request. As to whether it is a lie, she had no doubt at all. The power that killed Dalma in an instant and controlled lightning was beyond her imagination. "Okay, then you'll be mine from now on." A smile appeared on Lin Luo's lips, to be frank. He didn't expect it to go so smoothly. I can only say that Kacho Canny has a really great personality. It would be great if I could come across something like this in the future. "So what should we do next?" Butterfly Canny said nervously. The process of reincarnating a human into a demon wouldn't be very bloody. "Right, it's very simple." Lin Luo raised his hand. And a demon chess piece emerged. "Take off your clothes." Butterfly Canny. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. This was a development she had never expected. To become a demon, do I have to take off my clothes? Does the ritual require self-sacrifice? She wanted to ask something, but in the end, Horokani just shook her head slightly. "I already have too many problems. This is really rude to Mr. Devil, compared to the grace of saving life and the power to destroy Musen. Devotion and all that, and it's Mr. Devil." Kanroji Mitsuri pointed at herself and said, "Actually, you only need the outer garments. And then the master will place the chess piece in this position." Okani Kacha's cheeks immediately turned red, and she wished she could find a place to hide. "What the hell are you thinking about?" After a while, after adjusting her mood, Hudixiang finally took action. After a few seconds, she hugged her coat and asked, "What's next?" Lin Luo nodded and said, "That's all. Leave the rest to me. Is this over?" Butterfly Canny's face turned even redder. "I really shouldn't have misunderstood Mr. Devil just now. As I thought about this, I felt a chill coming over me. Well, Butterfly Canny gritted her teeth slightly and felt her breathing become heavy. Booms, 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 booms. The beating of the heart began to become more intense the moment the devil's chess piece entered the body. What concerned her most was her body, which was becoming stronger at an incredible speed. This is, her eyes widened and she whispered, "Wings." And a tail the moment the words fell. The skin behind her was wriggling rapidly, and a pair of black devil wings had already broken out of the cocoon. Followed by, the devil's tail with a heart-shaped tip also came out and bounced directly into Lin Luo's hand. Since it was delivered to his door, Lin Luo just started to knead it. Aha. Butterfly Canny's delicate body trembled and she almost fell to the ground. Her eyes suddenly became blurred. Come to think of it, I was like that back then too. When Mitsuri Kanroji thought of the previous scene, her ears turned slightly red. Just a hot spring, that's all. If the owner catches it. She gritted her teeth and let her tail come out, stretching it in front of Lin Luo. "Are you very proactive?" Lin Luo looked at her with appreciation and also grabbed the tail. "Well, the body of the Ganlu temple pair is clear and almost covered with pink." Her thighs rubbed gently. Seeing this, Lin Luo began to speed up. As an innocent victim of the disaster, Kacho Canny has already become popular. No. If this continues, I'm really going to lose my composure. Lin Luo, who noticed this, also let go of his tail. Freed from its restraints, the butterfly Canny immediately retracted its tail and wings. On the contrary, it was Mitsuri Kanroji who looked at Lin Luo with a somewhat resentful expression. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. In response to this look, Lin Luo handed a book to Butterfly Canny. Lin Luo's Family Basic Knowledge 3.0, this is. Kacho Canny took it subconsciously, looking a little confused. "There are a lot of practical tips in it," Lin Luo said. "If it's besides the teleportation magic, I suggest you focus on page 16. This is the third edition of his family knowledge. Every revision will add a lot of content. Page 16 is about the swordsman's use of magic. Hearing this, Butterfly Canny turned to page 16. Just took a look, her pupils shrank deeply. Is it really possible to cut a river in half with a magical slash? Lin Luo saw the shock in her eyes and smiled. You still have a long way to go to reach that level. But you will achieve it sooner or later. After all, you are my dependents. Canny Kacha was stunned for a moment, then smiled, yes. She is no longer an ordinary human being. The power that is unimaginable to ordinary people is no longer comparable to her. Correct, Lin Luo suddenly said, actually. You can also achieve that kind of power now, okay. After all, you still have my protection. Before Canny Kacho could react, she saw Lin Luo's red eyes getting closer and closer. Wait, that's too close, and what exactly is the protection? Well, her eyes were completely red and warm. However, there seemed to be some power surging. The other side so envious. Mitsuri Kanroji watched all this. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she felt her body was burning. Although she also received the blessing of protection. But it turned out to be true, once is not enough. After a while, Butterfly Chanel left Lin Luo in a daze. There was confusion in her eyes. But more of it was bewilderment. As if still immersed in the feeling just now. After a long time, she came to her senses and her body trembled violently. What just happened? My heart is beating so fast. Did you give your first kiss to your master? She subconsciously glanced at Lin Luo, only to feel her mind go blank. Chapter 169, Shinabukacho, what did you do to my sister? Infinite City, damn it, I failed again, I failed again. Muzan Kibutsuji's face was ferocious, with veins bulging on his forehead while he waved his hand. And all the experimental equipment in front of him shattered into pieces. Blue Bana, where are you? His voice was low, casting a shadow over the brightly lit room. You are all useless, you have created so many ghosts. But you don't have any clues about the blue spider lily. What do you want? Muzan Kibutsuji's words came to an abrupt halt as a series of unfamiliar images appeared in his mind. This is his ability after the ghost dies. Its memories will be transferred to him. He would especially look at the upper strings carefully. This is to be on guard against the reappearance of monsters like those from hundreds of years ago that would force him into a desperate situation. Dalma is dead. Muzan Kibutsuji's scarlet pupils contracted, and a hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes. If Dalma died, he would at most be surprised. But this is so weird. The scene before the other person's death was just a moment. It seemed as if he was killed by a bolt of lightning. But how could a human being possibly exert such power? Could it be that there are ghosts in this world that I don't know about? In other words, you are not the only one. No, nothing can escape my control. Muzan Kibutsuji gritted his teeth and said, give the order. All the ghosts nearby move. I want to find out the details of the person who eliminated Dalma. Dang dang, there was no response. Only the clear sound of the pipa echoing in the infinite city. The streets are quiet at night. There are very few pedestrians on the road. Lin Luo took the two girls to find a place to stay. Canny, who was flipping through a book, was surprised and said, is the master's status even higher than that of a god? As she spoke, she couldn't help but look at Lin Luo. Kill the gods and seize their power. Can the master even do such a thing? I am truly following an extraordinary existence. Yes, the power of the protection is taken from the gods. Kanroji Mitsuri said excitedly, and the master is from another world. I wonder what he looks like, another world. Butterfly Canny blinked. She has just started to read the basics and doesn't really know anything about this aspect. Lin Luo nodded and smiled. Besides that, there are two other worlds, each with different scenery. I'll take you to see them when I have the chance, okay? Thank you, master. Both Kacho Canny and Kanroji Mitsuri showed anticipation on their faces. But don't worry, there are still some things to deal with in this world. Mitsuri Kanroji asked, what's the matter? Of course it's about Muzan. This so-called ghost is causing Canny so much trouble. So of course he has to be dealt with. Butterfly Chain said happily, "Thank you, master." "This is the right thing to do," Lin Luo smiled and said. "Besides, this world is not bad either. We can take it under our control." "What?" Butterfly Canny was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously said, "Master, do you want to conquer the worlds? If this happens, won't many people die?" She felt a little bit sorry. "Don't worry, there won't be any big waves." Lin Luo waved his hand and said, "A world like this is not worthy of me starting a war. Every world has a different approach, after all. The two worlds conquered before were more or less related to the wishes of the followers. He is not going to change this world drastically. He only needs to control a small number of high-level officials. And he can naturally take the world into his pocket and use its resources for his own benefit. For those corrupted rulers, nothing is more tempting than the promise of transcendence and immortality. Of course, he will not take it as his dependent. As long as you can defeat Musin and the blue spider lily, he can wholesale things like lifespan. So he always thought that the Ghost King Musin was really despicable, even if it is an incomplete version of immortality. If used well, it can control the top leaders of this country. Do we still have to fight with the Demon Slayer Corps for so long?" Hearing this, Butterfly Canny breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there are no large-scale casualties, it is really better for the country to be ruled by the master than to be controlled by those corrupt guys. At this time, the cry of crows was heard in the distance. "Master, it seems someone is coming, and very fast." "Is it another ghost?" "Mitsuri, don't be nervous. This is Crow, he should be a member of our Demon Slayer Corps." Butterfly Chain felt that the voice of the crow was somewhat familiar. And then she was delighted. "Master, it should be my sister." Lin Luo understood and said, "Since we've met, let's go mate him." They took a few quick steps and immediately saw a figure running towards them. She was a beautiful girl wearing a hijari, with short black hair and a serious face. "Elder sister." Tolerate. When the two met, they were both very happy. Lin Luo also took a few glances. It's indeed Shinobu Kacho. But the character and dress are quite different from the original plot. "But that's right. I remember that the other person changed after his sister died." "Sister, who are they?" The butterfly god also obviously noticed Lin Luo and the others, and asked with some confusion, "This is Mitsuri Kenroji." Butterfly Chainhui introduced, "This is my savior. And now he is also my master." Master. After hearing Kani Kacho's introduction, Shinobu Kacho was completely confused. What is this name? What is the relationship between this man and my sister? But the owner and the others are obviously abnormal. What did you do to my sister? Shinobu Kacho came to her senses and became instantly angry. In her opinion, my sister is likely threatened. Otherwise, how could such an outrageous name appear? Sister, don't be impulsive, Kani Kacho, who knows her sister well, has already embraced her in her arms. You say you are my master, but you are actually my husband. Husband. Hearing this, Kacho Shinobu widened her eyes. What is this, a hobby between husband and wife? But when did my sister become so bold? Chapter 170, I treat you as my brother-in-law. And you are targeting me, come call me brother-in-law. Lin Luo looked at the dazed Shinobu Kacho and gave her a pat on the head. Who wants to call you brother-in-law? I haven't acknowledged you yet. Shinobu Kacho quickly stepped back and couldn't help but glance at Lin Luo's face. But her ears felt slightly hot. Talk about it. Very handsome, no wonder my sister. Well, it's getting late, Butterfly Canny smiled and said. We can talk about it tomorrow if you have any questions. Let's find a place to stay for the night. Before that, there are some minor troubles to deal with. Lin Luo's expression changed and he said, It seems we are being targeted, okay. Butterfly Canny's expression changed. And then she heard a chaotic sound of footsteps coming from a distance. Hey, these are the humans, right? Lord Musin's order is to kill them all. Following the sounds of hideous laughter, ghosts with ferocious faces and fierce eyes appeared in front of everyone. The number is so large. Kacho Shinobu subconsciously tightened her grip on the sun blade and said, You two go first, leave this to me and my sister. In her impression, Lin Luo and Ganlu Temple Mitsuri are both ordinary people. But she was as if facing a great enemy. But Lin Luo smiled and said, Miri, these ghosts are average in strength. Since you haven't had any actual combat experience yet, I'll leave it to you upon hearing this. Shinobu Kacho's eyes widened and a hint of disbelief flashed in her eyes. What's going on with this man? How could an ordinary girl have to face so many ghosts? She could see that Mitsuri Kanroji had definitely never practiced breathing techniques. This is how to deal with ghosts, will die. He will definitely die, yes, master. Mitsuri Kanroji nodded, a hint of excitement in her eyes. Very good, I can also help my master. Here's a knife for you. Cut off their heads. Kacho Kani handed her sword to Kanroji Mitsuri and said, Sister Mitsuri, you haven't been a follower for long, so it's more convenient to use the Nichiren sword to kill demons. Shinobu Kacho, good guy. My sister also started to act silly. Why are you all so confident? Thank you, Sister Hui. After taking the knife, Kanroji Mitsuri strode over. But soon she stopped. If we fight, what should we do afterwards? After all, I have only read some knowledge in basic books. If I really fight, my mind will go blank, kill her. At the same time, several ghosts suddenly jumped up. A violent, murderous intent enveloped Mitsuri Kanroji's entire body. You guys faced with all this. Mitsuri Kanroji subconsciously began to draw her sword. Clang, the bright knife light shone in the moonlight. There was even a strong wind blowing on the streets. Almost instinctively, Ganlu Temple used a trick that anyone could do. A blind man hacking at random, puff, puff, puff. Blood sputtered out. Before the ghosts could even get close to Kanroji Mitsuki, they were torn into pieces and turned into ashes before disappearing. So weak. Looking at all this, Mitsuri Kanroji was a little confused. Do not worry, Lin Luo instructed, you are very talented. Just follow the moves recorded in the book. Yes, master. Mitsuri Kanroji smiled. It's great that the owner doesn't hate me. I performed very poorly in the battle just now. I must not do that again next time then. She looked serious and began her attack in a methodical manner. It was a bit awkward at first, but soon it became very organized, basically. Every strike can cut off the heads of these ghosts. But as time went on, there were indeed more and more ghosts nearby. Kani, go and lend a hand, we still need to rest tonight. Yes, master. Kacho Kani nodded and without hesitation drew out her sister's Nichiren sword. A glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. It's just right, I can try out my newfound strength. The magic power in her body surged. And Kani Kacho had already swung out a sword, click. The earth was cut off, a slashing blow came out in an instant. Wherever it passed, all the ghosts were split in two. Seeing this, Lin Luo praised, not bad. You have learned to release magic power so quickly. But you don't know magic yet. Magic alone doesn't seem to be enough to kill these ghosts. It's better to use close combat. The ghost is not very powerful, but the immortality is indeed remarkable. The ghosts that were cut in two were wriggling in their flesh and blood, trying to glue their bodies together. This is also the reason why he likes it. As you command, master. Kacho Kani adjusted her breathing and rushed out like a cannonball. Compared to Ganlu Temple Ruri, her fighting style is very beautiful, like a blooming flower. Bright and tempting at the same time. The butterfly man was completely dumbfounded. What did she say? That's the kind of power that Kanroji Mitsuri has when she just randomly hacks away. Is this really human physical fitness and my own sister? What was just cut out, is this still a breathing method? This isn't something from the same dimension at all. It's been so long since I last saw my sister. Why does she feel so strange, finally? She couldn't help herself any longer and said, My sister's change has something to do with you, ah. Lin Luo nodded. Upon hearing this, Shinobu Kacho's eyes flashed. If that's the case, is it possible for me to master this power? She subconsciously said, Can you teach me? Of course can. Lin Luo turned around and smiled, but there is a condition. What conditions become my property? Kacho Ren's eyes widened and she said in shame and anger. You are my brother-in-law, and you are actually planning on hitting on me. What is the relationship? Lin Luo shrugged his shoulders and said, as for the harem. Any beautiful girl will do, hers harem. Shinobu Kacho was completely confused. What kind of man did my sister find? Why does it seem like my mind is full of random thoughts? At the same time, Kani Kacho and Mitsuri Kenroji have finished their battle. All around them was a sea of blood and corpses. Chapter 171 Brother-in-law, I want to be a devil too. Hotel room. So sister, you became a demon, so you call him master. After listening to Kacho Kani's explanation, Kacho Shinobu widened her eyes. It's like you're kidding me, it is true. Butterfly Kani smiled warmly. And a pair of devil wings were already spread out. Shinobu Kacho stood there, her worldview suffering a huge shock. Although you may not be able to accept it for the moment. This is indeed the truth, Butterfly Kani smiled and said. The power you just saw also came from the devil, Is this so? Butterfly Shinobu subconsciously reached out and pinched Butterfly Kani's devil wings. Muttering, don't touch blindly. Butterfly Kani's pretty face turned red. And she let the wings get rid of her sister. It's actually true. Shinobu Kacho looked bewildered. Sister, have you really become a demon? Does it hurt to be a demon? It's painless and quick. That's it, Kacho Shinobu frowned and thought, and finally, as if she had made up her mind, said seriously then. I also want to become a demon. Butterfly Kani was stunned. What's the situation? My sister's thoughts jumped too fast. She said subconsciously, Shinobu, you have to think clearly, or you will no longer be human in the future. What does it matter? My sister isn't human anymore, is she? Hearing Shinobu Kacho's question, Kani Kacho was silent for a moment. What he said made a lot of sense and I couldn't refute it. Moreover, if you think about it carefully, it would be a good thing if Shinobu became a demon, after all. She experienced firsthand how powerful the power of becoming a demon is. At least when facing Dalma again. He will definitely be the one to die. And this is just the beginning. Not to mention there is also the Master's protection. This way, no matter what danger Shinobu Kacho encounters, she won't have to worry, and beyond that, you can also see other worlds. Even you can live with yourself forever. However, it's a bit complicated. Will my sister and I have the same husband in the future? But if my sister has made up her mind. She took a deep breath and said seriously, have you really thought about becoming a demon? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Shinobu Kacho nodded vigorously and said firmly, I am targeting my sister, and I cannot allow myself to be unable to catch up with you. It is good hearing this. Butterfly Kani turned her head to look at Lin Luo and performed a standard taxi riding move. Master, although my sister's request is very difficult, I hope you can fulfill her wish. A hint of uneasiness flashed in her eyes. After all, whether to recruit dependents is entirely decided by the master. This request was the best he could do. Shinobu Kacho also looked serious, and she knelt on her knees and said, please accept me. Lord Demon, seeing this, Lin Luo's eyes flickered. To be honest, he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. He planned to take Shinobu Kacho as his follower, however. Before he could make a move, the other party came to the door on his own initiative. In this situation, how can we not accept it? But he still said, since it is the request of my beloved relatives, then I will agree to it, thank you, master. Hearing Lin Luo's answer, Butterfly Kani breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on her face. Thank you, master. Shinobu Kacho was even more delighted and even changed her way of addressing him. Not bad, you are very talented. Lin Luo nodded in satisfaction, raised one hand, and the devil chess piece appeared in his hand. Put this thing inside your body, and the reincarnation ceremony can begin. When she saw the devil chess piece, Kacho Kani's face turned red as if she thought of something. Shinobu Kacho raised her head and raised her eyelids. Master, How do I put this thing? Eat it, it's a bit big, right? Lin Luo said, first take off your clothes, take off. Take off clothes. Shinobu Kacho's face immediately turned red and her pupils contracted violently. This process isn't that a bit unorthodox? She subconsciously looked at Butterfly Canny. Sister, have you also experienced all this? If that's the case, I can definitely do it. I secretly encouraged myself, but I became more and more shy. After all, taking off clothes and stuff. This is my first time in front of a man. Just take off your coat. Butterfly Canny glanced at Lin Luo with a complaint. Master sometimes plays such bad jokes. She had been cheated before. This is how I get closer to my family. Lin Luo played with the devil chess piece and said seriously. Okay, let's start the reincarnation ceremony. It is good. Shinobu Kacho breathed a sigh of relief and began to shyly take off her outer clothes, revealing her white and smooth heart. Her skin gradually became covered with pink. Although you don't have to take it off completely. But even so, it was still too embarrassing in front of a man. Lin Luo didn't let him wait too long and immediately lifted up the devil chess piece and put it down. The light of the magic circle began to slowly emerge. Booms, 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 booms. Shinobu Kacho was stunned for a moment. Then she felt her body temperature rising rapidly, and her heart began to beat faster than ever before. And it seems like something is coming out 16. Shinobu Kacho opened her eyes wide and felt her back and tailbone were very itchy. Next moment, the devil's wings and tail have already broken out of the body. Shinobu has become a demon too. Looking at all this, Butterfly Chanel would smile. She took a few steps forward and put her coat back on Shinobu Kacho. To this, Shinobu Kacho seemed unaware. She clenched her fists absent-mindedly. Now he finally understood why his sister became so strong. I am now more than 10 times stronger than before. Kanroji Mitsuri took Kacho Shinobu's arm and said, from now on we will both be the master's followers. I should be older than you, so I am your elder sister. Sister Millie, please give me your guidance in the future. Chapter 172, Master, this is the breathing of flowers. The night light falls down puff. On an extremely desolate road. Shinobu Kacho and Mitsuri Kanroji cut off the head of the last demon. It seems like we're really being targeted. Looking at this scene, Butterfly Canny frowned. This is already the dozenth wave of ghosts attacking us along the way. Oh, nothing. Probably some cowardly ghost king trying to test something. What? Lin Luo said disdainfully. Sending these rubbish here to die is doomed to be unworthy. Master, how am I doing? Ganlu Temple Ruri trotted back and returned the Nichiren's sword to Butterfly Canny. She looked at Lin Luo without blinking. Is there any significant progress? Yes, the improvement is very fast. Lin Luo smiled and gave his affirmation. Shinobu Kacho came up and said, as for me, I've become much stronger too. Yeah, you're good too. Lin Luo gave a pat on the head to Kill. Both of them are pillars of the future 15. So their qualifications are definitely no problem. After becoming a demon's, one's strength is bound to grow explosively in a short period of time. Shinobu Kacho's pretty face turned slightly red. The master's hands are very warm. Master, we have to cover our tracks now, at this time. Butterfly Canny said, we are going to the headquarters of our Demon Slayer Corps soon. We can't let the demons find us there. Okay, it's up to you. Lin Luo nodded, although he doesn't care. But he will not refute the reasonable suggestions of his family members. A few hours later, Butterfly House. This is the Demon Slayer Corps medical facility. It is also managed by Kacho Canny. Lady Canny is back. As soon as Lin Luo and his companions appeared, some little girls cheered and began to greet them. These are all the caregivers at Butterfly House. They looked at Lin Luo with some curiosity, but did not ask too many questions instead. They immediately started to get busy preparing dinner for everyone. In a girl as delicate as a porcelain doll, with a cute and beautiful appearances very eye-catching. Master Thiz is Kano Kurihana, our sister's adopted sister. Butterfly Channy introduced, this child is very shy. So some of his behaviors may seem a bit rude. I hope the owner doesn't mind, it doesn't matter. Lin Luo nodded and smiled at Lihua Luo Kano. Hello. I'm Lin Luo's use hello. Rika Ryakano gave a polite smile, then returned to her dull self. Sure enough, this smile is too fake, shaking his head. Lin Luo flipped his palm and some sweet candies appeared in his hand. Here, this is a gift for you. Kano Kurihana didn't respond, but just chewed in small sips subconsciously. Take it. Lin Luo smiled slightly and stuffed the candy into her hand. That child behaves like this when he encounters something he likes to eat. Perhaps without even realizing it. Butterfly Chain sighed, I don't know when I can really open my heart. There will be a chance, Lin Luo smiled and said. I have a few children among my family. If I let them meet more often, it might have a positive impact. Stare times 3 Butterfly Canny and the other 2 looked at Lin Luo. And their expressions became complicated. Master, you don't have any special hobbies, do you? Noticing everyone's gaze, Lin Luo curled his lips. Don't look at me like that. I still have a bottom line. Haha, I knew the master wasn't that kind of person. Master, I'm sorry I misunderstood you. Please don't attack Kano after dinner. Lin Luo was in the room on the second floor, flipping through books. This is the secret to flower breathing, Origin 11. Origin 15, Origin 17. Looking at the text message, Lin Luo frowned, then relaxed. Never mind. Although the origin points obtained are a bit few, it is better than nothing. Master, please have some tea. At this time, Butterfly Canny walked in. At this time, she was wearing a kimono and there were crystal water droplets on her hair. It was obvious that she had just finished bathing. Lin Luo took a sip of tea and said with a smile, it's very fragrant. You are very good at making tea. Nothing. I'm just bored and want to spend some time on the tea ceremony. Butterfly Canny leaned forward and said, Master, is there anything you don't understand about flower breathing? She placed her hands on Lin Luo's, blushing and saying, I can answer all your questions. There are some problems. Lin Luo smiled and guided Butterfly Canny's jade hand down. Well, Kacho Canny's breathing became heavier and her eyes were a little blurry. This, can you give me an answer? Yes, okay. Canny Kacho's delicate body trembled slightly. But she did not refuse as the master's family. It is natural for us to fulfill our responsibilities. Next door, the dazed Mitsuri Kenroji suddenly widened her eyes. Unconsciously, her skin was already covered in pink. Her parents had already married her to Lin Luo. So naturally, they taught her everything 460 now this. Sound what happened is self-evident. She sat up suddenly, feeling a tightness in her chest. So uncomfortable. This jealousy, damn it. Even if it's Sister Canny, I was the master's wife first. She muttered angrily, the more I think about it. The angrier I get and the angrier I get the more I listen. Gradually her breathing became rapid. After a while, she hugged the bed sheet and hurried out of the room. Downstairs, Shinobu Kacho looked at the blushing Kenroji Mitsuri and asked in confusion. Why are the sheets not clean? A little bit. Kenroji Mitsuri said with a guilty conscience. I want to change. Oh, just leave it to me. This new one is for you. Shinobu Kacho took out some new bed sheets and was about to get Mitsuri Kenroji's flyer. No thanks, I can wash it myself. You don't have to be so polite. No, it's okay. I'm leaving. After leaving these words behind, Mitsuri Kenroji fled away. Why so weird? Shinobu Kacho muttered to herself, and speaking of which, why hasn't my sister come down yet? Chapter 173, Breathing of Flowers, very good. Butterfly Canny is the pistol. His comprehension of the breath of flowers has reached the level of perfection. However, because he wanted to teach Lin Luo, he was also particularly serious, originally. Flower breathing is a branch of water breathing, and is mainly based on gentleness. But because it was used too much, even Canny Kacho's movements started to go awry. Fortunately, there is still the power of protection that can be used. And you can also get replenishment in time, early this morning. Are you all up early? Lin Luo walked down the stairs and greeted several people. It's not that I got up early, it's that I didn't sleep at all. Okay. Mitsuri Kanroji and Shinobu Kacho complained helplessly in their hearts. Shinobu Kacho couldn't even blush last night. She was about to go look for her sister, but she happened to see her sister demonstrating the breathing of flowers. In this situation, no matter how dumb she was, she would know what was going on, but we are all the master's dependents. This kind of thing is normal, right? Thinking of the scene last night, Shinobu Kacho's thighs tightened and her skin became hot. Sister, why don't you come down? Lin Luo Kanal blinked and asked in confusion. Sister never sleeps in. Without waiting for Lin Luo to answer, the butterfly man had already grabbed Kanal Lin Luo's shoulders with both hands. Just listen to me and don't ask any more questions. Her eyes were full of seriousness and earnestness. It's too early for you to do this kind of thing. Lin Luo Kanai was a little confused. Rarely began to think what happened. Why is it too early for me? Sister Shinobu, is this the first time you're so serious? As he thought about it, he was sweating all over and froze in place. Kanaho, are you okay, Shinobu? What's wrong with her? This child is not good at thinking. This is what happens when he thinks too much, Lin Luo. Okay, it seems that this problem is very serious. If there is a chance, you can let Channel see a psychiatrist. Noon's butterfly canny finally got up. The two of them went to the Yubayashiki residence together. Strictly speaking, this is the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. At this moment, figures have already been waiting here. Their auras are different, but all of them surpass those of ordinary humans. Everyone, most of you are here now. Butterfly Canny was a little surprised and said, it's really rare. The reason why I say that, this is because these people are exactly the current pillars. Yuzui Tenjin smiled and said, there's nothing we can do about this. The legendary demon is truly too fascinating. Honestly, do the legendary demons really exist? Immortal Agawa Shia looked at Lin Luo and said, he looks like an ordinary human being. Rengoku Kyojiro laughed heartily, hahasa. Since Huaju said so, it must be true, Amitabha. It's hard to imagine that the legendary creature actually exists. Beiming Island's Zingaming held the Buddhist beads and said compassionately, Soto gods and Buddhas really exist. Lin Luo was not surprised to see these people. Kanny Kacho reported her presence after asking for my permission. It is understandable that such a reaction would occur. He looked at everyone and smiled. It seems that you are all very interested in me. Of course, after all, I don't believe in demons. Although it's presumptuous, I don't believe it. It's very disrespectful to Lord Lin Luo to speak like this. Hearing this, Lin Luo said, but it's useless for you to be interested. I'm only interested in beautiful girls, and everyone's mouths twitched. This person who calls himself a devil is really different. Take a closer look, it seems really handsome. Could it be that Huaju fell into a beauty trap? Butterfly Canny stepped forward and said, everyone. The master is indeed a demon, I can guarantee that. Even I have gained the power of the master. Becoming extremely powerful. Enough to eliminate any ghost, the words fell. The devil's wings have already spread out. And an invisible evil aura spreads out. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely stunned. Did Kanny Kacho actually become a devil? So all the legends are true, this is too unbelievable. After a moment of silence, Beimanju Zingaming said, Huaju. How strong are you now? Hard to say. After thinking for a while, Butterfly Canny said, I don't know exactly how strong it is, this is the truth. After becoming a demon, although it was only for a very short time, she had become many times stronger. Well, can I try it? Butterfly Canny looked at Lin Luo, seeing him nod, said, of course it is good. Beiming Island Zingaming walked forward, holding his unique sun blade, which was connected to a broad axe on one side and a meteor hammer on the other. At this moment, everyone's attention was also attracted. The rock pillar is definitely the strongest pillar of this generation. They also want to see how powerful Kanny Kacho is after she turns into a demon. Do I need to use my full strength? Looking at Butterfly Canny, Beiming Island Zingaming said sincerely, "Can I use my full strength?" There was no trace of sarcasm in his words. Not everyone thinks so, because the contemporary rock pillars are indeed strong faults. Can. Butterfly Canny floated up and landed in the courtyard in the distance. It is good, Beimanjiu Zingaming came to the other side. The two sides stood opposite each other. The atmosphere in the air began to become much heavier. Boom, the earth shattered. Beimanjiu Zingaming had already jumped up, and his breathing was as heavy as rock. One line serpentine bipolar laugh. The air was instantly torn apart, resulting in a gas explosion visible to the naked eye. The meteor hammer and broadaxe came towards Butterfly Canny from the left and right sides respectively. All of a sudden, a strong wind had been blowing in all directions, and the ground was being torn apart all around. It's been a long time since we last met. The rock pillar has become even stronger. Yeah, when will we be able to catch up, looking at it all? Rengoku Kyojiro and others sighed, be a pillar. Just by using their naked eyes, they can judge the difference in strength between each other. But the next moment, everyone's pupils contracted, as if they had witnessed something incredible. Chapter 174, He Conquered All the Angels. Boom. Accompanied by a roar, visible ripples appeared in the surrounding air, spreading out in all directions like waves. A figure flew out and smashed the distant courtyard wall into pieces. Silence, deathly silence. Every pillar in the four directions had a dazed look on their faces. Their eyes seemed to be popping out. Rock pillar, are you okay? Kacho Canny sheathed her knife. A hint of worry flashing in her eyes, I knew earlier. No more magic, no, it's okay, after a while. Beimanjiu Zingaming staggered to his feet from the rubble. He looked at the Nichiren sword that was broken into two pieces in his hand, and his eyelids twitched. Huazu, did you use your full strength? Butterfly Chain shook her head and said sincerely, no. This is really incredible. Beiming Island Zingaming smiled bitterly and said, is the legendary demon really so powerful? And others, it's like a dream, all of this is really outrageous. Although Huashili was not the last among them before. But flower breathing is definitely not known for its power. But knowing a head-on confrontation, he directly defeated the rock pillar. This improvement in strength is so fantastic at this time. Lin Luo looked towards the direction of the mansion and said, we've watched enough of the excitement. Isn't it time to come out? I'm sorry, Lord Lin Luo, I mean no harm. A gentle voice sounded, I just want to see what the legendary demon looks like. After all, I am just as curious about demons as they are. As the words fell, a figure walked out of the mansion. This is a young man with half of his face disfigured and looking sickly. He is none other than Yubayashiki Koya, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Lord. Seeing the appearance of Yubayashiki Koya, everyone except Lin Luo and Kacho Canny knelt on one knee and lowered their heads. This is their respect for those who come. I'm sorry, Mr. Yuzubuya. Butterfly Chain said embarrassedly, this body is already the master's property. From now on, I will not bow to you. She herself is a gentle and kind person. She still has great respect for Yubayashiki Koya. But her current identity is Lin Luo's relative wife. And so she naturally has to obey her master. This is good, Yubayashiki Yoya smiled gently. Then looked at Lin Luo, Sir Lin Luo, may I make a wish for you? No, Lin Luo shook his head and said, I've already said it before. I'm only interested in pretty girls. Then everyone was silent. This devil's head is really full of dirty garbage. This is still what a pity. Yubayashiki Koya smiled bitterly and said, I originally wanted to exchange my life for Musen's death. But it seems that my wishful thinking is over. If that's the case, we can trade it, really, of course. Lin Luo smiled and said, I'm somewhat interested in the breathing techniques of your Demon Slayer Corps. Yubayashiki Yoya was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously said, is that all? What's the problem? Nothing, it's just that the price is too small. Yubayashiki Yao sat upright and said solemnly then, I leave everything to Master Lin Luo. But what are you going to do? It's very simple. Lin Luo said, we just need to find out where Musen is and destroy him and the city he's in. Although his target is Musen. But that guy is really good at running an infinite city. So there is nothing false about this, anyway. Pure magic power shouldn't be able to kill that guy's immortal body. When the time comes, we can seal it with a barrier and take it away while it recovers. Hearing this, everyone's mouth twitched. Subconsciously looked at Lin Luo. The other party really didn't seem to be joking. But isn't it a bit too unfair to destroy a city directly? However, it seems that this devil is not lying. Master, can we choose another method? Butterfly Canny said weakly, if that happens. I'm afraid too many people will die. Yubayashiki Yoya also pleaded Sir Lin Luo. Is there any other way if this is the case? Those innocent people will be too pitiful. All the pillars knelt down again and lowered their heads to Lin Luo. That would be a little more troublesome. Lin Luo raised his eyebrows and said, we still need to determine Musen's location first. And then I can take action. It's a bit embarrassing to say. But that alone is difficult. Yubayashiki Koya smiled bitterly and said, we haven't found any trace of Musen in 100 years. There was a strong sense of resentment in his words. Among them, the Yubayashiki clan all had short lifespans because of Musen. You may not even have the chance to meet each other in your entire life. Don't worry, I didn't count on you. Lin Luo snapped his fingers, and the light of the teleportation magic circle flashed away. Next moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. Is this another different world? Gabriel glanced around and muttered. But it seems there's nothing special. Lin Luo clapped his hands, attracting Gabriel's attention. He waved his hand casually and the image of Musen appeared. Saying, Gabriel, next I'll trouble you to walk around the cities in this country and find an independent space where this guy is. Okay, Gabriel nodded. Lin Luo continued, once you find it. Just set up a barrier to lock that space. Oh, remember. The reason for looking for Gabriel. It's simply because he is strong enough and good at setting up barriers. Otherwise, Musen is really despicable. They hide for hundreds of years at the slightest sign of trouble. He had no interest in playing hide-and-seek with this guy in the whole world. No problem, Master. After hearing Lin Luo's words, Gabriel soared into the sky. Quickly, it has disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 175, Angels Enter Infinite City. Can it actually fly? Everyone looked in the direction where Gabriel disappeared. And their eyelids twitched. Yubayashiki Yoya's eyes were even more complicated. And he subconsciously said, Sir Lin Luo. I've read some records. Gabriel seems to be the name of an angel, right? Yes, he is that Gabriel, and everyone was completely stunned. Is this a demon? That's right, even the angels were conquered. This is simply God, around 3 in the afternoon. Yubayashiki Yoya is very efficient in his work. It only took a few hours to prepare all the breathing techniques and send them to the butterfly house where Lin Luo was. While you have free time, Lin Luo planned to take them to the main world. After the explanation, everyone gathered together. Butterfly Canny asked nervously, Master, can the medical skills in your world really cure Canny's problem? Lin Luo nodded and said, although it's not absolute, there is indeed great hope. Shinobu Kacho said a little disappointedly. Can't you use some magic to heal Kano? Of course can. Lin Luo smiled and said, all we need to do is modify the memory. But do you think that's really possible? Upon hearing this, Kacho Canny and Kacho Shinobu were silent for a moment and both shook their heads. Manipulating memory or something. Even if it's for treatment, it's a bit too cruel. So for this kind of thing, you still have to deal with it yourself, shaking his head. Lin Luo said seriously, it's about to start. Are you ready? The girls from Ganlu Temple Liulai nodded. Feeling nervous but also a little expectant. A different world, they are really curious. Judging from the master's words, there are gods and demons there. But the power of science and technology seems to have developed to a very high level. The magic circle disappeared in a flash. And Lin Luo and his companions disappeared next moment. They have already appeared in the Tasaka residence. Wow, the whole house is in Western style. Is this a lamp? It's so beautiful. Kanikacho and the other girls looked around. Their eyes all shining, even in Kano Kurihana's eyes. There was a strong curiosity. You are Sister Kano, right? Tusaka Rin and Matu Sakura immediately rushed over and held Kurika Ryakano's arms. They had already heard from Lin Luo about Kano Kurihana's situation. Kacho Kani's gaze fell on Rin Tusaka and the other two. And a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. If you are treated in this world for a long time, it's just right to have two playmates. Hello, three of you. You must be the master's new followers. At the same time, Irisville and others also came forward. Hello you all. Upon hearing this, Kacho Kani and the other two subconsciously greeted each other. However, the moment he saw Altria and the others, he was stunned. Their eyes especially swept over Medusa and Irisville. And their eyelids raised. These are all real beauties. Especially these two. Aren't their figures too unfair? Moreover, so mature and charming. They won't fall out of favor here, right? The three of them fell into self-doubt. Lin Luo. Are these three people just imagining something nonsense again? Artoria broke the silence with a bright smile. I'm Artoria. Nice to meet you. Hearing this, Butterfly Canny also came back to her senses and said politely, Butterfly Canny. Just call me Canny. I am Mitsuri Kenroji. A few days later, Asakusa area. This is one of the most prosperous areas in the country. Even because of trade and economic exchanges, it has attracted many foreigners to settle down. I finally found it. Gabriel's eyes flickered as he was in the clouds. This power is truly miraculous. The user's energy is clearly very weak. Yet it can actually create such a strange space. I don't know, is the guy the master is looking for here? Master said that the target is called a ghost, and is the most powerful one. After saying this, Gabriel followed that thread of space and directly broke into the infinite city. Sensing the surrounding aura, Gabriel directly found the location of the most powerful individual. Attracted by the noise, Muzan Kibutsuji and Nakin also subconsciously raised their heads. He actually broke into Infinite City. How come I didn't know about it? She can actually fly. There were subtle changes in the expressions of Naruto and Muzan Kibutsuji. Especially Muzan Kibutsuji, his eyes became gloomy. Can fly. This reminded him of the person who could perform vampire magic-like abilities some time ago. Could it be this woman are in cahoots with the other party? Why is he here? Is he here for himself? Yes, it's you. Gabriel looked at Muzan Kibutsuji and said in sudden realization, Muzan Kibutsuji. You are the target that the master is looking for. It turned out to be for me. Muzan Kibutsuji frowned, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. But before he could make any move, I heard Gabriel say, now we can finally rest. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared in his hand and disappeared in an instant. Did she do anything? A hint of fear flashed across Muzan Kibutsuji's eyes. And he said, Miracle, call the upper one. The enemy's situation is unclear. So cannon fodder is naturally needed to test them. Yes. Mingnu responded, and the sound of a pipa began to sound. Quickly, Infinite City is constantly changing. A man with 6 eyes has appeared in front of Muzan Kibutsuji. He is none other than Upper Moon 1 Kokashibo. How could someone from such a far distance be moved here? Gabriel blinked and looked at Mingnu and said, your ability is indeed very interesting. But never mind. The master is just trying to stop you from escaping. My mission is over. Hearing this, Mingnu's face changed and she subconsciously plucked the pipa. Then cold sweat began to seep out of her forehead. Chapter 176, The Dragon and Phoenix of the Tosaka House. Master, my blood magic is ineffective. Muzan Kibutsuji was slightly stunned, but looked at Kokashibo. If it doesn't work, then how did he appear? It's not completely ineffective, but only people can enter Infinite City and can't live. What? Muzan Kibutsuji's pupils shrank deeply thus. Wouldn't he be trapped in a jar? Is this the purpose of this enemy appearing here? But how did the other party do it thinking of this? Muzan Kibutsuji reacted quickly and shouted sternly, "Catch this woman." Kokoshibo boomed, the earth exploded with a loud bang, and a figure soared into the sky. The fierce momentum caused visible ripples in the surrounding air. You are not only ugly, but your soul is also very dirty. Looking at the rushing Kokoshibo, Gabriel blinked and a look of disgust appeared on his face. Not just this guy, so do others. While the ability is interesting, it's really off-putting. The shape of the 14th is a sinister change, and the sky is full with a thin moon. The long sword in Kokoshibo's hand swung, turning into a vortex-shaped slash. Although I can't kill you, I will make you regret your rude words. Its expression was grim, and there was murderous intent in its eyes. This blow could cut off the woman's limbs but leave her life. But at this moment a brilliant light emerged. The 6 pupils of the Black Death eyes widened as they discovered that their slashing blows were actually swallowed by the light. It was as if it had been erased abruptly and disappeared without a trace. But how is this possible? It is Upper Moon 1. And except for Muzan Kibutsuji, it should be the strongest. And the other party, what kind of power is being used? Master, it seems that I didn't say that I'm not allowed to attack you. Gabriel had an indifferent expression. He waved his hand slightly, and a spear of light condensed in an instant laugh. The air was directly pierced through, and the spear pierced through Kokoshibo's chest, nailing him to the ground. Such an injury is nothing to me. Just as Kokoshibo was about to get up, his expression changed. The spear of light in his chest made it impossible for him to move at all. An invisible force actually destroyed all his regenerative abilities. This is impossible. Kokoshibo's expression was terrified in this world. The only things that can harm demons are sunlight and the Nichiren sword. What exactly is the opponent's power? Gradually, his body began to grow cold and numb. With the chest as the center, it began to turn into ashes visibly. He is not willing. I'm going to die like this. In this case, what is the point of becoming a ghost? But no matter how unwilling he was, his body turned to ashes in an instant, and his life came to an end not far away. Muzan Kibutsuji and Naruto didn't even dare to breathe. They didn't even dare to make any noise and tried to reduce their presence as much as possible. Especially Muzan Kibutsuji, who is ready to split. This woman is terrible, even if it's myself. It is absolutely impossible to kill Kokoshibo so easily. Don't worry, you are the master's prey, I won't move. After leaving these words behind, Gabriel's figure disappeared in the infinite city. After a long time, Mingnu finally came to her senses. Master, what should we do next? Is it really impossible to get out? I've tried many times, but it just doesn't work. Waste. Muzan Kibutsuji's veins were throbbing, but he could only suppress his emotions and said coldly, since we can't escape, we can only fight. Gather all the demons to the infinite city, yes. To Saka residence. Medusa and the others went out with Sakura and the others. Haven't they returned yet? Irisville, dressed in a maid outfit, glanced at the sky. Mitsuri Kenroji and Shinobu Kacho were completely stunned when they saw this scene. Shinobu Kacho's face flushed and she stammered, "AI. Sister Alice, it's too cool, is it?" Alice turned around and smiled slightly. "I can't help it. Master Lin Luo likes this dress. I have other clothes, do you want to try them on?" Looking at Irisville's figure, Butterfly Shinobu subconsciously looked at herself and her eyelids twitched. No way, absolutely not. For me, the opponent's physique is really too unfair. Wait, none of this matters. Why do I wear this kind of clothes? However, I am already the master's wife. It seems that it is not impossible. Unconsciously, images flashed through her mind, and finally stopped at the scene she saw outside the door. Clothes like this, Ganlu Temple was slightly startled, and murmured, "Master Do, you really like it." Hearing this, Irisville smiled. This little sister is very proactive. Of course, this is the experience of our predecessors. How about it, do you want to go and have a look? As a qualified wife of Lord Lin Luo, I naturally have to share Lord Lin Luo's worries and solve his problems. She doesn't mind helping her companions who haven't taken that step yet. And it's okay to be a little patient sometimes, anyway. They are Lord Lin Luo's wings. And they will be eaten sooner or later. Look, I want to see it. Kanroji Mitsuri blushed and looked at herself again. I don't know if there is anything that fits. It has nothing to do with 3-0. Our world is very rich. If you like any style, I can just place the order for you online, as she spoke. Irisfield pulled Kanroji Mitsuri up without saying a word and walked upstairs. Only after the two left did Shinobu Kacho come to her senses. Are we taking action now? Good, so decisive. It seems that we will reap the rewards soon. Lin Luo looked at the red light on his right hand, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. By then, with the power of the subspecies Forbidden Hand, the power of all his followers will have a big leap. Just as he was about to continue developing the forbidden technique, crisp footsteps were indeed heard outside. Okay. Lin Luo's expression changed. Is this Aura Mitsuri? Chapter 177, Ganlu Temple. I want to learn breathing techniques. Lin Luo touched the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet and looked up. The figure of Mitsuri Kanroji has appeared in sight. Looking at the jade legs wrapped in white silk, Lin Luo raised his eyebrows then. Looking up, I only saw white fur like a rabbit's tail. Finally, Lin Luo focused his gaze. His eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Oolong and Feng Chu are not here. So which teacher is behind this? But it's very good. Noticing Lin Luo's gaze, Ganlu Temple Leoli's rabbit ears twitched, and her skin was covered with pink creole. This outfit is so shameful and it's chilly. Bunny girl or something. How did the people in this world come up with this? She now admires Sister Alice for being able to remain calm like that. But no matter what, I'm here besides. I'm already behind Sister Kaniso. I can't give up halfway. She also wants to be a qualified servant of her master. While thinking these 16 things, Mitsuri Kanroji had already walked over with small steps. See it, Lin Luo also smiled. Since the family members are so concerned, there is no reason for the master to refuse. Next moment, Lin Luo suddenly stood up and grabbed Ganlu Temple Mitsuri's jade hand. Use force, pull it in front of you. Okay, caught off guard. Mitsuri Ganlu Temple lost her balance and fell directly into Lin Luo's arms. She landed on Lin Luo's shoulder. Her face completely red and her mind blank. What to do next? The script is wrong. Didn't Sister Alice teach you? Lin Luo said, you have been learning breathing techniques recently, right? Is there anything you don't understand? Kanroji Mitsuri blinked. Indeed. I am a little confused. It's okay, use it now and I can answer it. It is good. Use breathing technique. Protection is cast. Lin Luo gave several instructions. And looking at the tired Mitsuri Kanroji, he had to grant her protection again. It's dusk. Medusa and her companions had already returned to the courtyard of the mansion. Butterfly Minnie glanced at her sister and said in surprise, it's cloudy outside. Why are you washing pants at this time? It won't dry easily. Shinobu Kacho's body trembled and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. She doesn't want to either. But who knew that in broad daylight Mitsuri Kanroji would be given away for nothing? And the sound was so loud she just, fortunately, not in your rooms. Otherwise the sheets would have to be washed. Now she finally understood what her sister Mitsuri had felt not long ago. It's simply torture, is it? Kacho Kani looked a little strange as she slowly walked into the mansion. But as soon as he entered, he retreated. Her face flushed slightly, and she grabbed hold of Rinzo-sama Tusaka, who was holding her hand. Otherwise, let's go for a walk outside. But I'm hungry and want to eat the food that Sister Medusa made. Sakura Matu looked aggrieved. Medusa also reacted and took the three children away. How about this? Let's go to the Matu residence. There are my new kitchen utensils there. We won't be coming back today. Tusaka Rin muttered, so weird, I wonder what he's up to. Medusa said seriously, be good and listen. There is something that is too early for you. She felt helpless. Every time they would wait until the kids fell asleep and then cast their soundproofing magic. But this time it seems it's too late, early this morning. Lin Luo stretched his waist and walked down from upstairs in high spirits. I have to say, Mitsuri Kanroji had too many questions about breathing techniques. Fortunately, he is very knowledgeable and has answered all the questions perfectly. When Shinobu Kachauho was preparing breakfast saw Lin Luo. Her face began to turn slightly red and her eyes became evasive. Why are you alone? Where are your sisters? Hearing this, Kacho Shinobu gritted her teeth slightly and gave a look back. Don't you know why they didn't come back? Ah la la. Master Lin Luo got up very early, Irisfiel, who came downstairs after hearing the noise, had a smile on her face stare. Lin Luo looked at Irisfiel's maid outfit with a thoughtful look on his face. He found the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick here. It's decided from now on, Alice, you are my prime minister. Feeling Lin Luo's gaze, Irisfiel raised the corners of her mouth, but straightened her back imperceptibly. Shinobu Kacho's eyelids twitched. No way. Is it going to start again, then? Then I saw Lin Luo picking up Irisfiel by the waist. She was wrong, she should have left with her sister. The pillar destroys the world, butterfly house. The magic circle flashed. Several figures have emerged out of thin air. They looked at the surrounding scene with curiosity in their eyes. It is indeed an ancient architectural style. But there are ghosts in this world. And I don't know what the difference is between them and cursed spirits. At this time, Lin Luo said, Butterfly Canny and the others are 237. You have already met them through the video call, so I won't introduce them in detail, and now. There are a large number of ghosts gathered in the Infinite City, which is just right to provide you with practical combat experience. Except for Gabriel, who had arrived earlier. The followers he found were basically like Yukinashita Yukino or Nakiri Arena, who were at the bottom of the list in terms of strength among his followers. Although I don't like fighting very much, but sometimes, not liking something and not being able to do it are two different things. And you still have to go through it. This is also the reason why he did not let Gabriel capture Musen Kibutsuji directly. And the barrier allows entry but not exit. It was to give him the opportunity to gather his troops. Have more small fish to train. It's said that the ghosts here are physical entities. Can they be considered a kind of food? Erina Nakiri murmured to herself. A glint of excitement in her eyes, hear this. Yukinashita Yukino took a few steps back. Are today's chefs so outrageous? Oh, right, about the magic used during battle. Lin Luo continued. The ghosts here have special physiques and are not easy to kill. So I suggest you use magic, which is the only way to truly kill them. Yukinashita Yukino and others nodded repeatedly. Okay, we can go now. Chapter 178, come on, let's make up a magic infinite city. The magic circle flashed. The figures of Lin Luo and others appeared, Erina Nakiri, Yukinashita Yukino and Hisako Arato all held their breath. The demon's keen perception prevented them from being deceived by the magnificent scenery of Infinite City. There seemed to be countless gazes and malicious intent from all directions. They were just different people before. In an instant, I felt a strong discomfort. Besides, the others looked normal. Those malicious intentions are not worth mentioning to them. Even Mitsuri Kanroji had experienced previous battles and completed her transformation. How is it? Is everything okay? Lin Luo patted everyone on the head and said warmly, Don't be nervous, no matter what happens, I'm behind you. Okay, Master. Master, I have also been practicing during this period. Wang, leave it to me. Erina Nakiri and the other two girls nodded repeatedly. Although I felt a little nervous, I had no choice but to go ahead. No matter what, we cannot let the master down, it is good. Lin Luo asked, the mark you left on Musen is still there. Right, here I am. Gabriel pointed and said, it's in that direction. Okay, let's go out then at the command. Lin Luo walked in front and began to go deeper into Infinite City. Soon, the ghosts who had already discovered Lin Luo and others had already gathered together. All of a sudden, Countless scarlet eyes were already scanning over. Are these the ghosts of this world? Yukinashita Yukino is okay. At least she has seen the cursed spirit. Irina Nakiri and Hisako Arato shuddered and felt a chill. These ghosts are too ugly, aren't they? Before they could react, countless ghosts from all directions came shooting towards them like cannonballs. Lady Irina, go ahead, don't hesitate. Irina Nakiri and Hisako Arato looked at each other, and their eyes instantly became firm. Although once faced with battle, they were very nervous. But the master was right behind them. So there was no reason to be afraid, not to mention. There is another newcomer next to him, so he can't be outdone. Isn't it just a ghost, just treat it as a food ingredient? Next moment, there was a flash of light in their hands, and two short knives sewn black and one white appeared. The knife is 2 feet and 3 inches long, and looks like a kitchen knife, exuding an aura of unparalleled sharpness. This is an imperial weapon tailor-made for the two of them. The blade is not stained with blood or impurities, and it can dramatically improve physical abilities and enhance perception of malicious intent. Although he may not be very strong, he is definitely the most suitable for the two chefs' laugh facing the demons that were so close to them. Irina Nakiri and the other girl jumped out, puff puff. Puff, they were like two meteors, passing through the bodies of several ghosts. Wherever he passed, blood gushed out and heads flew up amid the intertwined black and white sword lights. The shrill screams continued incessantly. Irina Nakiri and Hisako Arato stood back to back with their eyes becoming extremely cold. It was as if he was beheading inanimate objects. This kind of swordsmanship. Is this the first time I've seen it? Watching from a distance, Butterfly Canny's eyelids twitched as she said, "Every strike is intended to cut the opponent into pieces. After all, they are chefs." Lin Luo shrugged and said, "Zhu, now don't be idle either." "Oh yes." Yukinashita Yukino came to her senses and raised her hands, her expression becoming serious. "Yourself. We absolutely cannot lose." Laugh, laugh, laugh. The sound of breaking through the air was heard. Wind blades fell from the sky like a violent storm. Dozens of ghosts were instantly split in two and died wailing. Irina Nakiri Arata Hisako, hateful. This woman is actually good at magic. They don't want close combat either, but there is no way. Although they also have magical talents, everyone's qualifications and focus are different. Only the suitable one is the best, then. Their attacks became more and more brutal. Just treat these ghosts as objects to vent your anger. All of a sudden, the wailing of the ghosts became more miserable and frequent. "Canny, you guys should take action too. I'll leave those stronger ghosts to you." "Yes, master." Kacho, Canny, and the other two drew their swords and leaped into the air. Time passes slowly. Wherever they passed, there were corpses everywhere. Puff Irina Nakiri cut off a demon's head with one sword, but stumbled in order to kill the demon. She kept the magic attached to the sword for a long time, and her magic power was consumed a lot. "Rina-sama, are you all right?" Zinhu Hisazi came over. His face pale and his magic power was not much better. Bug breath tease. It seemed as if butterflies were dancing in the sky, sweeping away all the ghosts around. Shinobu Kacho landed beside the two of them and said, "If you're too tired, you can take a rest. Thank you, ×2. Looking at Shinobu Kacho, their eyes were somewhat complicated. "Yourself. I was actually helped by someone who was several years younger than me. But if you take a break," Irina Nakiri's eyes rolled. "Come on, Feishazi and I will go make up for the magic." "Okay." Before Zinhu Hisako could react, he was dragged and started running. "Talk about it. The master hasn't come to see me for several days. Fighting or something like that is not as important as this." At this time, Lin Luo was observing the entire battlefield. Have to say, Yukinashita, Yukino and the other two were once ordinary people, but they all had outstanding talents. In a short period of time, he had adapted to the rhythm of the battle. Thus, although he cannot be the best among the family members, he will not be a drag and can definitely follow in the footsteps of everyone else. As I was thinking this, I found that Irina Nakiri was already jogging back. Master, there is not enough magic power. She looked up at Lin Luo, and Irina Shakiri's fingertips slid across her lips. The existence hailed as a god was slowly emerging. Need to replenish mana. Chapter 179, Yukinashita, what are you doing? If it's magic power, I can help you recover. Gabriel looked at Irina Nakiri and said kindly. Irina Nakiri finished miscalculated. She actually has such ability, no need. It is the master's duty to replenish the magic of his followers. Lin Luo rejected Gabriel. Looked at Irina Nakiri, who was full of anticipation. And the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Because Irina Nakiri's magic power was severely depleted. So Lin Luo increased the output of magic power, of course. The consumption of magic power is a drop in the bucket for him. Well, Irina Nakiri's eyes narrowed, so much magic. As expected of the master on the other side. Yukinashita Yukino's eyes widened and her little pink fists were slightly clenched. This woman is really, what is this demonstration? Thinking of this, Yukinashita Yukino's face was already burning hot. She didn't want to look, but she couldn't look away. Although she had been tortured by the devil's voice before, she was still somewhat uncomfortable with this kind of scene. Then under her gaze changed too. Is it really that outrageous? Irina Nakiri noticed Yukinashita Yukino and said with a smile. Allah, replenishing magic is normaldo, you want to do this. What? Yukinashita Yukino's eyes widened and she said in panic. Of course I know. I have also received the protection bestowed by the master. Yeah, so that's why your reaction is problematic. Xinhu Fei Shazi pursed her lips and chuckled, that won't do. She's not a qualified follower at all. Yukinashita Yukino, qualified dependence. Is this how it is compared? Is there something wrong? But what's with this weird feeling of losing? Are these two women provoking me? Yukinashita Yukino gritted her teeth. No, how could I lose? Yukinashita Yukino suddenly turned around and came to Lin Luo with firm steps. Lin Luo, what's the situation? Is this girl going to hit someone? Why is she so aggressive? How? Just as Lin Luo was about to speak, Yukinashita Yukino raised her hands and held Lin Luo's face. King, my magic power is not enough. After saying that, he stood on tiptoe without waiting for Lin Luo to answer. Well, Yukinashita Yukino's eyes widened. Is this what it means to replenish magic? It seems that there are some differences between it and the protection. Magic power is recovering rapidly, hey. Irina Nakiri was completely bewildered. I was just teasing him, why did he get so angry? Why do I feel like I'm shooting myself in the foot, so angry? After a while, Yukinashita Yukino lowered her hands. Her eyes were blurry and her breathing became heavy. As if she was recalling something. Yukino, this is quite unexpected. Looking at the other persons, Lin Luo raised the corners of his mouth. Okay. Upon hearing this, Yukinashita Yukino was stunned for a moment. Then immediately came to her senses. She actually took the initiative. God. What on earth did I do? What about reservedness? What about shame? How come I forgot everything when I got so excited? I. Looking at Lin Luo, Yukinashita Yukino laughed at me for a long time. Then her body became stiff and she fled in panic. My magic power has recovered, so I'll continue fighting. Run more than 10 meters. Yukinashita Yukino covered her chest. As if she could hear her own heart beating, my skin is so hot. She covered her face with her hands. And an inexplicable color appeared in her eyes. Although impulsive, but it feels pretty good. No, that's not right, what am I thinking about? Snapped. Snapped. Yukinashita Yukino slapped herself on the forehead several times. Lin Luo looked strange. What provoked this girl? Why are you hitting yourself after half an hour? Lin Luo and others have arrived deep into Infinite City. After cutting off the head of the last ghost, Butterfly Canny's breathing became heavy. It's been a crazy journey, it's nothing but killing. She had killed more ghosts in her entire life than she had in such a short period of time. Damn it, looks like I need to take a good bath when I get home. Looking at the bloodstains on her clothes, Mitsuri Kanroji muttered, "It's so sticky and disgusting." Lin Luo walked forward, his body spotless, and praised. "You all did a great job, we should be able to go back soon." Butterfly Canny's eyes lit up and she said, "Master, are we going to meet Musens?" "No, to be precise, he came here on his own initiative." Lin Luo's eyes flashed and his face looked a little strange. Is this such a despicable ghost king so brave this time? He moved his mind and spread his perception. "I see." Lin Luo smiled with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "Finally I see you," at this time Musen Kibutsuji, wearing a black suit, appeared in everyone's sight with the 12 Kazuki. "Who are you anyway?" staring at Lin Luo intently. Musen Kibutsuji's eyes were filled with ferocity and violence. In such a short period of time, the other party actually killed more than 90% of the ghosts in the Infinite City. The most important is, the aura of the other person is definitely not that of a human, let alone a ghost. But facing this unknown enemy, he couldn't even escape. This made him extremely irritated. "You don't need to know who I am," Lin Luo said, "you just need to know that you are going to die here." "Do I have a grudge against you?" "No." Musen Kibutsuji suppressed his anger and said fiercely, "If that's the case, we are all beings beyond humanity. Why should we kill each other?" "Nothing, it's just that you made my dependents unhappy." Lin Luo smiled and said, "Besides, I just think your presence is an eyesore." Oniwutsuji Musen was stunned, then he reacted. "Does this guy look down on him so much? Damn it, you really think you? Wuzhen, how dare you be disrespectful to your master?" There was murderous intent in Musen Kibutsuji's eyes. But before he could make any moves, his expression suddenly changed, almost subconsciously. His arm was completely ripped apart. Countless pale whips shot out, gathering into the shape of a shield, blocking in front of him. Chapter 180, Are You Worthy of Giving Me Immortality? Boom. A deafening roar sounded. The aftermath was visible to the naked eye, spreading out in all directions like ripples. The 12 demon moons around Musen Kibutsuji all changed their expressions and staggered. Buff! Blood splattered and countless whips were thrown into the air. Musen Kibutsuji flew backwards, smashing the building behind him into pieces. Boom. The rubble exploded, and Musen Kibutsuji let the fragments fall off his body, with veins bulging on his forehead. "You are the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, right? You actually gained this kind of power from him." Musen Kibutsuji spoke in a low voice, and the wound on his arm began to wriggle, and had already recovered as before. This woman was almost killed by Dauma before. In such a short time, he has become so strong. If I could obtain this kind of power, sir, I can submit to you. I am definitely more useful than these demon slayers. What do you think? As long as I get this power, I will find an opportunity to kill this man. Deep in his eyes, there was only viciousness and cruelty. "Sorry, I'm only interested in pretty girls." Lin Luo shook his head and said, "Besides, your existence makes me feel rather disgusted." "Damn it, you forced me to do this." Musen Kibutsuji's expression changed and he said fiercely, 12 demon moonskill him for me." The moment he finished speaking, 8 whips emerged from his legs, snapped. A white gas explosion rose in the air, and the surrounding force was instantly torn apart. In a blink of an eye, 7 whips were already covering Lin Luo. This is his trump card, the fastest and most powerful 8-barrel whip in his body. The Warlock unleashes the destructive killing needle. Blood Demon Art Unending Karma Tree. Blood Demon Art 10,000 Slippery Fish. Almost in an instant, the 12 demon moons roared and launched their strongest blood demon technique. All kinds of blood demon magic were falling towards Lin Luo like a violent storm. They already knew how terrifying the enemy before them was. If it weren't for Musen's control, some people would even choose to flee. So when you strike, you use all your strength. The mighty blood ghost magic covered all directions, as if not only Lin Luo, but even everything around him was about to be completely destroyed. Lone Earth, Irina Nakiri and the others subconsciously took a defensive stance. It's fine. Lin Luo smiled and looked at the blood demon magic that was sweeping over him. He just raised his hand calmly and waved it casually. Click. Click-a-click. Dozens of lightning bolts instantly tore through the sky. All I saw were all kinds of messy blood vampire magic, which first stagnated in midair and then were instantly defeated. This scene, both Muzan Kibutsuji and the 12 Kazuki had their eyes widened, revealing a hint of fear their power. Are you so vulnerable in front of this person? Feeling death approaching, they all tried to dodge. But lightning is too fast. They could only watch it getting closer and closer rumble. The deafening roar resounded through the sky, including Muzan Kibutsuji. Everyone was reduced to ashes by the lightning.1 strike. All the ghosts fell looking at all this. A hint of trance flashed in Kani Kacho's eyes. The Demon Slayer core centuries-long wish was fulfilled just like that. It really seems like I'm dreaming, Master. I remember that it seemed useful for you to spare Wuken's life. Ganlu Temple Leelai came back to her senses and blinked. A little confused, who said he was dead. Lin Luo smiled faintly, although this guy is very despicable. He really cherishes his life. After saying this, Lin Luo disappeared at the same time. In a corner of Infinite City, a lump of flesh is hiding here. He is none other than Muzan Kibutsuji. His body was trembling slightly. This is exactly why he went against his usual behavior and dared to take the initiative to face Lin Luo. As long as the other party is sure to kill me, the blockade of Infinite City should be lifted. With his power, even if only this one piece is left. As long as there is enough time, the resurrection can be completed hundreds of years ago. I used the same method to escape from that man's hands. Of course, this time is worse than last time. But as long as I can survive, it's all worth it. If I treat most of my body and all the ghosts as abandoned pawns, the other party will probably believe it. Muzan Kibutsuji muttered to himself in a low voice. His eyes filled with fear, wind seal him. At this moment, a voice came from the sky. It was as if it was the voice of God, driving the raging wind all over the sky. What? Before he could react, an invisible force completely enveloped him and then soared into the sky. Muzan, do you think your escape is so clever? Lin Luo looked at Muzan in the wind barrier with a playful look in his eyes. Become so small, but that's just right. I believe it won't take long to study him. Please spare my life. A human-like fear emerged from the flesh mass, and it continuously struck the barrier. I can grant you immortality. I believe that even if you have magical powers, you can't do this as long as I find the blue-red spider lily. I can give you perfect eternal life, is it? Lin Luo laughed mockingly and with a flip of his palm. A green flower appeared. Is this the green flower of the other shore you mentioned? His goal is Muzan's perfect immortality. So Gabriel was sent to search for the original protagonist's home in the mountains a long time ago. Honestly, except that this flower does not appear at night. It is really not difficult to find it. Muzan Kibutsuji became agitated. His centuries-long wish was right before his eyes. Give it to me, and I can make you immortal too. Give me immortality, do you think you deserve it? Lin Luo flipped his hand and connected with the red spider lily, and teleported to the healing world together. Believe it there. Soon you can give yourself a satisfactory answer. Chapter 181, Kacho Shinobu's Worldview RESH, a PED Chinese letter. Just experienced a massacre. Several people were soaking in the bathtub, sure enough. After a big battle, taking a bath is the most comfortable thing. Shinobu Kacho stretched lazily and let the clear water slide down. Oh yes. Gabriel stood up and bounced the 2 rounds a few times. Shinobu Kacho's eyelids twitched when her attention was drawn to her. Subconsciously, she looked at the others. Damn, I lost everything, why do you all have such amazing abilities? Gabriel blinked and said, what's wrong with you, Zionin? You don't look well, are you feeling unwell? Kacho Shinobu gave her a complicated look, not knowing what she was thinking about. She asked hopefully, "Do you usually like drinking papaya milk?" Gabriel tilted his head and said, "No, I never drink." Shinobu Kacho's expression froze. The light in her eyes faded, and her whole body sank into the bathtub, making gurgling bubbles. "Zio Shinobu, are you okay? Do you need me to treat you?" Gabriel quickly pulled her up, fearing that something might happen to her. "Don't worry, Gabriel, she's fine." Yukinashita Yukinamichi came over and said, "Shinobu, don't worry. You are the youngest among us, and you still have room to grow." Gabriel was stunned. "Why is it that I don't understand what you are saying?" Upon hearing this, Shinobu Kacho was revived with full health, and her eyes were full of light. "That's right. Youth is capital. I can definitely achieve this gorgeous reversal. By the way, Sister Irina, are you done soaking so quickly?" Seeing that Irina wanted to leave, Kacho Shinobu asked subconsciously, "Yeah, I'm done." Irina Nakiri smiled and walked out leisurely. The clean yukata is over there, Irina ni. You've gone too far." Hearing this, Irina Nakiri said without turning her head, "Those yukatas don't fit me. I'd better wear my own clothes." "Does not fit." Shinobu Kacho and the others looked at the yukatas of various sizes on the hangers and fell into silence. This kind of lie, believing that is the problem with your brain. Maybe it was because they were thinking of something or the water temperature was too high. But Shinobu Kacho and the others' faces were getting redder and redder. Kanroji Mitsuri stood up, took a few steps forward awkwardly, and looked at the clothes rack for a few seconds. It's definitely not suitable. My clothes still fit me best." Her voice was trembling, but her movements were getting faster and faster. Almost instantly, he ran out of the bathtub. I'm done running too." Butterfly Canny gritted her teeth and walked out, stair times in. Noticing everyone's gaze, Kacho Canny took a yukata and put it on. She is not as bold as Irina Nakiri and Mitsuri Kanroji. However, her yukata was a size smaller, just enough to show off her weapons. This is also her little trick. After all, sometimes the cooler the better, sister. Shinobu Kacho wanted to say something, but she only saw Canny Kacho leaving. Her expression became a little complicated. When did my sister become like this at this time? The bathtub became silent. Shinobu Kacho looked at Gabriel and Yukinashita Yukino and felt inexplicably relieved. Okay, there is no one left alone. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing after a while. It seems like there is some strange sound coming. The three of them looked at each other. They all felt a little uncomfortable. "Stand up." Shinobu Kacho lay on the bed staring straight at the ceiling, with dark circles visible under her eyes. Her ears moved and her expression was a little numb. Originally, her sister's actions last night had shocked her enough. But who would have thought? Overnight, her worldview was reshaped. This kind of thing, isn't it too? When she thought that she might also be like her sister, she couldn't help but bury her head in the quilt. Just think about it, it's so shameful. The matter of the pillar destroying the world has come to a temporary end. Lin Luo once again lived a dull and boring life. Study the rest of the day, sleep and read. After traveling in the Pillar Slayer world, Irina Nakiri and the others returned to their respective schools. After all, they still have to go to school and cannot take long leave. This day heal the World Imperial Research Laboratory. Because there has been progress in Musen's research, Lin Luo appeared here on purpose, sir. Based on the materials you provided earlier, we have successfully developed the elixir of immortality. Dr. Fashion took out a pill and said respectfully, according to Master Lin Luo's request, we have removed the material's ability to improve physical fitness and immortality. Origin 95 Lin Luo looked at the pill and his eyes lit up. Yes, you did a good job. All of this is thanks to the materials provided by Lord Lin Luo, which has enabled us to achieve such success. Dr. Fashion smiled slightly, took out another ring and said, Master Lin Luo, in order to avoid waste, this subordinate used raw materials and other materials to make this imperial weapon. No. Lin Luo raised his eyebrows and put the ring on his finger. In an instant, then I understood the power of this imperial weapon. Transform sees. The transformation is to materialize flesh buds. And after the creature is transformed into a ghost that is not afraid of sunlight. It can also give birth to blood vampire magic. Of course, the ghosts born no longer crave flesh and blood. To seize means to take away someone's life with just a thought. These two skills are equivalent to the enhanced version of Musen Kibutsuji's abilities. That's not bad, Lin Luo murmured to himself from now on. I'll let you control the ring in this way. The matter of controlling the Pillar Destruction world can be put on the agenda. I believe that no one in power can resist the temptation of immortality and extraordinary power. By the time, if you are obedient, just be a good dog. Those who disobey will be executed directly without even wasting manpower. Then just switch to another person. Lin Luo left the laboratory and happened to see Nadeshiten walking towards him. Behind her, there was a beautiful girl wearing headphones. Chapter 182, Healing the World Card Collection. Heal the world in the palace, Master. Chelsea is the most outstanding talent in the Empire recently. According to your commands, she is qualified to become a dependent. Nadeshiten saluted Lin Luo with a serious expression. Your subordinate Chelsea greets Master Lin Luo. Chelsea knelt on one knee and said enthusiastically, Please me, Lord, let me become your dependent. Her eyes were filled with fanaticism and admiration. The person in front of me is the one who created a prosperous era in one fell swoop. The people lived and worked in peace and contentment. And the whole empire was in peace and order. This is simply a legendary feat. After the revolutionary army failed, he joined the empire at the invitation of Akame. Just to see Lin Luo now. It is an inestimable honor not only to meet him, but also to have the opportunity to serve such a person. But soon her heart became uneasy. I won't be unable to gain the approval of Lord Lin Luo, right? Looking at all this, Nadeshiten had no expression on her face. This scene looks very familiar. This is the master's common trick, however. As a family member, not only can you not expose it, but you must also cooperate well. So she didn't reveal a single word about this matter. Since it was Zitten who recommended it, I naturally trust her judgment. Lin Luo, who was sitting on the throne, smiled and said, But you have to think clearly after becoming my demon. Your body and mind will be my properties. You must serve me forever, of course, it's an honor. Chelsea suddenly looked up, almost crying with joy. Lin Luo. In this situation, the reaction is a bit too exciting. Lin Luo gave Nadeshiten a look. Is there anything wrong with this girl? Nadeshiten blinked and returned the look. He always hangs out with Leon and the others. God knows what he's been fed, Leona, that's fine. Since you've made your decision, Lin Luo raised his hand. Because the devil chess piece had appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, Chelsea immediately took a few quick steps forward and knelt down on one knee again. This distance allows the chess piece to easily touch her. Oh, is that quite perceptive? Lin Luo smiled with satisfaction. Talk about it. From then on, I succeeded in collecting cards in the healing world. Then he said, Leon told you about the reincarnation ceremony, right? As I said, Master, was the role change quick? Glancing at her, Lin Luo continued, in that case, take it off. Yes, Master. Taking a deep breath, Chelsea began to move. Although she was prepared, her face turned red uncontrollably. This is the first time in my life that I have done this in front of a man. I don't know if the Master is satisfied with me. Talk about it, Leon said that the Master seemed to like. I looked down subconsciously. Chelsea felt inexplicably uneasy. Ignoring Chelsea's thoughts, Lin Luo took the devil chess piece and slowly pressed it down. A dark red magic circle emerged under Chelsea's gaze. Her skin rippled, and the demonic chess piece was already immersed in it. Am I the Master's dependent? A happy smile appeared on her face. Boom dong dong. But soon she had no time to think about it. My body is so hot, my heart seems to be about to jump out. Inside his body the flesh blood and cells seemed to be undergoing earth-shaking changes. Next, unbearable itching. Already around the lungs and coccyx area, snort. She hummed softly and started to move subconsciously. Swish the next moment. A pair of tiny demon wings broke out of the body. The slender devil's tail also emerged, and the heart-shaped tail tip kept swaying in the air. How does it feel? Lin Luo pinched his wings calmly and asked, aha. Chelsea's body went limp and she almost fell to the ground. She looked at Lin Luo with a charming look and even offered her tail to him. Very good, the strength in my body is unprecedented. That's it. Lin Luo grabbed the tail with his other hand and began to knead it. How can I let go of something that comes to my door? From a long time ago. He has done some research on the tails and wings of his own followers. As death is cold, Kasumigiaka Utaha is hot, as for Chelsea. She's a bit like marshmallow, but overall she's pretty good. Well, looking at this scene, Nadeshiten felt her skin burning hot. I have already taken on the shape of my master, so that's it. After a while, Lin Luo let go of his hand. He thought secretly, should we hold a family tale competition in the future and have him be the referee? That's a good idea, calls. Share 677's I breathed a sigh of relief and slowly retracted her wings and tail. It's over, you can get up now. Seeing that Chelsea didn't move, Lin Luo said, you don't need to kneel all the time in the future. There aren't so many rules between me and my followers. No, it's not, Chelsea hurriedly shook her head, her hands already hugging Lin Luo's thighs, and whispered, Master, have you forgotten that it is not my turn to serve you from now on? Lin Luo, is this true? How come I didn't know about it? However, it seems possible looking at Chelsea. Lin Luo's mouth corners curled up slightly. Since her family members have taken such initiative, she must of course fulfill her duties as the mistress. The other side, Nadeshiten retreated silently. On the way back, Nadeshiten took a deep breath. She touched her face and it was still hot. Damn it, what kind of nonsense did Leon teach the newbie? Original. I thought I could give it directly after the reincarnation ceremony. Who would have thought the newcomer got there first? Moreover, I cannot take any action after all. This was also the unspoken rule established by the family members over time after the Kasumigiaka Utaha incident. Chapter 183, The Kitten in Tasheng is not in a good mood. Paranormal Research Society, Lin Luo, tea or coffee? Black tea will be fine, Akino-san. Lin Luo sat on the sofa, looked at the kitten in Tasheng and said, long time no see. Did you miss me? Who would want a H-demon like you? The kitten from Tasheng glanced at Lin Luo unhappily and muttered, you're such a playboy. You're still not satisfied even with all these followers. She often meets Asia and others. I know that Lin Luo is either recruiting followers or on his way to recruit followers. Haha, I've never denied the fact that I have a harem. As expected, you H-devil. You always face your desires honestly. After watching the two bicker for a while, Ria said seriously, Lin Luo might be in trouble again. Okay, Lin Luo took a sip of his tea and smiled faintly. Why? Is the misfortune group taking any action again? These rats are really endless. It's not them, it's a bigger trouble, Ria said seriously. You might be targeted by the Sasha Dejan's Darwo class. I believe this name is familiar to you. Oh. Lin Luo raised his brows. Of course he knew this person. This is one of only 7 Godslayers in the world. He is also the oldest among all the Godslayers. According to legend, Sasha killed no less than 10 gods. The opponent's strength is definitely the strongest among all the Godslayers. I have received news that the king has already set off. And his target is very likely here, Ria sighed and said. Ever since you became a Godslayer, you've been in a lot of troubles. Lin Luo asked doubtfully, but why did he target me? It's because of Athena, Rias explained. This king is the most enthusiastic about killing gods. He even performed many rituals to summon different gods. Athena is one of his targets, and now Athena has been taken in as your follower, I see. Lin Luo smiled and said, if that's the case, it's not unfair for you to come to me. You really have no sense of crisis. Rias smiled helplessly and said, but no matter what. You must pay attention to safety. Lin Luo walked forward and held him in his arms. Why? Are you worried about me? Yes, after all, the enemy this time is different. Rias said quietly, this oldest king is very warlike. There should be no possibility of negotiation. She looked at Lin Luo and leaned her cheek on Lin Luo's shoulder. Sometimes I really feel useless. Although I have worked hard to practice. But it is impossible to reach the Demon King's realm in such a short time. Without becoming a Demon King, he is not qualified to participate in the battle of the Godslayer. Don't worry, I'm very strong. Lin Luo gently stroked Ria's bright red hair and comforted her softly. Ria sighed, I know all this, but I'm just worried. Lin Luo's eyes flickered and he smiled and said, in that case, let me help you ease the mood. It is said that combing magic is beneficial to physical and mental health. I've been doing some research lately so I can help you. This is a normal procedure, be good. A moment later, the light of the magic circle flashed and disappeared. And the figures of Lin Luo and the others disappeared in the activity department. After Lin Luo and the other two left, Hajime Aquino, who had just left, returned to the activity room. Kitten, why are you so red? Hajime Aquino looked at Taho Kaneko in surprise and asked in confusion. Besides, where are Minister Rias and Lin Luo? It's still that shameless H-devil. The kitten from Tasheng said angrily, I'm still here. How could I, before he could finish his words? The kitten in Tasheng had already turned red and warm. The scene just now unconsciously rang in my mind again. Ah la la, didn't they leave in the end? Hajime Aquino blinked and said in surprise, but kitten, why do I feel that your mood is not right? I was just stimulated by that H-demon. Tasheng kitten retorted subconsciously. But his body suddenly stiffened and he stood there in a daze. Yes, there is indeed something wrong with me, obviously. Lin Luo is Ria Senpai's fiancé. So what happened just now was actually very normal. But I feel a little uncomfortable. Could it be that I have fallen in love with that H-devil? But how is that possible? That guy's got a head full of yellow crap. Ah la la, it seems our kitten has grown up too. Hajime Aquino's expression became complicated. That guy really did a lot of harm to others. No, don't think too much, Aquino-senpai. There's no way I like him. I didn't say anything. I'm going back. The next moment, the kitten from Tasheng fled in panic. Stand up. The first rays of sunlight in the morning shine through the gaps in the curtains. Lin Luo had already woken up early, with a body transformed by both the original magic and the God Slayer. It doesn't matter if he doesn't sleep. As for a little exercise, it's just a little bit of wind and frost hum. A thought came to mind. Lin Luo's right hand flashed with light, and the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand appeared. Next, it should be almost time, Lin Luo's eyes flickered, and he began to control the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand with his own will. Let me see my subspecies forbidden hand. While muttering softly, the Red Dragon Emperor's cage gauntlet in Lin Luo's hand had begun to change visibly. The delicate hand nails gradually disappeared, replaced by countless crisscrossing red lines circling around the palm. It became wheat. Watch this scene. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Luo's eyes for an instant. He already understood the ability of his subspecies Forbidden Hand. Give dragon armor, as the name suggests. The power of the Forbidden Hand can be bestowed on others. Those who are granted the Forbidden Hand of the subspecies will develop their own unique dragon armor based on their own strength characteristics. Chapter 184, Zuno, my clan member is the movie king. Not bad. After understanding the ability of the subspecies Forbidden Hand, Lin Luo nodded. The direction is basically not much different from his idea. As I was thinking this, a soft voice came from beside me. Lin Luo turned his head and found that Rias had opened her eyes. Woke up, okay. Rias nodded, blinking her eyes, and said, what is this? It smells a bit like the Sekiryute's gauntlet. That's it, but it's a subspecies Forbidden Hand. Lin Luo smiled and began to explain in detail, hearing this. Ria's eyes lit up and she said so. This allows me to improve my strength. Naturally, it's prepared for you. Lin Luo raised his hand and said, how about it? Do you want to start now, of course? Rias stood up confidently and stretched lazily. Reveal yourself to Lin Luo, there are no kittens here. As for Lin Luo, given their relationship, they had no idea what shyness was. Seeing this, Lin Luo did not hesitate at all with a thought. The crimson lines had penetrated into Rias' body. The breath of the dragon gradually rippled over Rias' body. All right, Lin Luo withdrew his hand and said, does 927 feel anything different? It seems like there is a force inside my body. Rias frowned and thought, it seems to be gradually changing according to my will. Well, that's right, Lin Luo nodded and explained. You can regard this power as a divine weapon. What happens to it when the time comes is up to you to develop. I never thought I would be able to possess the power of the Red Dragon Emperor's cage. Rias looked up at Lin Luo. An inexplicable color flashing in her eyes. My fiancé is really amazing. Lin Luo said seriously. Regarding the subspecies Forbidden Hand, there are some precautions you need to listen carefully. What? Rias's eyes suddenly widened. Wait, let's have breakfast first. No, I'm afraid I'll forget it, heal the world. In the palace, this bedroom belongs exclusively to Lin Luo. Even if no one is there, no one can enter except the palace maids for daily cleaning. The lights of magic circles appeared one after another. A group of beautiful girls have walked out of the magic circle one after another. Long time no see, Esdeath. Akajiri, I've developed a new dish. Come and try it if you have the chance. Seeing their companions, everyone started chattering nonstop. Lin Luo has quite a few relatives, and they all get along very well. But because of different personalities, different hobbies, there are still some differences in closeness and distance between each other. Okay, let's get down to business first. Lin Luo clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. I've already told you before that the purpose of gathering you together this time is to further enhance your strength. Oh yes, it's about the forbidden subspecies of the Red Sky Emperor's cage hand. Kasumigyaka Utaha quickly responded, I'm ready. As she spoke, she had already taken off her coat and jumped up and hugged Lin Luo's arm. As expected of you. Lin Luo's eyes flashed, but he didn't stop him. Ah la la, Miss Shiyu got there first. As Esdeath walked forward with her long legs, her coat naturally slipped off. Master, I am more eager to become stronger than anyone else. Suddenly, Lin Luo felt that his arms had sunk into the vast ocean. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a faint smile flashed in his eyes. Our king is truly evil-minded. Erica complained in her heart. There are definitely not so many operations to grant subspecies a ban. However, as the king's family, we naturally have to understand the king's intentions. I'm also very curious about the forbidden subspecies of the Godslayer tool. Erica spoke with a smile while taking some action. Even more thorough than. We are all family anyway, so there is nothing to be shy about. Ha ha ha, when the others saw this scene, the corners of their mouths twitched. Okay. This is not even worth acting. As this unfolds, God knows what will happen next. Even though they were thinking this, some people still took action and slowly walked towards Lin Luo. White-black. Lin Luo was serious and commented secretly, yes, not bad. Except for the tail competition in the future. There are also other events to be expanded. He will be the referee, this also. Yukinashita Yukino's face was red with shame. Neither leaving nor fighting. This scene is too scary for a newbie, let's go Yukino. Altria patted Yukinashita Yukino's shoulder and said, you'll get used to it in the future, what? Yukinashita Yukino's brain crashed. Is this kind of thing common? We just became a couple not long ago, don't lie to me. That's it. Artoria explained helplessly, and it could be worse. Now she was very glad for her foresight. I had asked in advance about letting Sakura and the other two obtain the subspecies Forbidden Hand separately. After all, it's better not to have anything to do with hell. Is really hearing this. Yukinashita Yukino's eyelids twitched and her eyes looked a little confused. I am in this family. I don't know what it will be like in the future, however. Even though I thought so, I still moved my feet subconsciously. Well, the distance is almost there. Lin Luo took a look and nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, he raised his right hand slightly and a red light flashed. Next moment, crimson lines were already floating up, slowly penetrating into the bodies of Esdeth and the others. Well, the breathing of Kasumigayaka Utaha and others began to become heavy. Some people even felt their legs go weak and fell backwards. And a hint of mystery could be vaguely seen. Yukinashita Yukino on what's the situation? Is this someone of my own race? Are these all movie stars? Chapter 185, Asia, this sounds familiar, time flies. It has started raining heavily in the imperial capital. However, there was a faint sound coming from the palace. Zio Lin Luo, can you let me see your power again? Wow. This is the first time I've seen the master in this posture. It's so cute. If that's the case, I can do the same. My beloved, what was I like before I regained my power? Athena, you are so cunning. Don't talk nonsense. This is my own power. The entire palace was filled with laughter and joy, because they were all given the power of the Red Dragon Emperor Cage Hand by Lin Luo, in order to develop their abilities as quickly as possible. Everyone asked Lin Luo their questions. They all want to develop their abilities as quickly as possible. Noon the next day, dining room. Looking at the staggering but radiant Kasumigayaka Utaha and Zenovia, Yukinashita Yukino subconsciously asked, "It's just you two, where are the others?" According to her experience given the king's physique, he shouldn't fail to show up. Hearing this, Kasumigayaka Utaha slapped her thigh and said with a smile, "I'm hungry, so I'll pack some for master to take back." Zenovia said disdainfully, "You're really good at talking, but you're really stubborn. Why you only know how to talk about me? Didn't you come to the restaurant to eat too?" Kasumigayaka Utaha said firmly. Fortunately, they ran fast. Those who were weaker had fainted several times. Humph. Zenovia snorted coldly, then said with lingering fear, "Thanks to Athena and Sister Phia, when will we be able to possess strength that surpasses that of an ordinary demon king?" When he said this, a glimmer of longing flashed in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, it would naturally be out of reach, but now, even with the forbidden subspecies of the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand, there is still hope, teacher. Zenovia Asia said weakly, "What should I do?" "Let's wait for a while, it won't take a few days." Gino comforted the little nun, "Don't worry. I will do everyone's work and ensure that nothing goes wrong." Asia, this sentence is familiar, but it seems that none of them succeeded. Weekend. It's dusk, Department of Paranormal Research. Minister Rias. That Marquis has indeed arrived in this country. So where is he now? Rias stood up from her chair and asked seriously, "Are you heading to us?" "I don't know." Haimjima Aquino shook her head and said, "After the Marquis of Vauban got off the plane, his whereabouts have been unknown. He probably didn't use any modern means to travel. Indeed. As a god slayer, it's too easy for him to remain undetected." Rias sighed and said, "I hope his target really isn't Lin Luo. But just in case, have you cast the spell to dispel the idlers?" Bus Rias, this has enveloped the entire Ku town. God knows what kind of impact the fight between the two godslayers will have. So she had already made preparations long ago. Today, Juwang town has become a deserted city. However, the most important thing is, she didn't want anything to happen to Lin Luo. After all, this oldest king is really too terrifying. All of a sudden, there was silence in the activity room. Even Taho Kaneko and Haimjima Aquino became a little worried. Boom! At this moment, an indescribable oppression descended upon the old school building, followed by a cold voice, "My fellow tribesmen, come out to see me." The voice was neither high nor low, but it was very penetrating and fell clearly into the ears of Rias and the others. "No, it's really coming, right?" Rias and the others looked at each other, and they all arrived outside the old school building. Just then I saw an old man in a windbreaker, who looked like a gentleman from the old world. Appear in the sky. It's really him. Seeing this figure, Ria's expression changed, but she still said calmly, Marquis Vauban. I am Rias Gremory. This town is the territory of our Gremory family. I wonder what you want to do here. Of course I know this is your demonic place. Sasha said calmly. I also know that you are my fiancé from the same tribe. Since I couldn't find him, I naturally came to find you. Lias's eyelids twitched and she said, Lin Luo is not here. Please ask me, Marquis Woban, to leave for the time being. What if I don't leave? This is our Gremory family's territory. Do you want to start a war with us demons? Haha, you think I'm scared, Sasha laughed and said. That fellow tribesman stole my prey. So I will detain you today. Let's see if he still shows up. The moment the words fell, Sasha raised one hand. And the cursed energy that seemed to be tangible had turned into a big hand, grabbing towards Rias and the others. It's just pure mana manipulation. But it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. In the eyes of Rias and the others, it was as if the entire sky was pressing down. He is indeed as domineering as the rumors say. Rias smiled helplessly and called softly, Lin Luo. Whoosh, a breeze blew by. The giant hand that fell from the sky had already stopped in midair. Okay, Sasha raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of her mouth. Click. The next moment, countless cracks appeared on the giant hand, and finally it exploded completely at the same time. Lin Luo's figure has appeared next to Ria's. Become a strong wind when acquaintances are in crisis. They can summon Lin Luo to their side. My fellow tribesmen, you finally showed up. Sasha stared at Lin Luo, who appeared out of nowhere, and a burning look flashed in her eyes. Lin Luo's eyes were cold and he slowly said, You attacked my fiancé, how do you want to die? The voice was calm, but it made people feel cold all over. The dragon has reverse scales, which will cause anger if touched. His wings are his Achilles heel. Even if Sasha didn't cause any substantial harm to Rias. Not at all, Lin Luo, it's actually not that serious. Rias hesitated for a moment before speaking, I'm not hurt. Face the oldest king. She didn't want Lin Luo to have a conflict with him. Lin Luo patted her head and said with a smile, Be good and listen to me. Just stay behind me. Rias hesitated to speak, and finally could only say, Be careful. Since my man has made up his mind. As a qualified wife, I can only support her. Heckle me. My newly born fellow, you really dare to say that? Hearing Lin Luo's words, Sasha laughed out loud. His aura has changed. Rias and the others all felt the change in Sasha's aura. It was as if the air around them had become extremely heavy, and even moving was a luxury for them. But if you can do it, feel free to give it a try. Sasha looked down and said, After all, what I'm looking for is a hearty, exhilarating fight. If I die in battle, it would be a good ending. Another madman who enjoys fighting. Lin Luo shook his head and said, You are like this. And Tony is like this. But the biggest difference between you and him is that you are seeking death yourself. The moment the words fell, an invisible pressure spread. Rias and the others in the distance all felt extremely terrified. Interesting, you are not like the rest of your kind. Sasha looked at Lin Luo deeply, her eyes like a beast seeing its prey. He could feel that Lin Luo's murderous intention was real. This was different from any other opponent he had faced. But a fight where my life is at stake is exactly what I want. Amidst the heroic laughter, the tangible murderous intent and momentum burst out like a raging storm. Boom, there was a loud explosion in the sky. The whole city seemed to be swept by a hurricane. The cursed powers of both sides clashed with each other, creating a scene that seemed like a natural disaster. Rias and the others in the distance were already retreating. Their faces filled with horror transform into a phoenix. Lin Luo's eyes flashed and without any movement. His entire figure disappeared out of thin air, so fast. Sasha's pupils shrank, and he instinctively turned his head. A fist was already growing larger in front of him. Chapter 186, Battle of Kingsboom. It was like the sound of thunder exploding. A hurricane visible to the naked eye swept across the entire city in an instant. In the distance, Ria's expression changed, and a golden light began to glow around her body. She had already used the power of the protection, transforming it into an invisible barrier that completely enveloped the three of them. Sasha groaned as he was knocked flying, his body seemingly leaving an air passage in the sky. It hurts so much. This strength is no less than that of that crazy woman. His brows were furrowed, his body turned over, and he managed to stabilize himself in the air, crack. At this time, Lin Luo's attack did not stop at all. He just raised one hand and a huge bolt of lightning shot out. Facing this ancient king, he did not hold back at all. The power of lightning is majestic and magnificent, and the power of this authority is fully unleashed. You bastards, stop talking so much. Sasha was angry after being attacked so continuously, and there seemed to be flames burning in his eyes. I am born of light in darkness, as beautiful as the light. Grant me great powers. The light of the wolf can also reach the sky. Ancient words echoed, and countless demonic wolves rushed towards the lightning like an army of thousands. Greedy wolves. This is the power that Sasha seized from Apollo. Although the power of each demon wolf is not as strong as that of a divine beast, it can serve as an endless number of familiars. Boom, boom. Boom, the forces of both sides collided, and mushroom clouds shot straight into the sky. The horrific explosion instantly destroyed the ground, and countless buildings around it were reduced to ruins. Is this the battle between god slayers? Fortunately, the people in the entire city have been dispersed. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Looking at the devastating battle in the distance, Rias did not hesitate and took Hajime Akino and Taho Kaneko away from here again. Lin Luo. The kitten from Tashang stared blankly at the figure. Is this still the demon whose head is full of yellow waste? Or is this the real him? Ouch. The sounds of wolf howls rose and fell, and two demonic wolves stood up straight, transformed into human wolves, and burst out with strength comparable to that of divine beasts. I have to say, you are probably the strongest enemy I have ever met. Seeing his lightning being swallowed by countless wolves, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in Lin Luo's eyes. All right, I'll let you be my new whetstones. Transformed into a wild boar the moment the words fell, the sky seemed to split open, and a wild boar as big as a mountain fell from the sky. Boom. Boom-a-boom. It rushed forward, knocking countless demon wolves away. It seemed as if everything that stood in its way would be shattered. Even the space began to vibrate wildly. In just a moment, he was already very close to Sasha. The group of greedy wolf turned into werewolves. Sasha's pupils shrank deeply, and his originally not very tall body began to expand rapidly, turning directly into a huge standing werewolf. Boom. Rias and the others in the distance only heard a loud boom and saw Sasha's huge body falling down, turning the ground into ashes. Hahata, you are very good, really very good. But soon he stood up from the ruins with a big laugh. Come on. My fellow tribesmen, display your bravery to the fullest. Although his body was bleeding, his face looked extremely crazy. Boom. Amidst the loud laughter, the entire city shook violently, and the huge body soared into the sky. Boom. There was a muffled sound in the sky, and the air around seemed to turn into waves. Lin Luo put his hands together to block Sasha's attack, but his body flew out uncontrollably, smashing the top of a tall building behind him into pieces. Your physical strength is even better than that woman's. Flexing his shoulders slightly, Sasha sounded a little surprised. Is this the advantage of a demon becoming a godslayer? You knocked me away, that was pretty good. Become a strong wind the moment the words fell. The whole world was filled with violent winds. The sky over the entire city was already covered with dark clouds. A tornado that stretched from heaven to earth, like a giant python devouring the heavens and the earth, had already enveloped Sasha. Puff puff, blood splattered, and streaks of blood appeared on the werewolf's body. It really hurts. Sasha roared angrily and tried to break free from the tornado, but saw Lin Luo, who was very close to him, become a boom. A punch hit his lower abdomen hard, making his body seem to turn into a giant shrimp. The terrifying force caused the air to explode. Sasha's body flew backwards uncontrollably, turning into a small black dot. Chapter 187, A Punch of Lightning Kills the God Win. Win, looking at Sasha, who had disappeared. Tasheng Kitten said with lingering fear, "How can it be?" Rias smiled bitterly and said, "Well, I also hope this battle ends. I'm afraid that the oldest king is not an opponent that can be easily defeated." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a flash of light in the distant scene. Sasha, who had turned into a human form, had returned to the battlefield. He wiped the corner of his mouth, gently looked at the scarlet, grinned and said, "That was a really heavy punch. I haven't been injured like this in many years. You are worthy of my best efforts, is it?" Lin Luo said calmly, "Just in time, my warm-up is over." "Just a warm-up? It seems you're even more arrogant than me." Sasha's expression became serious, and he began to chant the words again. "I hereby declare that all living things are equal. All are equally transformed into flame food. The kingdom of fire is born here." 18 The sound waves echoed, and the temperature between heaven and earth began to soar. The next moment, the overwhelming fire of judgment, as if it was the flames from hell, fell from the sky. The judge of karma fire. This is the power of the fire god Zhurong. The flame is enough to burn for 7 days and 7 nights. It can easily turn the earth into scorched earth, really. If Juwang town were reduced to ashes, I'd be very troubled too, facing all this. Lin Luo's eyes flickered. "After all, this is my fiancé's territory," shaking his head. Lin Luo raised one hand slightly, and a golden light seemed to flash the next moment. This golden light turned into several dazzling golden thunders. The dazzling brilliance eclipsed even the Buddha's heaven and earth, because all the light in the world has been concentrated on this thunder. Boom, 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 accompanied by earth-shaking roars. Several golden thunderbolts had crashed into the raging flames and quickly spread out, silently in Sasha's incredulous gaze. The hellish fire was like an ordinary flame encountering a heavy rain. In an instant, it was completely annihilated and disappeared completely. It was as if it had never appeared from the beginning to the end. "How can this be?" Sasha's pupils contracted and her face was filled with disbelief. He thought of many ways for Lin Luo to dissolve the power of the judge of karma fire, but none of them looked like what was before my eyes. More importantly, the thunder that Lin Luo unleashed was not the power of authority at all, but magic. But how is this possible? It is completely vulnerable in front of the power of ordinary magic. But the moment he saw the golden thunder, he actually felt a sense of humiliation because he actually felt fear. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was still human. Facing the despair of a disobedient god, impossible. How is it possible in this world that there is magic that is stronger than the power of gods? Sasha's face was ferocious and he let out a deafening roar. "Open gate to the underworld, I will journey to Mother Earth, beyond the boundaries of life and deaths." Amidst the ancient spiritual voice, his soul actually left his body in an instant. Then Sasha's soul began to swell, and the terrifying power shook the earth in just a moment. A black dragon as big as a mountain, emitting terrifying dragon power, appeared in the sky. The powerful black dragon of the underworld. The power that Sasha usurped from the Earth Mother. The immortality of dragons and snakes can make their souls immortal. Even if a dragon's body is destroyed, it can be reborn through its soul. If a human body is killed, even if it turns to ashes, it can be resurrected by consuming magical power. Fellow Demonlet Meth Immortal, learn your magic again. Sasha spoke in a low voice, as if the breath of the black dragon that destroyed everything had turned into a flame that burned everything. Wherever it passed, it seemed as if even space turned into nothingness. This blow, it seemed as if he wanted to completely wipe Lin Luo out from this world. Another fool who's confident he's immortal. Lin Luo floated in the sky, looking at the scorching dragon breath sweeping towards him with overwhelming force. With a hint of mockery in his eyes, he slowly raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Crack, crack. The next moment, the entire sky was shaking, and the dazzling golden lightning seemed to have turned into the sun, lying across the sky and earth. The surging power made Sasha's breathing stop. Next, the golden sun began to compress and converge at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Luo's fist was already shining with golden light, and he slowly extended it out with this punch. Time and space seemed to have collapsed. What kind of magic is this? Sasha came back to his senses, filled with shock and anger, and all his cursed energy began to pour out, transforming into an even more violent dragon breath. His intuition told him, can't block this punch, I will really die. Booms. An unprecedented explosion flashed across the sky and earth. Under the gaze of Rias and others, the overwhelming breath of the nether dragon suddenly caved, and then exploded. What's even more terrifying is, the lightning transformed from this punch showed no sign of stopping and fell on the black dragon's body, easily tearing the dragon's scales and destroying its flesh and blood. My soul, Sasha's voice was filled with fear, because he could feel that this golden thunder not only destroyed his own dark dragon body, even destroying one's own soul. The immortality of dragons and snakes has no effect at all under this unknown magic. He struggled frantically but could not escape the fate. I could only feel my soul growing weaker and weaker, like a candle in the wind completely extinguished, no, accompanied by an unwilling roar. Whether it is Sasha's dragon body, human body, or even soul, under this punch everything was reduced to ashes. Chapter 188, The Devil's Summons of the Busujima Boy. The entire Juweng town fell into deathly silence. It was unknown how long it took before the kitten from Tasheng slowly spoke. This should be considered a win, right? There was an unconcealable tremor in her voice. One punch. One of the 7 kings on earth died just like that. All this is too unbelievable. Even though it just happened to her, she still found it hard to believe. After all, even she knew it, since the birth of the God Slayer. It seems that no one has ever died in battle. Really a good fight. After sensing his surroundings, Lin Luo let out a breath of foul air, he had to admit. The Marquis of Vauban was indeed very powerful. Far beyond what the Sword King could admit, that last punch. He has already used all his strength. Otherwise, just rely on ordinary original thunder magic. Want to kill it in one fell swoop. I'm afraid it's not that easy, it seems. I still have a long way to go in this world before I can stop eating beef. Swish. Lin Luo's figure flashed and came in front of Rias, gently stroking her fiery red hair. Well, I heard it wrong. Is the Marquis de Vauban really dead? Rias took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. Could it be that he has some kind of power and escaped? Once the soul is extinguished, it is naturally dead and cannot die again. Lin Luo shook his head and smiled, saying, of course. If he still has a way to revive himself in this situation, then I can only express my admiration. This time there's really going to be a big mess. Rias murmured softly, with one of the 7 kings dead. I wonder how many people will be unable to sleep. Lin Luo shrugged, it's none of my business if they can't sleep. Rias, oh okay, that makes perfect sense. This situation, others are also afraid of her fiancé. At this moment Lin Luo's expression changed. Finally, a new world is calling me. His eyes twinkled and a smile played on his lips. I don't know what kind of world is this. I'm really looking forward to it. Next moment, there was a flash of light. His figure has disappeared from the spot, Fujimi Garden. Kendo clubs in the empty dojo. There was only a purple-haired girl wielding a wooden sword. No, I still can't calm down. Busujima Yako retracted the wooden sword and recalled the scene in his mind. Knowing that he was being followed, he personally beat the follower to a cripple. Every time she thought of it, her body couldn't help but tremble. Not fear but excitement. Her body, her soul was thirsty for blood. But this is not right, but I just can't help it. A hint of confusion flashed across Busujima Yako's eyes. He opened his school bag absent-mindedly and took out a bottle of water. A flyer was brought out. When was it put in there? Dokujima Yako was surprised for a moment and picked it up subconsciously. But after seeing the content clearly, he was stunned. Summon a demon, she smiled and shook her head. Who is this idiot with middle school syndrome who stuffed this into his school bag? However, if demons exist in the world, maybe it's a good thing. People like me should be in the company of the devil. Thinking of this, her eyes flashed. Otherwise, give it a try. After taking a quick look around to make sure no one was around, Dokujima Yako muttered to herself, devil. Please grant my wish. After saying that, she picked up the water bottle by herself. Just as she was about to drink the water, her body froze in place because the flyer burst into a dazzling light hum. A mysterious magic circle has emerged from the flyer. She quickly took a few steps back, her hands tightening around the wooden sword. Oh, does the summoner seem quite hostile this time? Lin Luo walked out of the magic circle, looked at Dudoyazi, and said with a smile, but since you are a beautiful girl, I will forgive you, Dudoyazi. Bad news, it seems that I really summoned a demon. Even worse news, this demon doesn't seem to be very serious. At this time, Lin Luo also had an amused look on his face. The moment he saw the other person, he was sure what kind of world this was. Another low-level world, however. No matter how low the world is, resources are useful. He sensed the situation nearby and nodded secretly. It seems that the world is still peaceful and the dead bodies have not appeared yet. Sir, are you really a demon? Dudoyazi looked at Lin Luo seriously and said, or is it just some kind of high-tech prank? Although I saw the magic circle with my own eyes just now, but she couldn't be sure whether it was some visual deception. After all, there are demons and such. It's really outrageous, her worldview. From the beginning until now has been denying this matter. Not to mention, he looked at Lin Luo's school uniform. No matter how you look at it, this guy is a student. If you look closely, he looks quite handsome. You're not worth my playing a deliberate prank on you. Lin Luo smiled and said, however, it's inevitable that you don't believe it. The moment the words fell, an invisible evil aura spread out, and a pair of devil wings stretched out. Now there are no more questions, right? See it. Busujima Yazi's body trembled. Her three views have been completely shattered. Lin Luo said, okay, since there's no doubt, let's get down to business. You summoned me. Do you have a wish that needs to be fulfilled? Upon hearing this, Dokujima Yazi curled the corners of his mouth. Could she tell this Mr. Devil that she didn't think there were any demons at all? I took that flyer just to have some fun. Who knew that the legend was actually true? Who would have thought that the devil would be so up-to-date and actually hand out flyers? But if you say it, will this Mr. Devil be angry? Will he just raise his own dojo to the ground? Chapter 189, The Devil Dudoyazi Joins. Why is it hard to think about it? Lin Luo looked outside and smiled. Actually, you're lucky to have summoned me, because this world will soon become a living hell. What's the situation? What on earth is this devil talking about? Busujima Yazi blinked and became inexplicably worried, because the other party didn't seem to be lying. Is it possible to predict the future? But even the legendary demons exist. This kind of thing doesn't seem impossible. Shaking his head to clear his mind of all random thoughts, Dokujima said, Mr. Devil, could you please explain yourself more clearly? Want to know, yes, is this what you wish for? Dudoyazi, oh my god, I almost got caught in a ditch. As expected of a devil, he really can tempt people. Actually, you don't need to be so defensive. Lin Luo looked at her deeply and said with a smile, anyway, since you summoned me, the contract has been established. Whether you make a wish or not, I'm going to take the reward. What? Dudoyazi was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously said, this is simply forced buying and selling. I'm the 233 devil, and you're trying to reason with me. Busujima opened her mouth wanting to say something, but couldn't utter it. Yes. It's so stupid to try to reason with the devil. In this case, all we can do is make a wish, otherwise. It would be too unprofitable to get nothing and still have the price taken away. And speaking of wishes, it seems that I do have some. He subconsciously tightened his grip on his wooden sword. Since demons exist, so is there any way to release one's desires? Anyway, I am no longer compatible with this world. Even if your soul goes to hell, you should give it a try. He took a deep breath and looked at Lin Luo with burning eyes. Mr. Devil, I wish I could kill as much as I want. If it's a demon, maybe there really is a way. That's exactly what happened. Hearing this, Lin Luo's eyes flashed. I believe no one knows that this beautiful girl who is extremely popular in the academy might be a hidden murderer. After a moment, he said, this is easy to solve. How about becoming a demon? Okay. Busujima Yako was stunned and subconsciously said, become a demon like you, correct? Lin Luo nodded and said, don't you think that killing is synonymous with us demons? When I think about it carefully, it seems to be true. Busujima Yazi muttered to herself in a low voice. Her heart was inexplicably filled with joy. If you become a demon, you can kill at will and become your true self. After thinking for a moment, Busujima asked, Mr. Devil, may I know the price of this wish? In a way, your wish is the price, Lin Luo slowly said. When you are reincarnated as a demon, you will become my follower and serve me as your master for the rest of your life. If that's the case, will you stop me from killing? Of course not, Lin Luo smiled and said. I am about to take control of the third world. There are many scumbags in it, you can kill them at will. Control the world, and there are 3 of them. Busujima Yazi was startled. She didn't expect the answer to be like this. It seems that this Mr. Devil is even more powerful than she imagined, however. Are those 3 worlds the legendary other worlds? This is really quite curious, after a moment. Dudao Yazi looked up at Lin Luo and said seriously. Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Devil, I want to become a devil. She wanted to kill to her heart's content. I also want to see the scenery outside the world, it is good. Lin Luo smiled. He moved his palm and a demon chess piece condensed. Take off your clothes. Mr. Devil, you're going too far. Dudao Yazi's face flushed as she said, you haven't become my master yet. As a woman of the Dudao family, this is not acceptable. So after I become your master, I can do it, Dudao Yazi. Sure enough, my feeling was not wrong. This demon is indeed very dishonest, rest assured. Lin Luo stopped teasing her and said with a smile, just take off your coat. This is a demonic chess piece. I need to place it inside you to complete the reincarnation ritual. Hearing this, Dudao Yazi breathed a sigh of relief. However, even if it's just outerwear, it's still very embarrassing. After hesitating for a moment, she began to take action. Is this all right? Busujima Yazi's arms were holding her clothes, and her ears were already red. Yeah, the location is just right. Lin Luo nodded and pressed down the devil chess piece in his hand. So cold, Busujima Yako's delicate body trembled, and her skin instantly turned pink. Although there are chess pieces between us, but this is the first time I've been touched by a man. But soon, she could no longer let her imagination run wild. Well, my body seems to be starting to change. An unfamiliar power was flowing in my body at the same time. Lin Luo raised his right hand and red veins emerged. During the reincarnation ceremony, I might as well give the subspecies forbidden hand as well. A red vein like a snake had penetrated into the body of Dudao Yazi. It didn't take long, the reincarnation ceremony has ended. Dokujima Yako moved her arms and could clearly feel that her strength had increased countless times. Is this what it feels like to be a demon? There was a glint of excitement in her eyes. Sensed it carefully. I found that my back and tailbone were a little itchy. These should be the devil's wings and tail. I just gave you the power of a divine artifact. You will need to develop it yourself in the future. Lin Luo took a few steps forward and said, besides this, there is another kind of power that needs to be bestowed upon you. What is it, the power of protection? This is the best way to keep my new family secret. Okay. Byusujima agreed then. Then he saw Lin Luo's face getting closer and closer. Isn't this too close? Well. Byusujima Yazi widened his eyes. Is this a blessing? Is it really serious? Chapter 190, Teacher Shizuka. Where did you learn self-defense? Are you sure this is how to grant protection? Dudao's cheeks were flushed. His purple hair was a little messy and he looked at Lin Luo. His breathing still heavy, of course it is. Lin Luo smiled and said, you didn't object, did you? As the daughter of the Byusujima family, how could you possibly go back on your word? Dudao Yazi smiled broadly, since this body is already the master's property. I will naturally not resist, however, having said that, my heart is still beating fast. She subconsciously glanced at Lin Luo's thin lips and thought silently, besides, it's not a loss for me to give my first kiss to such a handsome man. Lin Luo praised, you are worthy of being my follower. You have a very good awareness. At this time, clear footsteps began to be heard outside. Byujima-san, there have been too many students from your kendo club coming to the infirmary lately. I need to talk to you, it's Teacher Shizuka. Byusujima sighed and replied, I already told you. Their going to the infirmary has nothing to do with me. As soon as the words fell, the door of the kendo club has been pushed open. A blonde beauty with an unconventional figure has already pushed the door open and walked in. Byujima-san, as a member of the kendo club. Marikawa Shizuka's voice suddenly stopped. He blinked and looked at Dokujima Yazi, who was only wearing a black inner garment in a daze. Sorry to bother you, what are you doing? I need to learn it now, damn it. Because the person who came was this confused teacher who actually forgot about this. Byusujima Yazi quickly put on his coat and took a few quick steps to pull Marikawa Shizuka back. Teacher Shizuka, this is how love works. The teachers all understand. Shizuka Marikawa smiled like an auntie. But don't do it in the kendo club next time, that's too bold. Dudao Yazi, you know shit. Is this something a teacher like you should say? Even if you are confused, there must be a limit. Lin Luo took a few steps forward and said, it was indeed a misunderstanding. I was just performing a ceremony to make the child my property. Shizuka Marikawa blinked, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. Isn't this more daring, and who is this student? Is he from another school? It seems that he is indeed a good match for Byusujima-san. Dudao Yazi said helplessly, Master, please don't say such misleading words. I'm telling the truth, isn't it, upon hearing this? Dokujima Yako's face turned red and he thought of his previous experience. Now that you put it that way, it seems to be true. Master. Shizuka Marikawa's eyes were a little confused. And then her pretty face turned red, this name. It's bolder than I thought. Are today's students so interesting? Lin Luo looked at Juchuan Jinxiang and said, Juchuan Jinxiando, you want to become my property too? It's rude to call you teacher. Is calling this kind of thing the point now? The corners of Byusujima Yazi's mouth twitched. I feel helpless about this teacher's naivety. Ah, let me be yours. Marikawa Shizuka was stunned and shook her head subconsciously. That won't do. You already have Byusujima-san, it does not matter. Lin Luo smiled and said, because besides my son, I also have many other relatives, my dear classmate. Being unfaithful is not a good behavior. Marikawa Shizuka said quietly, be careful of the hatchet. I'm not afraid, Lin Luo gave her a playful look. Then grinned and said, because I am a devil. After saying this, a pair of demon wings extended out. What? Shizuka Marikawa's brain froze instantly. But her body instinctively clenched her fists. It won't be exaggerated because of the big movements. But it will keep bouncing. Lin Luo looked at Shizuka Marikawa strangely. Even Dokujima Yako's eyelids twitched and he subconsciously looked down. How should I put it, standard self-defense style? But how could it be used like this? It's simply a gangster's exciting punch. How did this innocent teacher learn at this time? Shizuka Marikawa had fully reacted, and her body began to tremble visibly. Demon the Despicable. Cunning and evil demon in the legend actually exists. Finished, it's all over. If I meet a devil, will I be eaten? I don't know if the self-defense skills that Minami Rika taught me can be used against demons. If I had known this earlier, I would have studied hard. Don't be so nervous, I don't mean any harm to you. Lin Luo retracted his wings and said with a smile, besides, you can't resist whatever you want to do, right? Threat. This demon is threatening me. Shizuka Marikawa's body was stiff, and she almost peed her pants out of fright. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe Busujima-san, okay? Was Marikawa Shizuka stunned? That seems to be true. Indeed, Busujima-san is a good kid. Hearing Marikawa Shizuka's evaluation, the corner of Busujima Yako's eye twitched. Good boy or something. It seems like it has nothing to do with him. After taking a look at Dokujima Yako, Marikawa Shizuka put down her fist and subconsciously moved closer behind Dokujima Yako. Anyway, Busujima-san is the ace of the kendo club. He is definitely better at fighting than me. She said timidly, you really won't eat me, Mr. Devil. Who told you that demons eat people? Lin Luo shook his head helplessly, call. Hearing this, Marikawa Shizuka breathed a sigh of relief. I just want to turn you into a demon like you, Yazi. Shizuka Marikawa blinked, her brain overloaded again. Is Busujima-san a demon? She fell to the ground in an instant. Her whole body trembling. You and Busujima-san. Have you been in the same group for a long time? Yes, that must be the case just now. Busujima-san called the other person master and was dressed like that. You are so stupid, how can you believe the devil's words? The more I think about it, the more scared I become. At this moment, Marikawa Shizuka was about to cry. Chapter 191. From then on, Marikawa Shizuka became a demon. Teacher Shizuka I was just reincarnated as a demon too. So you don't need to be afraid. Afraid of frightening the confused teacher to death. Busujima explained hastily. Besides, I became a demon on my own accord. Is this so? Marikawa Shizuka blinked, but she believed it a little. After all, he is an adult and still has some common sense. If it really does harm to her, there was no need for the other party to say so much to her. After adjusting her breathing, Shizuka Marikawa finally stood up from the ground. Lin Luo said sincerely, although I have no ill intentions. I sincerely invite you to become a demon, here, Mr. Devil. Shizuka Marikawa wanted to refuse. But before he could open his mouth, Lin Luo continued. After becoming a demon, you can live forever and stay young forever, hear this. Shizuka Marikawa's eyes lit up. The idea of eternal youth is too destructive to women. Master, is it really okay to seduce Shizuka-sensei like this? Dudao gave Lin Luo a nice look with a roll of his eyes. Lin Luo shrugged and gave a look back. What's the problem? I'm not lying, looking at Marikawa Shizuka. Lin Luo continued, other than that, there won't be much change after becoming a demon. You can still do what you like. Also, you can see other worlds. Listening to Lin Luo's words, Marikawa Shizuka's eyes became brighter and brighter. Finally, she nodded and said, Mr. Devils, let me be the devils. At this moment, she was extremely decisive, after all. She finally realized that she had been targeted by the devil. If you are more proactive, you will have some initiative. Otherwise, no matter what Mr. Devil did, she couldn't resist. The most important is, she was really moved by what Mr. Devil said. Stay young forever and live forever. Just these two things alone would make countless people fight over him if he became a mere demon. Don't worry. You will soon find that this is the best decision in your life. Lin Luo's eyes flickered as he said, but before that, I have to tell you one thing. Once you become a demon, you will be my servant. Everything you have will belong to me. And you will serve me for the rest of your life. What? Shizuka Marikawa was stunned for a moment, and her cheeks turned red. Really? There is no free lunch in the world. Is this the price you have to pay for being a demon? Busujima-san, it's the same, right? She looked at Lin Luo. and the corners of her mouth gradually curled up. It seems that Mr. Devil is not at a loss at all, besides. Since the decision has been made, I can't be timid anymore. Can. Shizuka Marikawa clenched her little pink fists and began to unbutton her clothes. Lin Luo had a strange look on his face. What's the situation? The other party probably doesn't know the process of the reincarnation ceremony. On the other side, Busujima Yako felt something was wrong and couldn't help but said, Teacher Shizuka, you only need the outer coats, okay? Marikawa Shizuka was stunned and said, Aren't you going to serve me? Is there something I did wrong, even though she said that? She still couldn't help feeling shy. This is the first time I've done this in front of a man. Lin Luo withdrew his gaze with regret and said, That's enough for now. Let's proceed with the reincarnation ceremony first. As he spoke, Lin Luo took out a demon chess piece. This is. Marikawa Shizuka looked puzzled. This is a demonic chess piece that needs to be placed inside you. Shizuka Marikawa was stunned and somewhat unable to react. Lin Luo didn't explain and just pressed the devil chess piece down. A moment, the chess piece fell into the raging sea. Dudo Yazi, he looked down at himself. How did this woman commit such a foul, master, my hands are? Lin Luo withdrew his hand and rubbed his fingers. Not bad, very smooth. Marikawa Shizuka's cruelty is unmatched among her followers. Well, the moment the chess piece entered her body, Shizuka Marikawa's breathing began to become heavy. His entire body was trembling slightly. And Lin Luo didn't even blink. If it comes to your door, you'd be in trouble if you don't take a look. Next moment, a pair of exceptionally large demon wings have broken out of the ground. An extremely long tail slowly emerged. Shizuka Marikawa gently flapped her wings and flew high into the sky. Ha, I really can fly. She laughed like a silver bell. Becoming a demon is so fun. Lin Luo looked up and nodded silently. Well, Pink. Busujima couldn't help but say, Teacher Shizuka. We are still here. This teacher is really a black man. Dokyujima Yazi was deeply confused. It's only been a short time and there are so many benefits. But does the master like this? Should I be more proactive? The women of the Busujima family don't like to compete for favor. But they can't let their husbands ignore them. What? Shizuka Marikawa finally reacted and quickly jumped down from the sky. Adjusting the hem of her skirt at this time, Lin Luo also used the forbidden subspecies of the Red Sky Emperor. He only saw a red vein slowly penetrating into the body of Marikawa Shizuka. It seems like something is pouring in. Marikawa Shizuka's body trembled, and a pair of jade arms were wrapped around her shoulders. Busujima Yazi 03 explained, this is another power of the master. That's it, Marikawa Shizuka nodded. Then moved closer to Lin Luo like a kitten. This will be more effective. Bumped into Lin Luo. This woman is a little too good. It would be fine if it was intentional. If you are not careful, it can be very scary. Okay, it's over. Lin Luo flipped his palm, and 2 basic knowledge magic books appeared in his hand. This is a magic book unique to our family. It contains a lot of practical skills and knowledge. You can study it on your own first, and then ask me if you have any questions. Oh right, and there's also the matter of the protection. After saying this, Lin Luo lowered his head. Chapter 192, if you need me, just call me Kendo Club. Shizuka Marikawa left Lin Luo's thin lips and breathed heavily. Fortunately, I almost suffocated to death. Dudo Yazi said quietly. Is this the reason why you stick out your tongue? This woman really cannot be underestimated. Whether it was intentional or not, this was too much of an attempt to win favor. What are you talking about, Busujima-san? Marikawa Shizuka blinked innocently. As he spoke, he wiped his mouth. Okay, destroy the evidence openly, right? Busujima rolled his eyes, but he was too tired to complain. Shaking his head, remembering Lin Luo's previous words, Dudo Yazi hurriedly said, Master, what on earth is this end of the world you just mentioned? Shizuka Marikawa widened her eyes, her head full of question marks. What's the situation? Just became a demon, the world is about to end. What kind of a development is this? Lin Luo shrugged his shoulders and said literally, in the near future, this world will be filled with corpses that will kill anyone they see. All 18 worlds will fall. Why is this happening? That's not clear, Lin Luo spread his hands and said. Maybe it's because of some experiment. Busujima Yako, that would be terrible. If you don't know the cause, you can't prevent it. Although she understands her own nature, she doesn't want to see the world destroyed. There's no need to be so depressed. Lin Luo said, if you are interested, you can investigate it. Maybe you can find some clues. Then we can deal with it in advance. The corpse crisis in this world has not yet broken out. It seems that I have come too early if so. He wouldn't mind saving the world along the way, after all. Controlling an orderly world is better than a broken doomsday. And if it really is some kind of experiment, those dead viruses should also provide some root causes. Is it really possible? Marikawa Shizuka, who had just reacted, had her eyes shining and looked at Lin Luo with admiration. As expected, my master is a good person, that's all. Busujima Yazi nodded at this point. We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. Dusk. On the road to college, come to my house. Busujima Yazi blinked. It's time to go home from school. Lin Luo and the other two immediately attracted the attention of countless students as they walked on the road. Oh my god, that's the ace of the kendo club. Busujima Yako senpai, and that it's Shizuka sensei. Who is walking with them? They seem very close. Could it be that they are not? Whether it is Busujima Kazuko or Marikawa Shizuka, he is a real celebrity in the entire Fujimi Academy. With them, it's hard not to attract attention. But neither they nor Lin Luo cared about these discussions at all. Of course I have no place to stay in this world. So of course I have to live with my family. Marikawa Shizuka asked confusedly, but why do I have to live together too? Lin Luo said casually as a family member. Is there anything wrong with serving the master nearby? Shizuka Marikawa thought about it and it seemed to be true. The master's logic is impeccable. Dudao Yazi agreed that's true according to the master. Every world has a gathering place for followers. And my dojo is just big enough. Several people walked and talked. Before I knew it, I had walked out of the school. Well, she is, suddenly Lin Luo's expression changed. In an open-air milk tea shop in the distance, there was a beautiful girl with long golden hair sitting. Oh, it's Miyamoto-san from the gun club. Dudao gave Lin Luo a complicated look and said, speaking of which, she is very popular in school. But she doesn't have a boyfriend. Hearing this, Lin Luo nodded with satisfaction. Without hesitation, he walked towards the milk tea shop. Now that I have encountered it, there is no reason to let it go. At this time, Miyamoto Rei was drinking milk tea. But her eyes were unfocused after that happened. She felt like a walking corpse. It seems that you are troubled by something. At this time, a voice sounded. She subconsciously raised her head. And a handsome boy's face came into view. You're handsome, though. But this way of picking up girls is too old-fashioned. Looking at Lin Luo's, Miyamoto Rei's pretty face blushed slightly. But she still refused. Come to think of it, the other person is really handsome. Would you like to leave a contact information? I'm so old, but I really don't have any contact information. Just as Miyamoto Rei was contradicting herself, Lin Luo spoke again. You are right to understand it as a flirtation. But the purpose is different from what you think. Miyamoto Rei subconsciously said, what do you mean? That is to say, I can help you solve any troubles you have. 30 Lin Luo's eyes were deep. What? Miyamoto Rei was a little confused. Student, who do you think you are, God? Although I am not a god, I have killed gods. Miyamoto Rei, okay, what a pity for this face. This classmate must be a severe case of Chunabiu. Ugh. Sighing, Miyamoto Rei said, my dear classmate, I'm not in a good mood and don't have time to joke with you here. Could you please leave? I want to be alone for a while. Hearing this, Lin Luo didn't take it seriously. If you can make the other person believe what you say just by words, He even thought that there might be something wrong with the other person's brain. Without saying anything more, Lin Luo took out the devil flyer that he had prepared long ago. Even though you don't believe it, please accept this. It will do you absolutely no harm. Miyamoto Rei subconsciously took the flyer, took a look at it, and said helplessly, "Demon. Classmate, is your personality a bit mixed? A demon that kills gods. This setting is quite exciting if you think about it carefully." Lin Luo ignored her and said, "If you need anything, just call me." After saying that, Lin Luo turned and left. Chapter 193, The Boy Likes This Knife Very Much. The Busujima Family Dojo. Your forbidden hand has appeared, yes, master. Dudao Yazi stood in front of Lin Luo, with a red light shining on his body. The next moment, a set of crimson armor had appeared on Dokujima Yaji's body, with only a small part of her face exposed. Behind him is a pair of translucent red wings. It really worked. Lin Luo was surprised. I just received the gift of the subspecies Forbidden Hand today, and succeeded tonight. Such speed is outstanding even among his own followers. After carefully sensing it, Lin Luo thought to himself, it seems to be a subspecies of the enhanced Forbidden Hand. After granting all his followers the subspecies Forbidden Hand, Lin Luo also summarized several categories. Strengthening type, all power enhancements are within oneself, and it is a pure offensive Forbidden Hand. Magic type can enhance the power of magic release. Shiyu belongs to this type. Support, similar to healing and defense. Asia belongs to this category. As to whether there are other types, that is unknown. I feel that all my strength has increased by at least dozens of times. Busujima Yazi clenched his fists and felt his own strength at the moment. She stretched out her hand, and a long red knife popped out from her palm. Good knife. Busujima Yako stroked the blade with joy. She had long fantasized about having a real sword that truly belonged to her. Now finally I got what I wanted. It's a good knife indeed. Lin Luo said, although it is a subspecies Forbidden Hand, this knife is also a true artifact level. Upon hearing this, an inexplicable light flashed in Dokujima Yako's beautiful eyes. It's incredible. Not long ago, she was still struggling with her own nature. And now all problems and all wishes have been solved. And all this is because of the existence of the master. Thinking of this, Dudao sat up straight, looked up and looked directly into Lin Luo's eyes. Master, there are still some things I don't understand about the subspecies Forbidden Hand. The master, random. Could you spare a moment to explain this to me? Yes, it's this knife. Where should it be placed normally? This is indeed a problem. The voices of the two people talking gradually became louder. Next door, Shizuka Marikawaho had already fallen asleep. Woke up in a daze after being confused for a while. She said angrily, "You thief." Even so, she couldn't help but prick up her ears and her breathing became heavy. Over time, a tail with a heart-shaped tip has already emerged wobblingly. After a while, she snuck into the laundry room holding her bed sheets. Stand up early in the morning, Shizuka Marikawa, with dark circles under her eyeshad, trembling legs. Yesterday, I made one too many trips to the laundry room. At this time, Lin Luo, with a refreshed look on his face, had already walked down holding Dudao Yazi's hand. Marikawa Shizuka looked at Dokujima and said angrily, "Dokujima Sanyu are not obedient." Busujima Yazi said innocently, "What's the matter? I'm just fulfilling my duties as a retainer." Marikawa Shizuka, this expression looks familiar. Why do I always have the illusion that a boomerang has stabbed me? These shades. Lin Luo looked out the window with a somewhat. Shizuka Marikawa was stunned for a moment. Her skin already covered in pink. No matter how natural it is, she is a girl too eccentric. Nothing, I just can't sleep, it's all your fault. As she spoke, Shizuka Marikawa had already fled in panic with her body stiff. You're going to be late for school, hurry up, evening. Miyamoto Rei suffered from insomnia again. Every time she thought of that name, she felt so angry that her teeth itched. After tossing and turning, she had to turn on the light and happened to see the flyer on the table. Oh right, that handsome Chunobiu gave it to me. Miyamoto Rei smiled helplessly and was about to throw it into the trash can. But she paused and she looked at the exquisite magic circle on the bed sheet. A little dazed, do demons really exist? Think of this. She laughed uncontrollably. How is this possible? Even if the legendary demon really exists, it is impossible for it to hand out flyers on the street and make it look like a sales pitch. Even though she was thinking this, she said something inexplicably, Mr. Devil, please fulfill my wish, the moment the words fell. Under her incredible gaze, the flyer has floated up. And a magic circle has emerged spinning. Next moment, Lin Luo's figure was already standing on the desk. He looked down at Miyamoto Rei. A smile on his face. We meet again, Miyamoto Rei, evil. Demons, Looking at Lin Luo, Miyamoto Rei screamed hysterically. After a while, Miyamoto Rei huddled in the corner of the bed, looking at Lin Luo with somewhat evasive eyes. Lost my composure. But who would have thought that there really were demons? Miyamoto Rei's body trembled slightly. Lin Luo sat on the chair and said, It seems you have calmed down, then tell me your wish. Miyamoto Rei raised her hand hesitantly and whispered, Mr. Devil, could you please go back? Of course not. Lin Luo rolled his eyes. You think I'm buying vegetables at the market? But I'm a devil, really. How could the devil be so easy to talk to? Miyamoto Rei's mood was complicated. It's better now. It is easy to invite gods but difficult to send them away. According to legend, people who make a wish to the devil never have a good ending. Now is it my turn? Okay, stop hesitating. Have you thought about your wish? Knowing that she had no way out, Miyamoto Rei calmed down instead. Since summoning the devil has become a fact, no matter what your outcome is, at least do something. Thinking of this, Miyamoto Rei's eyes became fierce. Even if I have to go to hell forever, I will never let that man have an easy life. Chapter 194, Demonic Miyamoto Rei. Miyamoto Rei looked at Lin Luo and said seriously, Mr. Devil, I hope you will take Shido Koichi's life. Is this really the wish? A smile appeared on Lin Luo's lips. Your wish is really too simple. He stared into Miyamoto Rei's eyes and said, But is this all that's needed? What do you mean? A hint of confusion flashed across Miyamoto Rei's eyes. Don't you want to take revenge yourself? Revenge yourself? Lin Luo's smile grew warmer and he said, Yes, I can grant you the power of revenge. And afterwards it won't affect your peaceful life. After hearing Lin Luo's words, Miyamoto Rei stood there in a daze. To be honest, I never thought about taking revenge myself at the beginning. After all, though she is a beautiful girl, she is just an ordinary student in today's world. Killing may be easy, but it will bring endless troubles afterwards. But if there are no other consequences. Lin Luo's words completely moved her heart call. Miyamoto Rei took a deep breath and said seriously, Mr. Devil, please give me the power 567 for revenge. Wise choice, Lin Luo smiled slightly and said. But before that, you have to be clear about what you are going to pay. Please say. Miyamoto Rei's delicate body trembled and her expression became nervous. Although he decided to make a deal with the devil, he had already made up his mind. But when the time really comes, I can't help but start to get nervous. Seeing Miyamoto Rei's nervous look, Lin Luo comforted her, Relax, it's not a big deal. All I want is you. Miyamoto Rei's eyes widened and she shrank back subconsciously. This, I told you not to be nervous. Lin Luo grinned. After all, the way to gain power is to reincarnate as a demon. After all, killing people is commonplace for us demons. It seems to be true, Miyamoto Rei nodded silently. She admitted that she was persuaded, however. If I become a demon, will I turn into those strange shapes? She couldn't help but say, Kathy, I won't become ugly, right? Don't worry, your appearance won't change at all, okay. Miyamoto Rei took a deep breath and said slowly, In that case, let's complete this deal. Oh, you gave me the answer so quickly. Lin Luo glanced at her playfully and said with a smile, I thought you would hesitate for a while. Because I don't really have a choice, right? Miyamoto Rei said sadly, the status between you and me is not equal at all. And the weak sometimes have no right to choose at all. That's right. She didn't understand this principle before. But after that incident, she was too deeply moved. Don't worry after you reincarnate as a demon. You will be my follower. And we will always be the stronger one, family. Miyamoto Rei was a little confused. Lin Luo explained the so-called dependents are. So this is what it means to be yours. Miyamoto Rei's pretty face flushed slightly. And she murmured softly, if that's the case, it's not bad. At least, this situation was much better than she had imagined. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, then Mr. Devil, will you force me to do anything? Of course not. Lin Luo shook his head, my followers are all my wings. All yeah, I have a lot of wings, sure enough, Mr. Devil is very no wonder he hit on me. Let's just take your words as a compliment. Lin Luo raised his hand, and a demon chess piece appeared out of thin air. What is this? Devil's chess piece, a tool for the reincarnation ritual. I see, how do I use it? Lin Luo explained, take off your clothes first. Miyamoto's delicate body trembled. And she said tremblingly, didn't you say you wouldn't force me? What are you thinking, it's just a coat? The corners of Miyamoto Rei's mouth twitched. Then why didn't you make it clear at the beginning? She suspected the other party did it on purpose, but had no evidence. What's even more annoying is, no matter what, she could only accept it. After a moment's silence, she began to unbutton her coat. After a few seconds, Miyamoto Rei hugged her coat and asked shyly, any other requests? Lin Luo nodded and said, just stand up straight and there will be no problem at all. It really is just like this. Miyamoto Rei breathed a sigh of relief, then straightened her body, and her two round breasts immediately bounced. Seeing this, Lin Luo stopped teasing the other party and pressed the devil chess piece down. So cool. Miyamoto Rei took a deep breath and her face turned even redder. From childhood to adulthood, let alone a boyfriend, I have never even held a man's hand. This kind of contact is too stimulating. She closed her eyes and didn't dare to look at Lin Luo at all. Booms, 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 booms. But soon her eyes suddenly widened. I only felt an unfamiliar power beginning to surge in my body. My heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and every inch of my muscles was getting hot. What made her even more unbearable was the itching on her back and tailbone. No, I can't make a sound, it's too embarrassing. Miyamoto Rei bit her lips tightly and forcibly controlled the demon wings and tail that were growing behind her. Lin Luo didn't care about Miyamoto Rei's reaction, but stretched out a hand and summoned the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand. A red vein floated in the air and slowly penetrated into Miyamoto Rei's body. Well, another force surged in, and Miyamoto Rei could no longer bear it. With a puff, a pair of devil wings spread out. Next moment, a demon tail quickly emerged and swayed slowly on the ground. How does it feel to be a demon? It feels better than ever. Miyamoto Rei swung her fist and directly caused an explosion. She had no doubt about it, this punch can smash a human head. Chapter 195, one more, then roll it up in a luxurious manner. At this time, the place was brightly lit and packed with guests. Everyone who can appear here is a real big shot. Every stomp of your feet can affect the survival of countless ordinary people. Counselor Zai Teng, you are also attending this banquet. These two are my sons. So it's a good opportunity to bring them here to visit our elders. Haha, I wonder who will inherit the family business. Heiai said he wanted to give in to his younger brother, so I naturally have to respect his wishes. Listening to his father's words, Shido Koichi showed a perfect smile on his face. But deep down he was already burning with jealousy. Why? He is the eldest son, but the family business is going to be given to this bastard younger brother. Just wait. As long as we find your weaknesses, we will destroy you all. What is that? As a doubtful voice sounded. A dazzling light suddenly flashed in the hall. Under everyone's gaze, a magic circle that seemed to be from the legend had emerged on the ground. Hurala almost in an instant. Everyone subconsciously stepped back. They are all dignitaries. I dare not touch such a weird thing next moment. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Luo and Miyamoto Ray slowly walked out of the magic circle. How did they appear? Everyone's pupils shrank deeply. They immediately ruled out the possibility of a prank. No one dared to make such a joke in such an occasion. But what about the two people in front of me, Shido Koichi? Miyamoto Ray's eyes wandered and immediately locked onto this target. Her eyes were filled with disgust and anger. But he didn't have an attack right away. Because everything depends on the master. Zaiteng Hao was stunned. But the corners of his mouth curled up. His appearance was indeed very intimidating. But the moment he saw Rei Miyamoto, he felt confident. He took a few steps forward, a confident glint in his eyes. Everyone present here is a big shot. It would definitely be a great thing if I could leave a deep impression on everyone here. Miyamoto. He had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Lin Luo. Li, what are you waiting for? Yes, master. A fierce look flashed in Miyamoto Rei's eyes. And her figure floated up like a butterfly, click. Shido Koichi didn't even react. He just felt a pain in his right leg, what? He fell to the ground, wailing on the ground, click. Seeing this scene, Miyamoto Rei kicked Shido Koichi's other leg again and broke it. Suddenly the screams became even more shrill, stop. Counselor Zaiteng could no longer hold back and shouted directly. Who are you? How dare you openly hurt others here? Don't you know what the consequences will be? The young man next to him immediately echoed, that's right. Let my brother go quickly or no one can save you. Although the other party's appearance was very strange. But he is very confident. With so many powerful people gathered here, there is nothing that cannot be solved, to put it bluntly. If they join forces, they can even destabilize the country. This, Miyamoto Rei looked at Lin Luo hesitantly. She can attack Shido Koichi without hesitation if she has a grudge against him. But as for other people, she still has some difficulty understanding them. After all, she had only just become a demon. They are Shido Koichi's brother and father, to some extent. They are also responsible for your being held back, boom. Lightning falls. Counselor Zaiteng and his partner had been reduced to charcoal. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils shrank deeply. Lightning, this man can actually use lightning, are we? Dreaming. The bigwigs around looked at each other and saw the fear on each other's faces. Could it be that there really is a power beyond common sense in this world? But soon, there was a burning look in the eyes of some people. Extraordinary, this is extraordinary power. They were screaming madly in their hearts. Their power has basically reached its peak. What they pursue is a longer life so that they can enjoy their wealth for a longer time. And now another road appeared before them. If Lin Luo hadn't acted so ferociously, someone would probably have asked, Do you know what you have done? Shido Koichi endured the pain and stared at Miyamoto Rei. Just wait. Neither you nor your family will be able to. But before he could finish his words, one of his arms was stepped on and broken again. With all three limbs broken, Shido Heiai screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Teacher Zaiteng, it seems you don't understand the situation. Miyamoto Rei's eyes were cold. I am no longer the ordinary student I was before. Hearing this, Shido Koichi finally calmed down and quickly begged for mercy. Miyamoto-san. Actually, your problem has nothing to do with me. It was all those two who forced me to do it, and at this moment, the expressions of all the bigwigs changed. Good guy. He is so flexible, and if he inherits his father's position, he will probably be a real character, is it? Miyamoto Rei sneered and kicked down with a bang. You think I'll believe it? Shido Koichi's eyes widened and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest was sunken and he looked deader than dead. Okay. Now that we've finished our business, let's talk about other things. Lin Luo clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone, you are all powerful people in this city. I just need some obedient dogs. I wonder if you are interested, what? Everyone was stunned, of course, even though you're a dog. You can stay young and immortal. This treatment is pretty good for you. Lin Luo's mouth curled up. The plan for this world is basically the same as that of the Pillar Destruction world. With so many powerful people gathered here, it was a good opportunity to do it by then. Using their network of connections, perhaps we can figure out the cause of the end of the world. The number of places is limited, first come, first served. I'll only give you 10 seconds to consider. 1, 2, 3. Your Excellency, I am willing to submit. A white-haired old man walked out without hesitation and performed a very standard move of getting off the seat. Then some people also ran out quickly and knelt down. The temptation of immortality. You can't go wrong if you give it a try for a while. 80% of the people present chose to kneel down. Miyamoto Rei, she was a little dumbfounded. These big names who are always on TV are so humble. Once again, she understood the change in her status. Yes, you have good judgment, Lin Luo nodded. Raised his left hand and revealed the control ring laugh. Laugh the next moment, one by one. The flesh thorns had pierced into the necks of every person kneeling, injecting granulation tissue into them. The men's muscles began to twitch quickly. The originally thin people became strong, and some old people's white hair turned black, and they regained their youth. Thank you for your gift, sir. These people began to kowtow together. The moment of successful transformation. They have learned a lot. For example, his own life is in Lin Luo's hands. But what is this? Compared to immortality, it far exceeds human power. Dignity and freedom are nothing. Sir, we also choose to surrender. The remaining people began to express their opinions. Now it's late, Lin Luo snapped his fingers. A flash of lightning appeared, and all these people turned into charcoal. See it. All these people showed awe. Okay, they're not these idiots. Okay, I'll leave the finishing work here to you. I don't want any trouble to occur. Lin Luo spoke indifferently, by the way. You can ask around and see if there are any companies or forces that specialize in researching biochemical viruses. If you have any information, just contact Li. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing this, Miyamoto Rei immediately left her own practice method. And on the next day, the deaths of these big figures did not cause any waves. With the joint efforts of those present to cover up the incident, it seemed as if it had never happened. The Busujima family dojo. The sweaty Dudao boy's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Luo coming back. Exactly. If you have used up all your magic power through practice, you can try the magic replenishment in the magic book. Come, let me introduce myself to you. You are my new dependents. Miyamoto Rei appeared from behind Lin Luo, bowed slightly and said, Senior Busujima teacher Shizuka. I'm Miyamoto Ria. Hello, Dudao Yazi. Marikawa Shizuka, good guy. I just encountered this a few days ago and got it fixed today. Is their master's efficiency a little too high? It seems that I have to work hard too. Shizuka Marikawa clenched her little pink fists and secretly encouraged herself. Busujima Yazi's eyes were complicated. Although as a woman of the Busujima family, I shouldn't be jealous, but I ate myself just yesterday. I brought Rei Miyamoto back today, but she still feels a little jealous. After all, she is a woman, but soon. Dudao adjusted his mentality and walked towards Lin Luo in a majestic manner. Lin Luo blinked. The momentum is very intimidating. Are you going to hit Miyamoto Rei? But the boy shouldn't be that kind of person, owner. Dudao Yazi stood in front of Lin Luo and hugged Lin Luo's arm. Not enough magic power, Lin Luo suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Chapter 196, Teacher Shizuka in Action. Lu. Busujima Yako took a few steps back, her skin turning pink. Her throat moved, and she felt her magic power fully restored. Rias and the others appeared out of nowhere. The first thing they did was look up.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.